Section 24 of Character. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kyle Stadelhofer. Character by Samuel Smiles. Chapter 7, Part A. Chapter 7, Duty, Truthfulness. I slept and dreamt that life was beauty. I woke and found that life was duty. Duty, wondrous thought, that workest neither by fond insinuation, flattery, nor by any threat, but merely by holding up thy naked law in the soul, and so extorting for thyself always reverence, if not always obedience, before whom all appetites are dumb, however secretly they rebel. Cont. How happy is he born and taught, that serveth not another's will, whose armor is his honest thought, and simple truth his utmost skill, whose passions not his masters are, whose soul is still prepared for death, untied unto the world by care of public fame or private breath. This man is free from servile bands, of hope to rise or fear to fall, lord of himself, though not of land, and having nothing, yet hath all. Wotton. His nay was nay without recall, his yea was yea, and powerful all. He gave his yea with careful heed, his thoughts and words were well agreed, his word, his bond, and seal. Inscription on Baron Stein's tomb. Duty is a thing that is due and must be paid by every man who would avoid present discredit and eventual moral insolvency. It is an obligation, a debt, which can only be discharged by voluntary effort and resolute action in the affairs of life. Duty embraces man's whole existence. It begins in the home, where there is the duty which children owe to their parents on the one hand, and the duty which parents owe to their children on the other. There are, in like manner, the respective duties of husband and wife, of masters and servants, while outside the home there are the duties which men and women owe to each other as friends and neighbors, as employers and employed, as governors and governed. Render, therefore, says St. Paul, to all their dues, tribute to whom tribute is due, custom to whom custom, fear to whom fear, honor to whom honor. Owe no man anything, but love one another, for he that loveth another hath fulfilled the law. Thus duty rounds the whole of life, from our entrance into it until our exit from it. Duty to superiors, duty to inferiors, and duty to equals. Duty to man and duty to God. Wherever there is power to use or direct, there is duty. For we are but stewards, appointed to employ the means entrusted to us for our own and for others' good. The abiding sense of duty is the very crown of character. It is the upholding law of man in his highest attitudes. Without it, the individual totters and falls before the first puff of adversity or temptation, whereas, inspired by it, the weakest becomes strong and full of courage. Duty, says Mrs. Jameson, is the cement which binds the whole moral edifice together, without which all power, goodness, intellect, truth, happiness, love itself can have no permanence, but all the fabric of existence crumbles away from under us, and leaves us at last sitting in the midst of a ruin, astonished at our own desolation. Duty is based upon a sense of justice. Justice inspired by love, which is the most perfect form of goodness. Duty is not a sentiment, but a principle pervading the life, and it exhibits itself in conduct and in acts, which are mainly determined by man's conscience and free will. The voice of conscience speaks in duty done. And without its regulating and controlling influence, the brightest and greatest intellect may be merely as a light that leads astray. Conscience sets a man upon his feet, while his will holds him upright. Conscience is the moral governor of the heart, the governor of right action, of right thought, of right faith, of right life, and only through its dominating influence can the noble and upright character be fully developed. The conscience, however, may speak never so loudly, but without energetic will it may speak in vain. The will is free to choose between the right course and the wrong one, but the choice is nothing unless followed by immediate and decisive action. If the sense of duty be strong, and the course of action clear, the courageous will, upheld by the conscience, enables a man to proceed on his course bravely, and to accomplish his purpose in the face of all opposition and difficulty. And should failure be the issue, there will remain at least this satisfaction, that it has been in the cause of duty. "Be and continue poor, young man," said Heintzelman, "while others around you grow rich by fraud and disloyalty. Be without place or power, while others beg their way upwards. Bear the pain of disappointed hopes, while others gain the accomplishment of theirs by flattery. Forego the gracious pressure of the hand, for which others cringe and crawl. Wrap yourself in your own virtue, and seek a friend and your daily bread. If you have in your own cause grown gray with unbleached honor, bless God and die." Men inspired by high principles are often required to sacrifice all that they esteem and love rather than fail in their duty. The old English idea of the sublime devotion to duty was expressed by the loyalist poet to his sweetheart on taking up arms for his sovereign. "I could love thee, dear, so much, loved I not honor more." And Sertorius has said, "The man who has any dignity of character should conquer with honor, and not use any base means even to save his life." So St. Paul, inspired by duty and faith, declared himself as not only ready to be bound, but to die at Jerusalem. When the Marquis of Pescara was entreated by the princes of Italy to desert the Spanish cause, to which he was in honor bound, his noble wife Vittoria Colonna reminded him of his duty. She wrote to him, "Remember your honor, which raises you above fortune and above kings. By that alone, and not by the splendor of titles, is glory acquired, that glory which it will be your happiness and pride to transmit unspotted to your posterity." Such was the dignified view which she took of her husband's honor, and when he fell at Pavia, though young and beautiful, and besought by many admirers, she betook herself to solitude, that she might lament over her husband's loss and celebrate his exploits. To live really is to act energetically. Life is a battle to be fought valiantly, inspired by high and honorable resolve. A man must stand to his post and die there if need be. Like the old Danish hero, his determination should be to dare nobly, to will strongly, and never to falter in the path of duty. The power of will, be it great or small, which God has given us, is a divine gift, and we ought neither to let it perish for want of using on the one hand, nor profane it by employing it for ignoble purposes on the other. Robertson of Brighton has truly said that man's real greatness consists not in seeking his own pleasure or fame or advancement. Not that every one shall save his own life, not that every man shall seek his own glory, but that every man shall do his own duty. What most stands in the way of performance of duty is irresolution, weakness of purpose, and indecision. On the one side are conscience and the knowledge of good and evil. On the other are indolence, selfishness, love of pleasure, or passion. The weak and the ill-disciplined will may remain suspended for a time between these influences, but at length the balance inclines one way or the other, according as the will is called into action or otherwise. If it be allowed to remain passive, the lower influence of selfishness or passion will prevail, and thus man suffers abdiction. Individuality is renounced, character is degraded, and the man permits himself to become the mere passive slave of his senses. Thus the power of exercising the will promptly, in obedience to the dictates of conscience, and thereby resisting the impulses of the lower nature, is of essential importance in moral discipline, and absolutely necessary for the development of character in its best forms. To acquire the habit of well-doing, to resist evil propensities, to fight against sensual desire, to overcome inborn selfishness, may require a long and persevering discipline, but when once the practice of duty is learnt, it becomes consolidated in habit, and thenceforth is comparatively easy. The valiant good man is he who, by the resolute exercise of his free will, has to discipline himself as to have acquired the habit of virtue. As the bad man is he who, by allowing his free will to remain inactive, and giving the bridle to his desires and passions, has acquired the habit of vice, by which he becomes at last bound as by chains of iron. A man can only achieve strength of purpose by the action of his own free will. If he is to stand erect, it must be by his own efforts, for he cannot be kept propped up by the help of others. He is master of himself and his actions. He can avoid falsehood and be truthful. He can shun sensualism and be continent. He can turn aside from doing a cruel thing and can be benevolent and forgiving. All these lie within the sphere of individual efforts and come within the range of self-discipline, and it depends upon men themselves whether in these respects they will be free, pure, and good on the one hand, or enslaved, impure, and miserable on the other. Among the wise sayings of Epictetus, we find the following: "We do not choose our own parts in life, and have nothing to do with those parts. Our simple duty is confined to playing them well. The slave may be as free as the consul, and freedom is the chief of blessings. It dwarfs all others. Beside it, all others are insignificant. With it, all others are needless. Without it, no others are possible. You must teach men that happiness is not where, in their blindness and misery, they seek it. It is not in strength, for Myro and Ophelius were not happy, not in wealth, for Croesus was not happy, not in power, for the consuls were not happy, not in all these together, for Nero and Sardanapalus and Agamemnon sighed and wept and tore their hair, and were the slaves of circumstances, and the dupes of semblances. It lies in yourselves, in true freedom, in the absence of conquest of every ignoble fear, in perfect self-government, and in a power of contentment and peace, and the even flow of life amid poverty, exile, disease, and the very valley of the shadow of death." End of section 24.
Section 25 of Character. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kristen Hand. Character by Samuel Smiles. Chapter 7, Part B. Duty, Truthfulness. The sense of duty is a sustaining power even to a courageous man. It holds him upright and makes him strong. It was a noble saying of Pompey when his friends tried to dissuade him from embarking for Rome in a storm, telling him that he did so at the great peril of his life. "It is necessary for me to go," he said. "It is not necessary for me to live." What it was right that he should do, he would do, in the face of danger and in defiance of storms. As might be expected of the great Washington, the chief motive power in his life was the spirit of duty. It was the regal and commanding element in his character which gave it unity, compactness, and vigor. When he clearly saw his duty before him, he did it at all hazards and with inflexible integrity. He did not do it for effect, nor did he think of glory or of fame and its rewards, but of the right thing to be done and the best way of doing it. Yet Washington had a most modest opinion of himself, and when offered the chief command of the American Patriot Army, he hesitated to accept it until it was pressed upon him. When acknowledging in Congress the honor which had been done him in selecting him to so important a trust, on the execution of which the future of his country in a great measure depended, Washington said, "I beg it may be remembered, lest some unlucky event should happen unfavorable to my reputation, that I this day declare, with the utmost sincerity, I do not think myself equal to the command I am honored with." And in his letter to his wife, communicating to her his appointment as Commander-in-Chief, he said, "I have used every endeavor in my power to avoid it, not only from my unwillingness to part with you and the family, but from a consciousness of its being a trust too great for my capacity, and that I should enjoy more real happiness in 1 month with you at home than I have the most distant prospect of finding abroad, if my stay were to be 7 times 7 years. But as it has been a kind of destiny that has thrown me upon this service, I shall hope that my undertaking it is designed for some good purpose. It was utterly out of my power to refuse the appointment, without exposing my character to such censures as would have reflected dishonor upon myself, and given pain to my friends. This, I am sure, could not and ought not to be pleasing to you, and must have lessened me considerably in my own esteem." Washington pursued his upright course through life, first as commander-in-chief, and afterwards as president, never faltering in the path of duty. He had no regard for popularity, but held to his purpose, through good and through evil report, often at the risk of his power and influence. Thus, on one occasion, when the ratification of a treaty arranged by Mr. Jay with Great Britain was in question, Washington was urged to reject it. But his honor, and the honor of his country, was committed, and he refused to do so. A great outcry was raised against the treaty, and for a time Washington was so unpopular that he is said to have been actually stoned by the mob. But he, nevertheless, held it to be his duty to ratify the treaty, and it was carried out, in despite of petitions and remonstrances from all quarters. "While I feel," he said, in answer to the remonstrance, "the most lively gratitude for the many instances of approbation from my country, I can no otherwise deserve it than by obeying the dictates of my conscience." Wellington's watchword, like Washington's, was duty, and no man could be more loyal to it than he was. "There is little or nothing," he once said, "in this life worth living for, but we can all of us go straight forward and do our duty." No one recognized more cheerfully than he did the duty of obedience and willing service. For unless men can serve faithfully, they will not rule others wisely. There is no motto that becomes the wise man better than Ich dien, I serve, and they also serve who only stand and wait. When the mortification of an officer, because of his being appointed to a command inferior to what he considered to be his merits, was communicated to the Duke, he said, "In the course of my military career, I have gone from the command of a brigade to that of my regiment, and from the command of an army to that of a brigade or a division, as I was ordered, and without any feeling of mortification." Whilst commanding the allied army in Portugal, the conduct of the native population did not seem to Wellington to be either becoming or dutiful. "We have enthusiasm in plenty," he said, "and plenty of cries of Viva. We have illuminations, patriotic songs, and fêtes everywhere. But what we want is, that each in his own station should do his duty faithfully and pay implicit obedience to legal authority." The abiding ideal of duty seemed to be the governing principle of Wellington's character. It was always uppermost in his mind and directed all the public actions of his life. Nor did it fail to communicate itself to those under him, who served him in the like spirit. When he rode into one of his infantry squares at Waterloo, as its diminished numbers closed up to receive a charge of French cavalry, he said to the men, "Stand steady, lads. Think of what they will say of us in England." To which the men replied, "Never fear, sir, we know our duty." Duty was also the dominant idea in Nelson's mind. The spirit in which he served his country was expressed in the famous watchword, "England expects every man to do his duty," signaled by him to the fleet before going into action at Trafalgar, as well as in the last words that passed his lips, "I have done my duty. I praise God for it." And Nelson's companion and friend, the brave, sensible, homely-minded Collingwood, he who, as his ship bore down into the great sea fight, said to his flag captain, "Just about this time our wives are going to church in England." Collingwood, too, was, like his commander, an ardent devotee of duty. "Do your duty to the best of your ability," was the maxim which he urged upon many young men starting on the voyage of life. To a midshipman he once gave the following manly and sensible advice: "You may depend upon it, that it is more in your power than in anybody else's to promote both your comfort and advancement. A strict and unwearied attention to your duty, and a complacent and respectful behavior, not only to your superiors but to everybody, will ensure you their regard, and the reward will surely come. But if it should not, I am convinced you have too much good sense to let disappointment sour you. Guard carefully against letting discontent appear in you. It will be sorrow to your friends, a triumph to your competitors, and cannot be productive of any good. Conduct yourself so as to deserve the best that can come to you, and the consciousness of your own proper behavior will keep you in spirits if it should not come. Let it be your ambition to be foremost in all duty. Do not be a nice observer of turns, but ever present yourself ready for everything, and unless your officers are very inattentive men, they will not allow others to impose more duty on you than they should." This devotion to duty is said to be peculiar to the English nation, and it has certainly more or less characterized our greatest public men. Probably no commander of any other nation ever went into action with such a signal flying as Nelson at Trafalgar. Not glory, or victory, or honor, or country, but simply duty. How few are the nations willing to rally such a battle cry. Shortly after the wreck of the Birkenhead off the coast of Africa, in which the officers and men went down firing a feu de joie, after seeing the women and children safely embarked in the boats, Robertson of Brighton, referring to the circumstance in one of his letters, said, "Yes, goodness, duty, sacrifice, these are the qualities that England honors. She gapes and wonders every now and then, like an awkward peasant, at some other things, railway kings, electrobiology, and other trumperies, but nothing stirs her grand old heart down to its central deeps universally and long except the right. She puts on her shawl very badly, and she is awkward enough in a concert room, scarce knowing a Swedish nightingale from a jackdaw. But blessings large and long upon her. She knows how to teach her sons to sink like men amidst sharks and billows, without parade, without display, as if duty were the most natural thing in the world, and she never mistakes long an actor for a hero, or a hero for an actor. It is a grand thing, after all, this pervading spirit of duty in a nation, and so long as it survives, no one need despair of its future. But when it has departed, or become deadened, and been supplanted by thirst for pleasure, or selfish aggrandizement, or glory, then woe to that nation, for its dissolution is near at hand. If there be one point on which intelligent observers are agreed more than another as to the cause of the late deplorable collapse of France as a nation, it was the utter absence of this feeling of duty, as well as of truthfulness, from the mind not only of the men, but of the leaders of the French people. The unprejudiced testimony of Baron Stoffel, French military attaché at Berlin before the war, is conclusive on this point. In his private report to the Emperor, found at the Tuileries, which was written in August 1869, about a year before the outbreak of the war, Baron Stoffel pointed out that the highly educated and disciplined German people were pervaded by an ardent sense of duty, and did not think it beneath them to reverence sincerely what was noble and lofty, whereas in all respects France presented a melancholy contrast. There the people, having sneered at everything, had lost the faculty of respecting anything, and virtue, family life, patriotism, honor, and religion were represented to a frivolous generation as only fitting subjects for ridicule. Alas, how terribly has France been punished for her sins against truth and duty. Yet the time was when France possessed many great men inspired by duty, but they were all men of a comparatively remote past. The race of Bayard, Duclessis, Coligny, Duquesne, Turenne, Colbert, and Sully seems to have died out and left no lineage. There has been an occasional great Frenchman of modern times who has raised the cry of duty, but his voice has been as that of one crying in the wilderness. De Tocqueville was one of such, but like all men of his stamp he was proscribed, imprisoned, and driven from public life. Writing on one occasion to his friend Kergorlay, he said, "Like you, I become more and more alive to the happiness which consists in the fulfillment of duty. I believe there is no other so deep and so real. There is only one great object in the world which deserves our efforts, and that is the good of mankind." End of section 25.
Section 26 of Character. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Wayne Cook. Character by Samuel Smiles. Chapter 7, Part C. Although France has been the unquiet spirit among the nations of Europe since the reign of Louis XIV, there have from time to time been honest and faithful men who have lifted up their voices against the turbulent warlike tendencies of the people, and not only preached but endeavored to carry into practice a gospel of peace. Of these the Abbé de Saint-Pierre was one of the most courageous. He had even the boldness to denounce the wars of Louis XIV and to deny that monarch's right to the epithet of great, for which he was punished by expulsion from the Academy. The abbé was as enthusiastic an agitator for a system of international peace as any member of the modern Society of Friends. As Joseph Sturge went to St. Petersburg to convert the Emperor of Russia to his views, so the abbé went to Utrecht to convert the conference sitting there to his project for a diet, to secure perpetual peace. Of course he was regarded as an enthusiast, Cardinal Dubois characterizing his scheme as, quote, "the dream of an honest man." Yet the abbé had found his dream in the gospel, and in what better way could he exemplify the spirit of the master he served than by endeavoring to abate the horrors and abominations of war? The conference was an assemblage of men representing Christian states, and the abbé merely called upon them to put in practice the doctrines they professed to believe. It was of no use. The potentates and the representatives turned to him a deaf ear. The Abbé de Saint-Pierre lived several hundred years too soon, but he determined that his idea should not be lost, and in 1713 he published his Project of Perpetual Peace. He there proposed the formation of a European Diet or Senate, to be composed of representatives of all nations, before which princes should be bound, before resorting to arms, to state their grievances and require redress. Writing about 80 years after the publication of this project, Volney asked, quote, "What is a people? An individual of the society at large. What a war? A duel between two individual people. In what manner ought a society to act when two of its members fight? Interfere, and reconcile or repress them. In the days of the Abbé de Saint-Pierre, this was treated as a dream, but happily for the human race, it begins to be realized." End quote. Alas for the prediction of Volney. The 25 years that followed the date at which this passage was written were distinguished by more devastating and furious wars on the part of France than had ever been known in the world before. The abbé was not, however, a mere dreamer. He was an active practical philanthropist and anticipated many social improvements which have since become generally adopted. He was the original founder of industrial schools for poor children, where they not only received a good education, but learned some useful trade by which they might earn an honest living when they grew up to manhood. He advocated the revision and simplification of the whole code of laws, an idea afterwards carried out by the first Napoleon. He wrote against dueling, against luxury, against gambling, against monasticism, quoting the remark of Segrais, that, quote, "the mania for a monastic life is the smallpox of the mind," end quote. He spent his whole income on acts of charity, not in almsgiving, but in helping poor children and poor men and women to help themselves. His object always was to benefit permanently those whom he assisted. He continued his love of truth and his freedom of speech to the last. At the age of 80 he said, quote, "If life is a lottery for happiness, my lot has been one of the best." End quote. When on his deathbed, Voltaire asked him how he felt, to which he answered, quote, "as about to make a journey into the country." End quote. And in this peaceful frame of mind he died. But so outspoken had St. Pierre been against corruption in high places that Maupetit, his successor at the Academy, was not permitted to pronounce his elegy, nor was it until 32 years after his death that this honor was done to his memory by D'Alembert. The true and emphatic epitaph of the good, truth-loving, truth-speaking abbé was this: he loved much. Duty is closely allied to truthfulness of character, and the dutiful man is, above all things, truthful in his words as in his actions. He says and he does the right thing in the right way and at the right time. There is probably no saying of Lord Chesterfield that commends itself more strongly to the approval of manly-minded men than that it is truth that makes the success of the gentleman. Clarendon, speaking of one of the noblest and purest gentlemen of his age, says of Falkland that he, quote, "was so severe an adorer of truth that he could as easily have given himself leave to steal as to dissemble." End quote. It was one of the finest things that Mrs. Hutchinson could say of her husband, that he was a thoroughly truthful and reliable man. Quote, "He never professed the thing he intended not, nor promised what he believed out of his power, nor failed in the performance of anything that was in his power to fulfill." End quote. Wellington was a severe admirer of truth. An illustration may be given. When afflicted by deafness, he consulted a celebrated aurist, who, after trying all remedies in vain, determined, as a last resource, to inject into the ear a strong solution of caustic. It caused the most intense pain, but the patient bore it with his usual equanimity. The family physician, accidentally calling one day, found the Duke with flushed cheeks and bloodshot eyes, and when he rose he staggered about like a drunken man. The doctor asked to be permitted to look at his ear, and then he found that a furious inflammation was going on which, if not immediately checked, must shortly reach the brain and kill him. Vigorous remedies were at once applied, and the inflammation was checked, but the hearing of that ear was completely destroyed. When the aurist heard of the danger his patient had run, through the violence of the remedy he had employed, he hastened to Apsley House to express his grief and mortification, but the Duke merely said, quote, "Do not say a word more about it. You did all for the best." End quote. The aurist said it would be his ruin when it became known that he had been the cause of so much suffering and danger to his grace, quote, "but nobody need know anything about it. Keep your own counsel and depend upon it. I won't say a word to any one." End quote. Quote, Then your grace will allow me to attend you as usual, which will show the public that you have not withdrawn your confidence from me." "No," replied the Duke, kindly but firmly. "I can't do that, for that would be a lie." He would not act a falsehood any more than he would speak one. Another illustration of duty and truthfulness, as exhibited in the fulfillment of a promise, may be added from the life of Boulter. When he was hastening with his army over bad roads to the help of Wellington, on the 18th of June, 1815, he encouraged his troops by words and gestures. "Forwards, children, forwards!" "It is impossible, it can't be done," was the answer. Again and again he urged them, "Children, we must get on. You may say it can't be done, but it must be done. I have promised my brother Wellington. Promised, do you hear? You wouldn't have me break my word." And it was done. Truth is the very bond of society, without which it must cease to exist and dissolve into anarchy and chaos. A household cannot be governed by lying, nor can a nation. Sir Thomas Browne once asked, "Do the devils lie?" "No," was his answer, "for then even hell could not subsist." No considerations can justify the sacrifice of truth, which ought to be sovereign in all the relations of life. Of all mean vices, perhaps lying is the meanest. It is in some cases the offspring of perversity and vice, and in many others of sheer moral cowardice. Yet many persons think so lightly of it that they will order their servants to lie for them. Nor can they feel surprised if, after such ignoble instruction, they find their servants lying for themselves. Sir Harry Wotton's description of an ambassador as "an honest man sent to lie abroad for the benefit of his country," though meant as a satire, brought him into disfavor with James I when it became published, for an adversary quoted it as a principle of the king's religion. That it was not Wotton's real view of the duty of an honest man, it is obvious from the lines quoted at the head of this chapter on "The Character of a Happy Life," in which he eulogizes the man whose armor is his honest thought, and simple truth his utmost skill. But lying assumes many forms, such as diplomacy, expediency, and moral reservation, and under one guise or another it is found more or less pervading all classes of society. Sometimes it assumes the form of equivocation or moral dodging, twisting and so stating the things said as to convey a false impression, a kind of lying which a Frenchman once described as "walking round about the truth." There are even men of narrow minds and dishonest natures who pride themselves upon their gesticular cleverness in equivocation, in their serpent-wise shirking of the truth and getting out of moral back doors in order to hide their real opinions and evade the consequences of holding and openly professing them. Institutions or systems based upon any such expedients must necessarily prove false and hollow. "Though a lie be ever so well dressed," says George Hebert, "it is ever overcome." Downright lying, though bolder and more vicious, is even more contemptible than such kind of shuffling and equivocation. Untruthfulness exhibits itself in many other forms: in reticency on the one hand, or exaggeration on the other; in disguise or concealment; in pretended concurrences in others' opinions; in assuming an attitude of conformity which is deceptive; in making promises, or allowing them to be implied, which are never intended to be performed; or even in refraining from speaking the truth when to do so is a duty. There are also those who are all things to all men, who say one thing and do another, like Bunyan's Mr. Facing Both Ways, only deceiving themselves when they think they are deceiving others, and who, being essentially insincere, fail to evoke confidence, and invariably, in the end, turn out failures, if not impostors. Others are untruthful in their pretentiousness, and in assuming merits which they do not really possess. The truthful man is, on the contrary, modest, and makes no parade of himself and his deeds. When Pitt was in his last illness, the news reached England of the great deeds of Wellington in India. "The more I hear of his exploits," said Pitt, "the more I admire the modesty with which he receives the praises he merits for them. He is the only man I ever knew that was not vain for what he had done, and yet had so much reason to be so." So it is said of Faraday by Professor Tyndall, that "pretense of all kinds, whether in life or in philosophy, was hateful to him." Dr. Marshall Hall was a man of like spirit, courageously truthful, dutiful, and manly. One of his most intimate friends has said of him that wherever he met with untruthfulness or sinister motive, he would expose it, saying, "I neither will nor can give my consent to a lie." The question, right or wrong, once decided in his own mind, the right was followed, no matter what the sacrifice or the difficulty, neither expediency nor inclination weighing one jot in the balance. End of section 26.
Section 27 of Character. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Liam, Oxford. Character by Samuel Smiles. Chapter 7, Part D. There was no virtue that Dr. Arnold laboured more sedulously to instil into young men than the virtue of truthfulness, as being the manliest of virtues, as indeed the very basis of all true manliness. He designated truthfulness as moral transparency, and he valued it more highly than any other quality. When lying was detected, he treated it as a great moral offence, but when a pupil made an assertion, he accepted it with confidence. "If you say so, that is quite enough. Of course I believe your word." By thus trusting and believing them, he educated the young in truthfulness. The boys at length coming to say to one another, "It's a shame to tell Arnold a lie. He always believes one." One of the most striking instances that could be given of the character of the dutiful, truthful, laborious man is presented in the life of the late George Wilson, Professor of Technology in the University of Edinburgh. Though we bring this illustration under the head of duty, it might equally have stood under that of courage, cheerfulness, or industry, for it is alike illustrative of these several qualities. Wilson's life was, indeed, a marvel of cheerful laboriousness, exhibiting the power of the soul to triumph over the body, and almost to set it at defiance. It might be taken as an illustration of the saying of the whaling captain to Dr. Kane as to the power of moral force over physical. "Bless you, sir, the soul will any day lift the body out of its boots." A fragile but bright and lively boy, he had scarcely entered manhood ere his constitution began to exhibit signs of disease. As early indeed as his 17th year, he began to complain of melancholy and sleeplessness, supposed to be the effects of bile. "I don't think I shall live long," he said then to a friend. "My mind must work itself out, and the body will soon follow it." A strange confession for a boy to make, but he gave his physical health no fair chance. His life was all brain work, study, and competition. When he took exercise, it was in sudden bursts, which did him more harm than good. Long walks in the Highlands jaded and exhausted him, and he returned to his brain work unrested and unrefreshed. It was during one of his forced walks of some 24 miles in the neighbourhood of Stirling that he injured one of his feet, and he returned home seriously ill. The result was an abscess, disease of the ankle joint, and long agony, which ended in the amputation of the right foot. But he never relaxed in his labours. He was now writing, lecturing, and teaching chemistry. Rheumatism and acute inflammation of the eye next attacked him, and were treated by cupping, blistering, and colchicum. Unable himself to write, he went on preparing his lectures, which he dictated to his sister. Pain haunted him day and night, and sleep was only forced by morphia. While in this state of general prostration, symptoms of pulmonary disease began to show themselves. Yet he continued to give the weekly lectures to which he stood committed to the Edinburgh School of Arts. Not one was shirked, though their delivery before a large audience was a most exhausting duty. "Well, there's another nail put into my coffin," was the remark made on throwing off his top coat on returning home, and a sleepless night almost invariably followed. At 27, Wilson was lecturing 10, 11, or more hours weekly, usually with setons or open blister wounds upon him. His bosom friends, he used to call them. He felt the shadow of death upon him, and he worked as if his days were numbered. "Don't be surprised," he wrote to a friend, "if any morning at breakfast you hear that I am gone." But while he said so, he did not in the least degree indulge in the feeling of sickly sentimentality. He worked on as cheerfully and hopefully as if in the very fullness of his strength. "To none," said he, "is life so sweet as to those who have lost all fear to die." Sometimes he was compelled to desist from his labours by sheer debility, occasioned by loss of blood from the lungs, but after a few weeks' rest and change of air, he would return to his work, saying, "The water is rising in the well again," though disease had fastened on his lungs and was spreading there, and though suffering from a distressing cough, he went on lecturing as usual. To add to his troubles, when one day endeavouring to recover himself from a stumble occasioned by his lameness, he overstrained his arm, and broke the bone near the shoulder, but he recovered from his successive accidents and illnesses in the most extraordinary way. The reed bent, but did not break. The storm passed, and it stood erect as before. There was no worry, nor fever, nor fret about him, but instead cheerfulness, patience, and unfailing perseverance. His mind, amidst all his sufferings, remained perfectly calm and serene. He went about his daily work with an apparently charmed life, as if he had the strength of many men in him. Yet all the while he knew he was dying, his chief anxiety being to conceal his state from those about him at home, to whom the knowledge of his actual condition would have been inexpressibly distressing. "I am cheerful among strangers," he said, and tried to live day by day as a dying man. He went on teaching as before, lecturing to the Architectural Institute and to the School of Arts. One day, after a lecture before the latter institute, he lay down to rest, and was shortly awakened by the rupture of a blood vessel, which occasioned him the loss of a considerable quantity of blood. He did not experience the despair and agony that Keats did on a like occasion, though he equally knew that the messenger of death had come and was waiting for him. He appeared at the family meals as usual, and next day he lectured twice, punctually fulfilling his engagements, but the exertion of speaking was followed by a second attack of hemorrhage. He now became seriously ill, and it was doubted whether he would survive the night. But he did survive, and during his convalescence he was appointed to an important public office, that of Director of the Scottish Industrial Museum, which involved a great amount of labour, as well as lecturing in his capacity of Professor of Technology, which he held in connection with the office. From this time forward, his dear museum, as he called it, absorbed all his surplus energies. While busily occupied in collecting models and specimens for the museum, he filled up his odds and ends of time in lecturing to ragged schools, ragged kirks, and medical missionary societies. He gave himself no rest, either of mind or body, and to die working was the fate he envied. His mind would not give in, but his poor body was forced to yield, and a severe attack of hemorrhage, bleeding from both lungs and stomach, compelled him to relax in his labours. "For a month, or some 40 days," he wrote, "a dreadful Lent, the mind has blown geographically from Araby the Blessed, but thermometrically from Iceland the Accursed. I have been made a prisoner of war, hit by an icicle in the lungs, and have shivered and burned alternately for a large portion of the last month, and spat blood till I grew pale with coughing. Now I am better, and tomorrow I give my concluding lecture, thankful that I have contrived, notwithstanding all my troubles, to carry on without missing a lecture to the last day of the Faculty of Arts to which I belong. How long was it to last? He himself began to wonder, for he had long felt his life as if ebbing away. At length he became languid, weary, and unfit for work. Even the writing of a letter cost him a painful effort, and he felt as if to lie down and sleep were the only things worth doing. Yet shortly after, to help a Sunday school, he wrote his 5 Gateways of Knowledge as a lecture, and afterwards expanded it into a book. He also recovered strength sufficient to enable him to proceed with his lectures to the institutions to which he belonged, besides on various occasions undertaking to do other people's work. "I am looked down upon as good as mad," he wrote to his brother, "because, on a hasty notice, I took a defaulting lecturer's place at the Philosophical Institution, and discoursed on the polarization of light. But I like work, it is a family weakness." Then followed chronic malaise, sleepless nights, days of pain, and more spitting of blood. "My only painless moments," he says, "were when lecturing." In this state of prostration and disease, the indefatigable man undertook to write the life of Edward Forbes, and he did it, like everything he undertook, with admirable ability. He proceeded with his lectures as usual. To an association of teachers he delivered a discourse on the educational value of industrial science. After he had spoken to his audience for an hour, he left them to say whether he should go on or not, and they cheered him on to another half-hour's address. "It is curious," he wrote, "the feeling of having an audience, like clay in your hands, to mould for a season as you please. It is terribly responsible power. I do not mean for a moment to imply that I am indifferent to the good opinion of others, for otherwise, but again this is much less a concern with me than to deserve it. It was not so once. I had no wish for unmerited praise, but I was too ready to settle that I did merit it. Now the word duty seems to me the biggest word in the world, and is uppermost in all my serious doings." This was written only about 4 months before his death. A little later he wrote, "I spin my thread of life from week to week rather than from year to year." Constant attacks of bleeding from the lungs sapped his little remaining strength, but did not altogether disable him from lecturing. He was amused by one of his friends proposing to put him under trustees for the purpose of looking after his health, but he would not be restrained from working, so long as a vestige of strength remained. One day in the autumn of 1859, he returned from his customary lecture in the University of Edinburgh with a severe pain in his side. He was scarcely able to crawl upstairs. Medical aid was sent for, and he was pronounced to be suffering from pleurisy and inflammation of the lungs. His enfeebled frame was ill able to resist so severe a disease, and he sank peacefully to the rest he so longed for after a few days' illness. "Wrong not the dead with tears. A glorious bright tomorrow endeth a weary life of pain and sorrow." The life of George Wilson, so admirably and affectionately related by his sister, is probably one of the most marvellous records of pain and long-suffering, and yet of persistent, noble, and useful work, that is to be found in the whole history of literature. His entire career was indeed but a prolonged illustration of the lines which he himself addressed to his deceased friend, Dr. John Reed, a like-minded man, whose memoir he wrote. "Thou wert a daily lesson of courage, hope, and faith. We wondered at thee living, we envied thee thy death. Thou wert so meek and reverent, so resolute of will, so bold to bear the uttermost, and yet so calm and still." End of section 27.
Section 28 of Character. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kristen Hand. Character by Samuel Smiles. Chapter 8, Part A, Temper. Temper is 9/10 of Christianity. Bishop Wilson. Heaven is a temper, not a place. Dr. Chalmers. And should my youth, as youth is apt, I know, some harshness show, all vain asperities I day by day would wear away, till the smooth temper of my age should be like the high leaves upon the holly tree. Southey. Even power itself hath not one half the might of gentleness. Leigh Hunt. It has been said that men succeed in life quite as much by their temper as by their talents. However this may be, it is certain that their happiness in life depends mainly upon their equanimity of disposition, their patience and forbearance, and their kindness and thoughtfulness for those about them. It is really true what Plato says, that in seeking the good of others we find our own. There are some natures so happily constituted that they can find good in everything. There is no calamity so great but they can adduce comfort and consolation from it. No sky so black but they can discover a gleam of sunshine issuing through it from some quarter or another. And if the sun be not visible to their eyes, they at least comfort themselves with the thought that it is there, though veiled from them for some good and wise purpose. Such happy natures are to be envied. They have a beam in the eye, a beam of pleasure, gladness, religious cheerfulness, philosophy, call it what you will. Sunshine is about their hearts, and their mind gilds with its own hues all that it looks upon. When they have burdens to bear, they bear them cheerfully, not repining, nor fretting, nor wasting their energies in useless lamentation, but struggling onward manfully, gathering up such flowers as lie along their path. Let it not for a moment be supposed that men such as those we speak of are weak and unreflective. The largest and most comprehensive natures are generally also the most cheerful, the most loving, the most hopeful, the most trustful. It is the wise man, of large vision, who is the quickest to discern the moral sunshine gleaming through the darkest cloud. In present evil he sees prospective good. In pain he recognizes the effort of nature to restore health. In trials he finds correction and discipline, and in sorrow and suffering he gathers courage, knowledge, and the best practical wisdom. When Jeremy Taylor had lost all, when his house had been plundered, and his family driven out of doors, and all his worldly estate had been sequestrated, he could still write this: I am fallen into the hands of publicans and sequestrators, and they have taken all from me. What now? Let me look about me. They have left me the sun and moon, a loving wife, and many friends to pity me, and some to relieve me. And I can still discourse, and unless I list, they have not taken away my merry countenance, and my cheerful spirit, and a good conscience. They have still left me the providence of God, and all the promises of the gospel, and my religion, and my hopes of heaven, and my charity to them too. And still I sleep and digest, I eat and drink, I read and meditate, and he that hath so many causes of joy, and so great, is very much in love with sorrow and peevishness, who loves all these pleasures, and chooses to sit down upon his little handful of thorns. Although cheerfulness of disposition is very much a matter of inborn temperament, it is also capable of being trained and cultivated like any other habit. We may make the best of life, or we may make the worst of it, and it depends very much upon ourselves whether we extract joy or misery from it. There are always two sides of life on which we can look, according as we choose, the bright side or the gloomy. We can bring the power of the will to bear in making the choice, and thus cultivate the habit of being happy, or the reverse. We can encourage the disposition of looking at the brightest side of things instead of the darkest. And while we see the cloud, let us not shut our eyes to the silver lining. The beam in the eye sheds brightness, beauty, and joy upon life in all its phases. It shines upon coldness and warms it, upon suffering and comforts it, upon ignorance and enlightens it, upon sorrow and cheers it. The beam in the eye gives luster to intellect and brightens beauty itself. Without it, the sunshine of life is not felt, flowers bloom in vain, The marvels of heaven and earth are not seen or acknowledged, and creation is but a dreary, lifeless, soulless blank. While cheerfulness of disposition is a great source of enjoyment in life, it is also a great safeguard of character. A devotional writer of the present day, in answer to the question, "How are we to overcome temptation?" says, "Cheerfulness is the first thing, cheerfulness is the second, and cheerfulness is the third." It furnishes the best soil for the growth of goodness of wisdom. It is also the best of moral and mental tonics. "The best cordial of all," said Dr. Marshall Hall to one of his patients, "is cheerfulness." And Solomon has said, that a merry heart doeth good like a medicine. When Luther was once applied to for a remedy against melancholy, his advice was, gaiety and courage. Innocent gaiety and rational, honorable courage are the best medicine for young men, and for old men too, for all men against sad thoughts. Next to music, if not before it, Luther loved children and flowers. The great gnarled man had a heart as tender as a woman's. Cheerfulness is also an excellent wearing quality. It has been called the bright weather of the heart. It gives harmony of soul and is a perpetual song without words. It is tantamount to repose. It enables nature to recruit its strength, whereas worry and discontent debilitate it, involving constant wear and tear. How is it that we see such men as Lord Palmerston growing old in harness, working on vigorously to the end? Mainly through equanimity of temper and habitual cheerfulness. They have educated themselves in the habit of endurance, of not being easily provoked, of bearing and forbearing, of hearing harsh and even unjust things said of them without indulging in undue resentment, and avoiding worrying, petty, and self-tormenting cares. An intimate friend of Lord Palmerston, who observed him closely for 20 years, has said that he never saw him angry, with perhaps one exception, and that was when the ministry responsible for the calamity in Afghanistan, of which he was one, were unjustly accused by their opponents of falsehood, perjury, and willful mutilation of public documents. So far as can be learnt from biography, men of the greatest genius have been for the most part cheerful, contented men, not eager for reputation, money, or power, but relishing life and keenly susceptible of enjoyment, as we find reflected in their works. Such seem to have been Homer, Horace, Virgil, Montaigne, Shakespeare, Cervantes. Healthy, serene cheerfulness is apparent in their great creations. Among the same class of cheerful-minded men may also be mentioned Luther, More, Bacon, Leonardo da Vinci, Raphael, and Michelangelo. Perhaps they were happy because constantly occupied and in the pleasantest of all work, that of creating out of the fullness and richness of their great minds. Milton, too, though a man of many trials and sufferings, may have been a man of great cheerfulness and elasticity of nature. Though overtaken by blindness, deserted by friends, and fallen upon evil days, darkness before and danger's voice behind, yet he did not bate heart or hope, but still bore up and steered right onward. Henry Fielding was a man borne down through life by debt and difficulty and bodily suffering, and yet Lady Mary Wortley Montagu has said of him that by virtue of his cheerful disposition she was persuaded he had known more happy moments than any person on earth. Dr. Johnson, through all his trials and sufferings and hard fights with fortune, was a courageous and cheerful-natured man. He manfully made the best of life and tried to be glad in it. Once, when a clergyman was complaining of the dullness of society in the country, saying, "They only talk of runts," 17 young cows, Johnson felt flattered by the observation of Mrs. Thrale's mother, who said, "Sir, Dr. Johnson would learn to talk of runts," meaning that he was a man who would make the most of his situation, whatever it was. Johnson was of opinion that a man grew better as he grew older, and that his nature mellowed with age. This is certainly a much more cheerful view of human nature than that of Lord Chesterfield, who saw life through the eyes of a cynic, and held that the heart never grows better by age, it only grows harder. But both sayings may be true according to the point from which life is viewed, and the temper by which man is governed. For while the good, profiting by experience and disciplining themselves by self-control, will grow better, the ill-conditioned, uninfluenced by experience, will only grow worse. Sir Walter Scott was a man full of the milk of human kindness. Everybody loved him. He was never 5 minutes in a room ere the little pets of the family, whether dumb or lisping, had found out his kindness for all their generation. Scott related to Captain Basil Hall an incident of his boyhood which showed the tenderness of his nature. One day, a dog coming towards him, he took up a big stone, threw it, and hit the dog. The poor creature had strength enough left to crawl up to him and lick his feet, although he saw its leg was broken. The incident, he said, had given him the bitterest remorse in his after life, but he added, an early circumstance of that kind, properly reflected on, is calculated to have the best effect on one's character throughout life. "Give me an honest laughter," Scott would say, and he himself laughed the heart's laugh. He had a kind word for everybody, and his kindness acted all round him like a contagion, dispelling the reserve and awe which his great name was calculated to inspire. "He'll come here," said the keeper of the ruins of Melrose Abbey to Washington Irving. "He'll come here sometimes, with great folks in his company, and the first I'll know of it is hearing his voice calling out, 'Johnny, Johnny Bower!' And when I go out, I'm sure to be greeted with a joke or a pleasant word. He'll stand and crack and laugh with me just like an old wife, and to think that of a man that has such an awful knowledge of history." Dr. Arnold was a man of the same hearty cordiality of manner, full of human sympathy. There was not a particle of affectation or pretense of condescension about him. "I never knew such a humble man as the doctor," said the parish clerk at Laleham. "He comes and shakes us by the hand as if he was one of us." "He used to come to my house," said an old woman near Fox How, "and talk to me as if I were a lady." Sydney Smith was another illustration of the power of cheerfulness. He was ever ready to look on the bright side of things. The darkest cloud had to him its silver lining. Whether working as country curate or as parish rector, he was always kind, laborious, patient, and exemplary, exhibiting in every sphere of life the spirit of a Christian, the kindness of a pastor, and the honor of a gentleman. In his leisure he employed his pen on the side of justice, freedom, education, toleration, emancipation, and his writings, though full of common sense and bright humor, are never vulgar, nor did he ever pander to popularity or prejudice. His good spirits, thanks to his natural vivacity and stamina of constitution, never forsook him, and in his old age, when borne down by disease, he wrote to a friend, "I have gout, asthma, and 7 other maladies, but I am otherwise very well." In one of the last letters he wrote to Lady Carlisle, he said, "If you hear of 16 or 18 pounds of flesh wanting an owner, they belong to me. I look as if a curate had been taken out of me." Great men of science have for the most part been patient, laborious, cheerful-minded men. Such were Galileo, Descartes, Newton, and Laplace. Euler the mathematician, one of the greatest of natural philosophers, was a distinguished instance. Towards the close of his life he became completely blind, but he went on writing as cheerfully as before, supplying the want of sight by various ingenious mechanical devices, and by the increased cultivation of his memory, which became exceedingly tenacious. His chief pleasure was in the society of his grandchildren, to whom he taught their little lessons in the intervals of his severer studies. In like manner, Professor Robison of Edinburgh, the first editor of the Encyclopaedia Britannica, when disabled from work by a lingering and painful disorder, found his chief pleasure in the society of his grandchild. "I am infinitely delighted," he wrote to James Watt, "with observing the growth of its little soul, and particularly with its numberless instincts, which formerly passed unheeded. I thank the French theorists for more forcibly directing my attention to the finger of God which I discern in every awkward movement and every wayward whim. They are all guardians of his life and growth and power. I regret indeed that I have not time to make infancy and the development of its powers my sole study." One of the sorest trials of a man's temper and patience was that which befell Abauzit, the natural philosopher, while residing at Geneva, resembling in many respects a similar calamity which occurred to Newton, and which he bore with equal resignation. Amongst other things, Abauzit devoted much study to the barometer and its variations, with the object of deducing the general laws which regulated atmospheric pressure. During 27 years he made numerous observations daily, recording them on sheets prepared for the purpose. One day, when a new servant was installed in the house, she immediately proceeded to display her zeal by putting things to rights. Abauzit's study, amongst other rooms, was made tidy and set in order. When he entered it, he asked of the servant, "What have you done with the paper that was round the barometer?" "Oh, sir," was the reply, "it was so dirty that I burnt it, and put in its place this paper, which you will see is quite new." Bowsett crossed his arms, and after some moments of internal struggle, he said, in a tone of calmness and resignation, "You have destroyed the results of 27 years' labor. In future, touch nothing whatever in this room." End of section 28. Section 29 of Character. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kristen Hand. Character by Samuel Smiles. Chapter 8, Part B. Temper. The study of natural history, more than that of any other branch of science, seems to be accompanied by unusual cheerfulness and equanimity of temper on the part of its votaries, the result of which is, that the life of naturalists is on the whole more prolonged than that of any other class of men in science. A member of the Linnean Society has informed us that of 14 members who died in 1870, 2 were over 90, 5 were over 80, and 2 were over 70. The average age of all the members who died in that year was 75. Addison, the French botanist, was about 70 years old when the Revolution broke out, and amidst the shock he lost everything, his fortune, his places, and his gardens. But his patience, courage, and resignation never forsook him. He became reduced to the greatest straits, and even wanted food and clothing, yet his ardor of investigation remained the same. Once, when the Institute invited him, as being one of its oldest members, to assist at a séance, his answer was that he regretted he could not attend for want of shoes. "It was a touching sight," says Cuvier, "to see the poor old man, bent over the embers of a decaying fire, trying to trace characters with a feeble hand on the little bit of paper which he held, forgetting all the pains of life in some new idea in natural history, which came to him like some beneficent fairy to cheer him in his loneliness." The Directory eventually gave him a small pension, which Napoleon doubled, and at length easeful death came to his relief in his 79th year. A clause in his will, as to the manner of his funeral, illustrates the character of the man. He directed that a garland of flowers, provided by 58 families whom he had established in life, should be the only decoration of his coffin, a slight but touching image of the more durable monument which he had erected for himself in his works. Such are only a few instances of the cheerful workingness of great men, which might indeed be multiplied to any extent. All large healthy natures are cheerful as well as hopeful. Their example is also contagious and diffusive, brightening and cheering all who come within reach of their influence. It was said of Sir John Malcolm, when he appeared in a saddened camp in India, that it was like a gleam of sunlight. No man left him without a smile on his face. He was Boy Malcolm still. It was impossible to resist the fascination of his genial presence. There was the same joyousness of nature about Edmund Burke. Once at a dinner at Sir Joshua Reynolds's, when the conversation turned upon the suitability of liquors for particular temperaments, Johnson said, "Claret is for boys, port for men, and brandy for heroes." "Then," said Burke, "let me have claret. I love to be a boy, and to have the careless gaiety of boyish days." And so it is that there are old young men and young old men, some who are as joyous and cheerful as boys in their old age, and others who are as morose and cheerless as saddened old men while still in their boyhood. In the presence of some priggish youths, we have heard a cheerful old man declare that apparently there would soon be nothing but old boys left. Cheerfulness, being generous and genial, joyous and hearty, is never the characteristic of prigs. Goethe used to exclaim of goody-goody persons, "Oh, if they had but the heart to commit an absurdity." This was when he thought they wanted hardiness and nature. "Pretty dolls" was his expression when speaking of them and turning away. The true basis of cheerfulness is love, hope, and patience. Love evokes love and begets loving kindness. Love cherishes hopeful and generous thoughts of others. It is charitable, gentle, and truthful. It is a discerner of good. It turns to the brightest side of things, and its face is ever directed towards happiness. It sees the glory in the grass, the sunshine on the flower. It encourages happy thoughts and lives in an atmosphere of cheerfulness. It costs nothing and yet is invaluable, for it blesses its possessor and grows up in abundant happiness in the bosoms of others. Even its sorrows are linked with pleasures, and its very tears are sweet. Bentham lays it down as a principle that a man becomes rich in his own stock of pleasures in proportion to the amount he distributes to others. His kindness will evoke kindness, and his happiness be increased by his own benevolence. Kind words, he says, cost no more than unkind ones. Kind words produce kind actions, not only on the part of him to whom they are addressed, but on the part of him by whom they are employed. And this is not incidentally only, but habitually, in virtue of the principle of association. It may indeed happen that the effort of beneficence may not benefit those for whom it was intended, but when wisely directed it must benefit the person from whom it emanates. Good and friendly conduct may meet with an unworthy and ungrateful return, but the absence of gratitude on the part of the receiver cannot destroy the self-approbation which recompenses the giver, and we may scatter the seeds of courtesy and kindliness around us at so little expense. Some of them will inevitably fall on good ground and grow up into benevolence in the minds of others, and all of them will bear fruit of happiness in the bosom whence they spring. Once blessed are all the virtues always, twice blessed sometimes. The poet Rogers used to tell a story of a little girl, a great favorite with everyone who knew her. Someone said to her, "Why does everybody love you so much?" She answered, "I think it is because I love everybody so much." This little story is capable of a very wide application, for our happiness as human beings, generally speaking, will be found to be very much in proportion to the number of things we love, and the number of things that love us. And the greatest worldly success, however honestly achieved, will contribute comparatively little to happiness, unless it be accompanied by a lively benevolence towards every human being. Kindness is indeed a great power in the world. Leigh Hunt has truly said, "Power itself hath not one half the might of gentleness." Men are always best governed through their affections. There is a French proverb which says that "Les hommes se prennent par la douceur," and a coarser English one to the effect that more wasps are caught by honey than by vinegar. Every act of kindness, says Bentham, is in fact an exercise of power, and a stock of friendship laid up, and why should not power exercise itself in the production of pleasure as of pain? Kindness does not consist in gifts, but in gentleness and generosity of spirit. Men may give their money which comes from the purse, and withhold their kindness which comes from the heart. The kindness that displays itself in giving money does not amount to much, and often does quite as much harm as good, but the kindness of true sympathy, of thoughtful help, is never without beneficent results. The good temper that displays itself in kindness must not be confounded with softness or silliness. In its best form it is not a merely passive, but an active condition of being. It is not by any means indifferent, but largely sympathetic. It does not characterize the lowest and most gelatinous forms of human life, but those that are the most highly organized. True kindness cherishes and actively promotes all reasonable instrumentalities for doing practical good in its own time, and looking into futurity, sees the same spirit working on for the eventual elevation and happiness of the race. It is the kindly dispositioned men who are the active men of the world, while the selfish and the skeptical, who have no love but for themselves, are its idlers. Buffon used to say that he would give nothing for a young man who did not begin life with an enthusiasm of some sort. It showed that at least he had faith in something good, lofty, and generous, even if unattainable. Egotism, skepticism, and selfishness are always miserable companions in life, and they are especially unnatural in youth. The egotist is next door to a fanatic. Constantly occupied with self, he has no thought to spare for others. He refers to himself in all things, thinks of himself, and studies himself until his own little self becomes his own little God. Worst of all are the grumblers and growlers at fortune, who find that whatever is wrong, and will do nothing to set matters right, who declare all to be barren from Dan even to Beersheba. These grumblers are invariably found the least efficient helpers in the school of life. As the worst workmen are usually the readiest to strike, so the least industrious members of society are the readiest to complain. The worst wheel of all is the one that creaks. There is such a thing as the cherishing of discontent until the feeling becomes morbid. The jaundiced see everything about them yellow. The ill-conditioned think all things awry and the whole world out of joint. All is vanity and vexation of spirit. The little girl in Punch, who found her doll stuffed with bran and forthwith declared everything to be hollow and wanted to go into a nunnery, had her counterpart in real life. Many full-grown people are quite as morbidly unreasonable. There are those who may be said to enjoy bad health. They regard it as a sort of property. They can speak of my headache, my backache, and so forth, until in course of time it becomes their most cherished possession. But perhaps it is the source to them of much coveted sympathy, without which they might find themselves of comparatively little importance in the world. We have to be on our guard against small troubles, which by encouraging we are apt to magnify into great ones. Indeed, the chief source of worry in the world is not real but imaginary evil, small vexations and trivial afflictions. In the presence of a great sorrow, all petty troubles disappear, but we are too ready to take some cherished misery to our bosom and to pet it there. Very often it is the child of our fancy, and forgetful of the many means of happiness which lie within our reach, we indulge this spoiled child of ours until it masters us. We shut the door against cheerfulness and surround ourselves with gloom. The habit gives a coloring to our life. We grow querulous, moody, and unsympathetic. Our conversation becomes full of regrets. We are harsh in our judgment of others. We are unsociable and think everybody else is so. We make our breast a storehouse of pain, which we inflict upon ourselves as well as upon others. This disposition is encouraged by selfishness. Indeed, it is for the most part selfishness unmingled, without any admixture of sympathy or consideration for the feelings of those about us. It is simply willfulness in the wrong direction. It is willful because it might be avoided. Let the necessitarians argue as they may, freedom of will and action is the possession of every man and woman. It is sometimes our glory, and very often it is our shame. All depends upon the manner in which it is used. We can choose to look at the bright side of things or at the dark. We can follow good and eschew evil thoughts. We can be wrong-headed and wrong-hearted, or the reverse, as we ourselves determine. The world will be to each one of us very much what we make it. The cheerful are its real possessors, for the world belongs to those who enjoy it. It must, however, be admitted that there are cases beyond the reach of the moralist. Once, when a miserable-looking dyspeptic called upon a leading physician and laid his case before him. "Oh," said the doctor, "you only want a good hearty laugh. Go and see Grimaldi." "Alas," said the miserable patient, "I am Grimaldi." So, when Smollett, oppressed by disease, travelled over Europe in the hope of finding health, he saw everything through his own jaundiced eyes. "I'll tell it," said Smelfungus to the world. "You had better tell it," said Sterne to your physician. The restless, anxious, dissatisfied temper that is ever ready to run and meet care halfway is fatal to all happiness and peace of mind. How often do we see men and women set themselves about as if with stiff bristles, so that one dare scarcely approach them without fear of being pricked. For want of a little occasional command over one's temper, an amount of misery is occasioned in society which is positively frightful. Thus enjoyment is turned into bitterness, and life becomes like a journey, barefooted amongst thorns and briars and prickles. Though sometimes small evils, says Richard Sharp, like invisible insects inflict great pain, and a single hair may stop a vast machine, yet the chief secret of comfort lies in not suffering trifles to vex us, and in prudently cultivating an undergrowth of small pleasures, since very few great ones, alas, are let on long leases. St. Francis de Sales treats the same topic from the Christian's point of view. How carefully, he says, should we cherish the little virtues which spring up at the foot of the cross. When the saint was asked, "What virtues do you mean?" he replied, "Humility, patience, meekness, benignity, bearing one another's burden, condescension, softness of heart, cheerfulness, cordiality, compassion, forgiving injuries, simplicity, candor. all, in short, of that sort of little virtues. They, like unobtrusive violets, love the shade, like them are sustained by dew, and though, like them, they make little show, they shed a sweet odor on all around. And again he said, if you would fall into any extreme, let it be on the side of gentleness. The human mind is so constructed that it resists rigor and yields to softness. A mild word quenches anger as water quenches the rage of fire, and by benignity any soil may be rendered fruitful. Truth, uttered with courtesy, is heaping coals of fire on the head, or rather throwing roses in the face. How can we resist a foe whose weapons are pearls and diamonds? Meeting evils by anticipation is not the way to overcome them. If we perpetually carry our burdens about with us, they will soon bear us down under their load. When evil comes, we must deal with it bravely and hopefully. What Perthes wrote to a young man who seemed to him inclined to take trifles as well as sorrows too much to heart was doubtless good advice. Go forward with hope and confidence. This is the advice given thee by an old man who has had a full share of the burden and heat of life's day. We must ever stand upright, happen what may, and for this end we must cheerfully resign ourselves to the varied influences of this many-colored life. You may call this levity, and you are partly right, for flowers and colors are but trifles light as air. But such levity is a constituent portion of our human nature, without which it would sink under the weight of time. While on earth, we must still play with earth, and with that which blooms and fades upon its breast. The consciousness of this mortal life, being but the way to a higher goal, by no means precludes our playing with it cheerfully, and indeed we must do so, otherwise our energy in action will entirely fail. Cheerfulness also accompanies patience, which is one of the main conditions of happiness and success in life. He that will be served, says George Herbert, must be patient. It was said of the cheerful and patient King Alfred that good fortune accompanied him like a gift of God. Marlborough's expectant calmness was great, and a principal secret of his success as a general. Patience will overcome all things, he wrote to Godolphin in 1702. In the midst of a great emergency, while baffled and opposed by his allies, he said, having done all that is possible, we should submit with patience. Last and chiefest of blessings is hope, the most common of possessions, for as Thales the philosopher said, even those who have nothing else have hope. Hope is the great helper of the poor. It has even been styled the poor man's bread. It is also the sustainer and inspirer of great deeds. It is recorded of Alexander the Great that when he succeeded to the throne of Macedon, he gave away amongst his friends the greater part of the estates which his father had left him. And when Perdiccas asked him what he reserved for himself, Alexander answered, the greatest possession of all, hope. The pleasures of memory, however great, are stale compared with those of hope, for hope is the parent of all effort and endeavor, and every gift of noble origin is breathed upon by hope's perpetual breath. It may be said to be the moral engine that moves the world and keeps it in action, and at the end of all there stands before us what Robertson of Ellon styled the great hope. If it were not for hope, said Byron, where would the future be? In hell? It is useless to say where the present is, for most of us know, and as for the past, what predominates in memory? Hope baffled. Ergo, in all human affairs, it is hope, hope, hope. End of section 29.
Section 30 of Character. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Felicia Wang. Character by Samuel Smiles. Chapter 9, Part A. We must be gentle. Now we are gentlemen. Shakespeare. Manners are not idle, but the fruit of noble nature and of loyal mind. Tennyson. A beautiful behavior is better than a beautiful form. It gives a higher pleasure than statues and pictures. It is the finest of the fine arts. Emerson. Manners are often too much neglected. They are most important to men, no less than to women. Life is too short to get over a bad manner. Besides, manners are the shadows of virtues. The Rev. Sydney Smith. Manner is one of the principal external graces of character. It is the ornament of action, and often makes the commonest offices beautiful by the way in which it performs them. It is a happy way of doing things, adorning even the smallest details of life, and contributing to render it, as a whole, agreeable and pleasant. Manner is not so frivolous or unimportant as some may think it to be, for it tends greatly to facilitate the business of life, as well as to sweeten and soften social intercourse. Virtue itself, says Bishop Middleton, offends when coupled with a forbidding manner. Manner has a good deal to do with the estimation in which men are held by the world, and it has often more influence in the government of others than qualities of much greater depth and substance. A manner at once gracious and cordial is among the greatest aids to success, and many there are who fail for want of it. For a great deal depends upon first impressions, and these are usually favorable or otherwise according to a man's courteousness and civility. While rudeness and gruffness bar doors and shut hearts, kindness and propriety of behavior, in which good manners consist, act as an open sesame everywhere. Doors unbar before them, and they are a passport to the hearts of everybody, young and old. There is a common saying that manners make the man, but this is not so true as that man makes the manners. A man may be gruff and even rude, and yet be good at heart and of sterling character. Yet he would doubtless be a much more agreeable and probably a much more useful man were he to exhibit that suavity of disposition and courtesy of manner which always gives a finish to the true gentleman. Mrs. Hutchinson, in the noble portraiture of her husband, to which we have already had occasion to refer, thus describes his manly courteousness and affability of disposition. I cannot say whether he were more truly magnanimous or less proud. He never disdained the meanest person, nor flattered the greatest. He had a loving and sweet courtesy to the poorest, and would often employ many spare hours with the commonest soldiers and poorest laborers, but still so ordering his familiarity that it never raised them to contempt, but entertained still at the same time a reverence and love of him. A man's manner, to a certain extent, indicates his character. It is the external exponent of his inner nature. It indicates his taste, his feelings, and his temper, as well as the society to which he has been accustomed. There is a conventional manner, which is of comparatively little importance. But the natural manner, the outcome of natural gifts, improved by careful self-culture, signifies a great deal. Grace of manner is inspired by sentiment, which is a source of no slight enjoyment to a cultivated mind. Viewed in this light, sentiment is of almost as much importance as talents and acquirements, while it is even more influential in giving the direction to a man's tastes and character. Sympathy is the golden key that unlocks the hearts of others. It not only teaches politeness and courtesy, but gives insight and unfolds wisdom, and may almost be regarded as the crowning grace of humanity. Artificial rules of politeness are of very little use. What passes by the name of etiquette is often of the essence of unpoliteness and untruthfulness. It consists in a great measure of posture-making, and is easily seen through. Even at best, etiquette is but a substitute for good manners, though it is often but their mere counterfeit. Good manners consist, for the most part, in courteousness and kindness. Politeness has been described as the art of showing, by external signs, the internal regard we have for others. But one may be perfectly polite to another without necessarily having a special regard for him. Good manners are neither more nor less than beautiful behavior. It has been well said that a beautiful form is better than a beautiful face, and a beautiful behavior is better than a beautiful form. It gives a higher pleasure than statues or pictures. It is the finest of the fine arts. The truest politeness comes of sincerity. It must be the outcome of the heart, or it will make no lasting impression, for no amount of polish can dispense with truthfulness. The natural character must be allowed to appear, freed of its angularities and asperities. Though politeness, in its best form, should, as St. Francis de Sales says, resemble water, best when clearest, most simple and without taste, yet genius in a man will always cover many defects of manner, and much will be excused to the strong and the original. Without genuineness and individuality, human life would lose much of its interest and variety, as well as its manliness and robustness of character. True courtesy is kind. It exhibits itself in the disposition to contribute to the happiness of others, and in refraining from all that may annoy them. It is grateful as well as kind, and readily acknowledges kind actions. Curiously enough, Captain Speke found this quality of character recognized even by the natives of Uganda on the shores of Lake Nyanza in the heart of Africa, where he says, "Ingratitude or neglecting to thank a person for a benefit conferred is punishable." True politeness especially exhibits itself in regard for the personality of others. A man will respect the individuality of another if he wishes to be respected himself. He will have due regard for his views and opinions, even though they differ from his own. The well-mannered man pays a compliment to another, and sometimes even secures his respect by patiently listening to him. He is simply tolerant and forbearant, and refrains from judging harshly, and harsh judgments of others will almost invariably provoke harsh judgments of ourselves. The unpolite, impulsive man will, however, sometimes rather lose his friend than his joke. He may surely be pronounced a very foolish person who secures another's hatred at the price of a moment's gratification. It was a saying of Brunel the engineer, himself one of the kindest-natured of men, that spite and ill nature are among the most expensive luxuries in life. Dr. Johnson once said, "Sir, a man has no more right to say an uncivil thing than to act one, no more right to say a rude thing to another than to knock him down." A sensible, polite person does not assume to be better or wiser or richer than his neighbor. He does not boast of his rank or his birth or his country, or look down upon others because they have not been born to like privileges with himself. He does not brag of his achievements or of his calling, or talk shop whenever he opens his mouth. On the contrary, in all that he says or does, he will be modest, unpretentious, unassuming, exhibiting his true character in performing rather than in boasting, in doing rather than in talking. Want of respect for the feelings of others usually originates in selfishness and issues in hardness and repulsiveness of manner. It may not proceed from malignity so much as from want of sympathy and want of delicacy, a want of that perception of and attention to those little and apparently trifling things by which pleasure is given or pain occasioned to others. Indeed, it may be said that in self-sacrificingness, so to speak, in the ordinary intercourse of life, mainly consists the difference between being well and ill-bred. Without some degree of self-restraint in society, a man may be found almost insufferable. No one has pleasure in holding intercourse with such a person, and he is a constant source of annoyance to those about him. For want of self-restraint, many men are engaged all their lives in fighting with difficulties of their own making, and rendering success impossible by their own cross-grained ungentleness, whilst others, and maybe much less gifted, make their way and achieve success by simple patience, equanimity, and self-control. It has been said that men succeed in life quite as much by their temper as by their talents. However this may be, it is certain that their happiness depends mainly on their temperament, especially upon their disposition to be cheerful, upon their complacence, kindliness of manner, and willingness to oblige others, details of conduct which are like the small change in the intercourse of life, and are always in request. Men may show their disregard of others in various unpolite ways, as, for instance, by neglect of propriety in dress, by the absence of cleanliness, or by indulging in repulsive habits. The slovenly, dirty person, by rendering himself physically disagreeable, sets the tastes and feelings of others at defiance, and is rude and uncivil only under another form. David Ancien, a Huguenot preacher of singular attractiveness, who studied and composed his sermons with the greatest care, was accustomed to say that it was showing too little esteem for the public to take no pains in preparation, and that a man who should appear on a ceremonial day in his nightcap and dressing-gown could not commit a greater breach of civility. The perfection of manner is ease, that it attracts no man's notice as such, but is natural and unaffected. Artifice is incompatible with courteous frankness of manner. Rochefoucauld had said that nothing so much prevents our being natural as the desire of appearing so. Thus we come round again to sincerity and truthfulness, which find their outward expression in graciousness, urbanity, kindliness, and consideration for the feelings of others. The frank and cordial man sets those about him at their ease. He warms and elevates them by his presence, and wins all hearts. Thus manner, in its highest form, like character, becomes a genuine motive power. The love and admiration, says Canon Kingsley, which that truly brave and loving man, Sir Sidney Smith, won from everyone, rich and poor, with whom he came in contact, seems to have arisen from the one fact, that without, perhaps, having any such conscious intention, he treated rich and poor, his own servants and the noblemen his guests, alike, and alike courteously, considerately, cheerfully, affectionately, so leaving a blessing and reaping a blessing wherever he went. Good manners are usually supposed to be the peculiar characteristic of persons gently born and bred, and of persons moving in the higher rather than in the lower spheres of society. And this is no doubt to a great extent true, because of the more favorable surroundings of the former in early life. But there is no reason why the poorest classes should not practice good manners towards each other as well as the richest. End of section 30. Recording by Felicia Wang.
Section 31 of Character. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Wayne Cook. Character by Samuel Smiles. Chapter 6, Part B. Manner, Art. Men who toil with their hands, equally with those who do not, may respect themselves and respect one another. It is by their demeanor to each other, in other words, by their manners, that self-respect as well as mutual respect are indicated. There is scarcely a moment in their lives the enjoyment of which might not be enhanced by kindliness of this sort, in the workshop, in the street, or at home. The civil workman will exercise increased power amongst his class and gradually induce them to imitate him by his persistent steadiness, civility, and kindness. Thus Benjamin Franklin, when a working man, is said to have reformed the habits of an entire workshop. One may be polite and gentle with very little money in his purse. Politeness goes far, yet costs nothing. It is the cheapest of all commodities. It is the humblest of the fine arts, yet it is so useful and so pleasure-giving that it might almost be ranked amongst the humanities. Every nation may learn something of others, and if there could be one thing more than another that the English working class might afford to copy with advantage from their continental neighbors, it is their politeness. The French and Germans, even of the humblest classes, are gracious in manner, complaisant, cordial, and well-bred. The foreign workman lifts his cap and respectfully salutes his fellow workmen in passing. There is no sacrifice of manliness in this, but grace and dignity. Even the lowest poverty of the foreign work people is not misery, simply because it is cheerful. Though not receiving one half the income which our working classes do, they do not sink into wretchedness and drown their troubles in drink, but contrive to make the best of life and to enjoy it even amidst poverty. Good taste is a true economist. It may be practiced on small means and sweeten the lot of labor as well as of ease. It is all the more enjoyed, indeed, when associated with industry and the performance of duty. Even the lot of poverty is elevated by taste. It exhibits itself in the economies of the household. It gives brightness and grace to the humblest dwelling. It produces refinement, it engenders goodwill, and creates an atmosphere of cheerfulness. Thus, good taste, associated with kindliness, sympathy, and intelligence, may elevate and adorn even the lowliest lot. The first and best school of manners, as of character, is always the home, where woman is the teacher. The manners of society at large are but the reflex of the manners of our collective homes, neither better nor worse. Yet with all the disadvantages of ungenial homes, men may practice self-culture of manner as of intellect, and learn by good examples to cultivate a graceful and agreeable behavior towards others. Most men are like so many gems in the rough, which need polishing by contact with other and better natures to bring out their full beauty and luster. Some have but one side polished, sufficient only to show the delicate graining of the interior. But to bring out the full qualities of the gem needs the discipline of experience and contact with the best examples of character in the intercourse of daily life. A good deal of the success of manner consists in tact. And it is because women, on the whole, have greater tact than men, they prove its most influential teachers. They have more self-restraint than men and are naturally more gracious and polite. They possess an intuitive quickness and readiness of action, have a keener insight into character, and exhibit greater discrimination and address. In matters of social detail, aptness and dexterity come to them like nature, and hence well-mannered men usually receive their best culture by mixing in the society of gentle and adroit women. Tact is an intuitive art of manner which carries one through a difficulty better than either talent or knowledge. Talent, says a public writer, is power. Tact is skill. Talent is weight. Tact is momentum. Talent knows what to do. Tact knows how to do it. Talent makes a man respectable. Tact makes him respected. Talent is wealth. Tact is ready money. The difference between a man of quick tact and of no tact whatever was exemplified in an interview which once took place between Lord Palmerston and Mr. Baynes, the sculptor. At the last sitting which Lord Palmerston gave him, Baynes opened the conversation with, "Any news, my lord, from France? How do we stand with Louis Napoleon?" The Foreign Secretary raised his eyebrows for an instant and quietly replied, "Really, Mr. Baynes, I don't know. I have not seen the newspapers." Poor Baynes, with many excellent qualities and much real talent, was one of the many men who entirely missed their way in life through want of tact. Such is the power of manner combined with tact that Wilkes, one of the ugliest of men, used to say that in winning the graces of a lady there was not more than 3 days' difference between him and the handsomest man in England. But this reference to Wilkes reminds us that too much importance must not be attached to manner, for it does not afford any genuine test of character. The well-mannered man may, like Wilkes, be merely acting a part, and that for an immoral purpose. Manner, like other fine arts, gives pleasure and is exceedingly agreeable to look upon, but it may be assumed as a disguise, as men, "assume a virtue, though they have it not." It is but the exterior sign of good conduct, but may be no more than skin deep. The most highly polished person may be thoroughly depraved in heart, and his superfine manners may, after all, only consist in pleasing gestures and in fine phrases. On the other hand, it must be acknowledged that some of the richest and most generous natures have been wanting in the graces of courtesy and politeness. As a rough rind sometimes covers the sweetest fruit, so a rough exterior often conceals a kindly and hearty nature. The blunt man may seem even rude in manner, and yet, at heart, be honest, kind, and gentle. John Knox and Martin Luther were by no means distinguished for their urbanity. They had work to do which needed strong and determined rather than well-mannered men. Indeed, they were both thought to be unnecessarily harsh and violent in their manner. "And who art thou," said Mary Queen of Scots to Knox, "that presumest to school the nobles and sovereigns of this realm?" "Madam," replied Knox, "a subject born within the same." It is said that his boldness or roughness more than once made Queen Mary weep. When Regent Morton heard of this, he said, "Well, 'tis better that women should weep than bearded men." As Knox was retiring from the Queen's presence on one occasion, he overheard one of the royal attendants say to another, "He is not afraid." Turning round upon them, he said, "And why should the pleasing face of a gentleman frighten me? I have looked at the faces of angry men, and yet have not been afraid beyond measure." When the reformer, worn out by excess of labor and anxiety, was at length laid to his rest, the regent, looking down into the open grave, exclaimed, in words which made a strong impression from their aptness and truth, "There lies he who never feared the face of man. Luther also was thought by some to be a mere compound of violence and ruggedness, but, as in the case of Knox, the times in which he lived were rude and violent, and the work he had to do could scarcely have been accomplished with gentleness and suavity. To rouse Europe from its lethargy, he had to speak and to write with force and even vehemence. Yet Luther's vehemence was only in words. His apparently rude exterior covered a warm heart. In private life he was gentle, loving, and affectionate. He was simple and homely, even to commonness. Fond of all common pleasures and enjoyments, he was anything but an austere man or a bigot, for he was hearty, genial, and even jolly. Luther was the common people's hero in his lifetime, and he remains so in Germany to this day. Samuel Johnson was rude and often gruff in manner, but he had been brought up in a rough school. Poverty in early life had made him acquainted with strange companions. He had wandered in the streets with savages for nights together, unable between them to raise money enough to pay for a bed. When his indomitable courage and industry at length secured for him a footing in society, he still bore upon him the scars of his early sorrows and struggles. He was by nature strong and robust, and his experience made him unaccommodating and self-asserting. When he was once asked why he was not invited to dine out as Garrick was, he answered, "Because great lords and ladies did not like to have their mouths stopped." And Johnson was a notorious mouth-stopper, though what he said was always worth listening to. Johnson's companions spoke of him as Ursa Major, but as Goldsmith generously said of him, "No man alive has a more tender heart. He has nothing of the bear about him but his skin." The kindliness of Johnson's nature was shown on one occasion by the manner in which he assisted a supposed lady in crossing Fleet Street. He gave her his arm and led her across, not observing that she was in liquor at the time. But the spirit of the act was not the less kind on that account. On the other hand, the conduct of the bookseller on whom Johnson once called to solicit employment, and who, regarding his athletic but uncouth person, told him he had better, "go buy a porter's knot and carry trunks," in howsoever bland tones the advice might have been communicated, was simply brutal. While capacious of manner, and the habit of disputing and contradicting everything said is chilling and repulsive, the opposite habit of assenting to and sympathizing with every statement made or emotion expressed is almost equally disagreeable. It is unmanly and is felt to be dishonest. It may seem difficult, says Richard Sharp, to steer always between bluntness and plain dealing, between giving merited praise and lavishing indiscriminate flattery. But it is very easy, good humor, kind-heartedness, and perfect simplicity being all that are requisite to do what is right in the right way. At the same time, many are unpolite, not because they mean to be so, but because they are awkward and perhaps know no better. Thus, when Gibbon had published the second and third volumes of his Decline and Fall, the Duke of Cumberland met him one day and accosted him with, "How do you do, Mr. Gibbon? I see you are always at it in the old way. Scribble, scribble, scribble." The Duke probably intended to pay the author a compliment, but did not know how better to do it than in this blunt and apparently rude way. Again, many persons are thought to be stiff, reserved, and proud when they are only shy. Shyness is characteristic of most people of Teutonic race. It has been styled the English mania, but it pervades, to a greater or less degree, all the northern nations. The ordinary Englishman, when he travels abroad, carries his shyness with him. He is stiff, awkward, ungraceful, undemonstrative, and apparently unsympathetic. And though he may assume a brusqueness of manner, the shyness is there and cannot be wholly concealed. The naturally graceful and intensely social French cannot understand such a character. and the Englishman is their standing joke, the subject of their most ludicrous caricatures. George Sand attributes the rigidity of the natives of Albion to a stock of solide britannique, which they carry about with them, that renders them impassive under all circumstances, and, quote, as impervious to the atmosphere of the regions they traverse as a mouse in the center of an exhausted receiver. End of section 31. Section 32 of Character. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Wayne Cook. Character by Samuel Smiles. Chapter 6, Part C. Manner, Art. The average Frenchman or Irishman excels the average Englishman, German, or American in courtesy and ease of manner simply because it is his nature. They are more social and less self-dependent than men of Teutonic origin, more demonstrative and less reticent. They are more communicative, conversational, and freer in their intercourse with each other in all respects, whilst men of German race are comparatively stiff, reserved, shy, and awkward. At the same time, a people may exhibit ease, gaiety, and sprightliness of character, and yet possess no deeper qualities calculated to inspire respect. They may have every grace of manner, and yet be heartless, frivolous, selfish. The character may be on the surface only, and without any solid qualities for a foundation. There can be no doubt as to which of the two sorts of people, the easy and graceful, or the stiff and awkward, is the most agreeable to meet, either in business, in society, or in the casual intercourse of life. Which make the fastest friends, the truest men of their word, and most conscientious performers of their duty, is an entirely different matter. The dry gauche Englishman, to use the French phrase, l'anglais impeter, is certainly a somewhat disagreeable person to meet at first. He looks as if he'd swallowed a poker. He is shy himself, and the cause of shyness in others. He is stiff, not because he is proud, but because he is shy, and he cannot shake it off, even if he would. Indeed, we should not be surprised to find that even the clever writer who describes the English Philistine in all his enormity of awkward manner and absence of grace, were himself as shy as a bat. When two shy men meet, they seem like a couple of icicles. They sidle away and turn their backs on each other in a room, or, when traveling, creep into opposite corners of a railway carriage. When shy Englishmen are about to start a journey by railway, they walk along the train to discover an empty compartment in which to bestow themselves. And when once ensconced, they inwardly hate the next man who comes in. So, on entering the dining room of their club, each shy man looks out for an unoccupied table until sometimes all the tables in the room are occupied by single diners. All this apparent unsociableness is merely shyness, the national characteristic of the Englishman. Quote, "The disciples of Confucius," observed Mr. Arthur Helps, "say that when in the presence of the prince, his manner displayed respectful uneasiness. There could hardly be given any two words which would more fitly describe the manner of most Englishmen when in society." End quote. Perhaps it is due to this feeling that Sir Henry Taylor, in his Statesman, recommends that, in the management of interviews, the minister should be as, quote, "near to the door," end quote, as possible, and instead of bowing his visitor out, that he should take refuge at the end of an interview in the adjoining room. Quote, "Timid and embarrassed men," he says, "will sit as if they were rooted to the spot, when they are conscious that they will have to traverse the length of a room in their retreat. In every case, an interview will find a more easy and pleasing termination when the door is at hand, as the last words are spoken." End quote. The late Prince Albert, one of the gentlest and most amiable, was also one of the most retiring of men. He struggled much against his sense of shyness, but was never able to either conquer or conceal it. His biographer, in explaining its causes, says, quote, "It was the shyness of a very delicate nature that is not sure it will please, and is without the confidence and the vanity which often go to form characters that are outwardly more genial." End quote. But the prince shared this defect with some of the greatest of Englishmen. Sir Isaac Newton was probably the shyest man of his age. He kept secret for a time some of his greatest discoveries for fear of the notoriety they might bring him. His discovery of the binomial theorem and its most important applications, as well as his still greater discovery of the law of gravitation, were not published for years after they were made. And when he communicated to Collins his solution of the theory of the moon's rotation around the earth, he forbade him to insert his name in connection with it in the Philosophical Transactions, saying, "It would perhaps increase my acquaintance, the thing which I chiefly study to decline." From all that can be learned of Shakespeare, it is to be inferred that he was an exceedingly shy man. The manner in which his plays were sent into the world, for it is not known that he edited or authorized the publication of a single one of them, and the dates at which they respectively appeared, are mere matters of conjecture. His appearance in his own plays in second and even third-rate parts, his indifference to reputation, and even his apparent aversion to be held in repute by his contemporaries, his disappearance from London (the seat and center of English histrionic art), so soon as he had realized a moderate competency, and his retirement about the age of 40 for the remainder of his days to a life of obscurity in a small town in the Midland counties, all seem to unite in proving the shrinking nature of the man and his unconquerable shyness. It is also probable that, besides being shy, and his shyness may, like that of Byron, have been increased by his limp, Shakespeare did not possess in any high degree the gift of hope. It is a remarkable circumstance that whilst the great dramatist has, in the course of his writings, copiously illustrated all other gifts, affections, and virtues, the passages are very rare in which hope is mentioned, and then it is usually in desponding and despairing tone, as when he says, "The miserable hath no other medicine, but only hope." Many of his sonnets breathe the spirit of despair and hopelessness. He laments his lameness, apologizes for his profession as an actor, expresses his fear of trust in himself and his hopeless, perhaps misplaced affection, anticipates a coffined doom, and utters his profoundly pathetic cry for restful death. It might naturally be supposed that Shakespeare's profession of an actor and his repeated appearances in public would speedily overcome his shyness, did such exist. But inborn shyness, when strong, is not so easily conquered. Who would have believed that the late Charles Mathews, who entertained crowded houses night after night, was naturally one of the shyest of men? He would even make long circuits, layman though he was, along the by-lanes of London to avoid recognition. His wife says of him that he looked sheepish and confused if recognized, and that his eyes would fall, that his color would mount, if he heard his name even whispered in passing along the streets. Nor would it at first sight have been supposed that Lord Byron was affected with shyness, and yet he was a victim to it. His biographer relating that, while on a visit to Mrs. Pigot in Southwell, when he saw strangers approaching, he would instantly jump out of the window and escape onto the lawn to avoid them. But a still more recent and striking instance is that of the late Archbishop Whately, who, in the early part of his life, was painfully oppressed by the sense of shyness. When at Oxford, his white rough coat and white hat obtained for him the sobriquet of the White Bear, and his manners, according to his own account of himself, corresponded with the appellation. He was directed, by way of remedy, to copy the example of the best-mannered men he met in society. But the attempt to do this only increased his shyness, and he failed. He found that he was all the while thinking of himself rather than of others, whereas thinking of others rather than oneself is of the true essence of politeness. Finding he was making no progress, Whately was driven to utter despair, and then he said to himself, "Why should I endure this torture all my life to no purpose? I would bear it still if there was any success to be hoped for, but since there is not, I will die quietly without taking any more doses. I have tried my very utmost, and I find that I must be as awkward as a bear all my life in spite of it. I will endeavor to think as little about it as a bear, and make up my mind to endure what can't be cured." End quote. From this time forth he struggled to shake off all consciousness to manner, and to disregard censure as much as possible. In adopting this course, he says, quote, "I succeeded beyond my expectations, for I not only got rid of my personal sufferings of shyness, but also of most of the faults of manner which consciousness produces, and acquired at once an easy and natural manner, careless indeed in the extreme, from its originating in a stern defiance of opinion, which I had convinced myself must be ever against me, rough and awkward, for smoothness and grace are quite out of my way, and, of course, tutorially pedantic, but unconscious, and therefore giving expression to that goodwill towards men which I really feel, and these, I believe, are the main points." End quote. Washington, who was an Englishman in his lineage, was also one in his shyness. He is described incidentally by Mr. Josiah Quincy as, quote, "a little stiff in his person, not a little formal in his manner, and not particularly at ease in the presence of strangers. He had the air of country gentlemen not accustomed to mix much in society, perfectly polite, but not easy in his address and conversation, and not graceful in his movements." End quote. Although we are not accustomed to think of modern Americans as shy, the most distinguished American author of our time was probably the shyest of men. Nathaniel Hawthorne was shy to the extent of morbidity. We have observed him, when a stranger entered the room where he was, turn his back for the purpose of avoiding recognition, and yet, when the crust of his shyness was broken, no man could be more cordial and genial than Hawthorne. We observe a remark in one of Hawthorne's lately published notebooks, that on one occasion he met Mr. Helps in society and found him cold, and doubtless Mr. Helps thought the same of him. It was only the case of two shy men meeting, each thinking the other stiff and reserved, and parting before their mutual film of shyness had been removed by a little friendly intercourse. Before pronouncing a hasty judgment in such cases, it would be well to bear in mind the motto of Helvetius, when Bentham also proved such a real treasure for him: "Pour aimer les hommes, il faut attendre peu." We have thus far spoken of shyness as a defect, but there is another way of looking at it, for even shyness has its bright side, and contains an element of good. Shy men and shy races are ungraceful and undemonstrative because, as regards society at large, they are comparatively unsociable. They do not possess those elegances of manner, acquired by free intercourse, which distinguish the social races, because their tendency is to shun society rather than to seek it. They are shy in the presence of strangers, and shy even in their own families. They hide their affections under a robe of reserve, and when they do give way to their feelings, it is only in some very hidden inner chamber. And yet the feelings are there, and not the less healthy and genuine that they are not made the subject of exhibition to others. End of section 32. Section 33 of Character. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Wayne Cook. Character by Samuel Smiles. Chapter 9, Part D. It was not little characteristic of the ancient Germans that the more social and demonstrative peoples by whom they were surrounded should have characterized them as the Nemec, or dumb men. And the same designation might equally apply to the modern English, as compared, for example, with their nimble, more communicative and vocal, and in all respects more social neighbors, the modern French and Irish. But there is one characteristic which marks the English people, as it did the races from which they have mainly sprung, and that is their intense love of home. Give the Englishman a home, and he is comparatively indifferent to society. For the sake of a holding which he can call his own, he will cross the seas, plant himself in the prairie or amidst the primeval forest, and make for himself a home. The solitude of the wilderness has no fears for him. The society of his wife and family is sufficient, and he cares for no other. Hence it is that the people of Germanic origin, from whom the English and Americans have alike sprung, make the best of colonizers, and are now rapidly extending themselves as emigrants and settlers in all parts of the habitable globe. The French have never made any progress as colonizer, mainly because of their intense social instincts, the secret of their graces of manner, and because they can never forget that they are Frenchmen. It seemed at one time within the limits of probability that the French would occupy the greater portion of the North American continent. From Lower Canada, their line of forts extended up the St. Lawrence, from Fond du Lac on Lake Superior, along the river St. Croix, all down the Mississippi to its mouth at New Orleans. But the great self-reliant industrious Nemec, from a fringe of settlements along the seacoast, silently extended westward, settling and planting themselves everywhere solidly upon the soil, and nearly all that now remains of the original French occupation of America is the French colony of Acadia in Lower Canada. And even there we find one of the most striking illustrations of that intense sociability of the French which keeps them together, and prevents their spreading over and planting themselves firmly in a new country, as it is the instinct of the men of Teutonic races to do. While in Upper Canada, the colonists of English and Scotch descent penetrate the forest and the wilderness, each settler living, it may be, miles apart from his nearest neighbor, the Lower Canadians of French descent continue clustered together in villages, usually consisting of a line of houses on either side of the road, behind which extend their long strips of farmland, divided and subdivided into extreme tenuity. They willingly submit to all the inconveniences of this method of farming for the sake of each other's society, rather than betake themselves to the solitary backwoods as English, Germans, and Americans so readily do. Indeed, not only does the American backwoodsman become accustomed to the solitude, but he prefers it, and in the Western states, when settlers come too near him and the country seems to become overcrowded, he retreats before the advance of society, and picking up his things in a wagon, he sets out cheerfully with his wife and family to found for himself a new home in the far West. Thus the Teuton, because of his very shyness, is the true colonizer. English, Scot, Germans, and Americans are alike ready to accept solitude, provided they can but establish a home and maintain a family. Thus their comparative indifference to society has tended to spread this race over the earth, to till and to subdue it, while the intense social instincts of the French, though issuing in much greater gracefulness of manner, has stood in their way as colonizers, so that, in the countries in which they have planted themselves, as in Algiers and elsewhere, they have remained little more than garrisons. There are other qualities besides these which grow out of the comparative unsociableness of the Englishman. His shyness throws him back upon himself, and renders him self-reliant and self-dependent. Society not being essential to his happiness, he takes refuge in reading, in study, in invention, or he finds pleasure in industrial work, and becomes the best of mechanics. He does not fear to entrust himself to the solitude of the ocean, and he becomes a fisherman, a sailor, a discoverer. Since the early Northmen scoured the North Seas, discovered America, and sent their fleets along the shores of Europe and up the Mediterranean, the seamanship of the men of Teutonic races has always been in the ascendant. The English are inartistic for the same reason that they are unsociable. They make good colonists, sailors, and mechanics, but they do not make good singers, dancers, actors, artistes, or modistes. They neither dress well, act well, speak well, nor write well. They want style, they want elegance. What they have to do in a straightforward manner, but without grace. This was strikingly exhibited at an international cattle exposition held in Paris a few years ago. At the close of the exhibition, the competitors came up with the prize animals to receive the prizes. First came a gay and gallant Spaniard, a magnificent man, beautifully dressed, who received a prize of the lowest class with an air and attitude that would have become a grandee of the highest order. Then came Frenchmen and Italians, full of grace, politeness, and chic, themselves elegantly dressed, and their animals decorated to the horns with flowers and colored ribbons harmoniously blended. And last of all came the exhibitor who was to receive the first prize, a slouching man, plainly dressed, with a pair of farmer's gaiters on, and without even a flower in his buttonhole. "Who is he?" asked the spectators. "Why, he is an Englishman," was the reply. "The Englishman! That the representative of a great country?" was the general exclamation. But it was the Englishman all over. He was sent there not to exhibit himself, but to show the best beast. And he did it, carrying away the first prize. Yet he would have been nothing the worse for the flower in his buttonhole. To remedy this admitted defect of grace and want of artistic taste in the English people, a school has sprung up amongst us for the more general diffusion of fine art. The beautiful has now its teachers and preachers, and by some it is almost regarded in the light of religion. The beautiful is the good. The beautiful is the true. The beautiful is the priest of the benevolent, are among their texts. It is believed that by the study of art, the tastes of the people may be improved, that by contemplating objects of beauty, their nature will become purified, and that by being thereby withdrawn from sensual enjoyments, their character will be refined and elevated. But though such culture is calculated to be elevating and purifying in a certain degree, we must not expect too much from it. Grace is a sweetener and embellisher of life, and as such is worthy of cultivation. Music, painting, dancing, and the fine arts, all are sources of pleasure, and though they may not be sensual, yet they are sensuous, and often nothing more. The cultivation of a taste for beauty, of form or color, of sound or attitude, has no necessary effect upon the cultivation of the mind or the development of the character. The contemplation of fine works of art will doubtless improve the taste and excite admiration, but a single noble action done in the sight of men will more influence the mind and stimulate the character to imitation than the sight of miles of statuary or acres of picture. For it is mind, soul, and heart, not taste or art, that make men great. It is indeed doubtful whether the cultivation of art, which usually ministers to luxury, has done so much for human progress as is generally supposed. It is even possible that its too exclusive culture may effeminate rather than strengthen the character, by laying it more open to the temptations of the senses. "It is the nature of the imaginative temperament cultivated by the arts," says Sir Henry Taylor, to undermine the courage and, by abating strength of character, to render men more easily subservient. Se caucus sereos et ad mandata doctiles. The gift of the artist greatly differs from that of the thinker. His highest idea is to mold his subject, whether it be painting or music or literature, into that perfect grace of form in which thought (it may not be of the deepest) finds its apotheosis and immortality. Art has usually flourished most during the decadence of nations, when it has been hired by wealth as the minister of luxury. Exquisite art and degrading corruption were contemporary in Greece as well as in Rome. Phidias and Inkanos had scarcely completed the Parthenon when the glory of Athens had departed. Phidias died in prison, and the Spartans set up in the city the memorials of their own triumph and of Athenian defeat. It was the same in ancient Rome, where art was at its greatest height when the people were at their most degraded condition. Nero was an artist, as well as Domitian, two of the greatest monsters of the empire. If the beautiful had been the good, Commodus must have been one of the best of men, but according to history, he was one of the worst. Again, the greatest period of modern Roman art was that in which Pope Leo X flourished, of whose reign it has been said that profligacy and licentiousness prevailed amongst the people and clergy, as they had done almost uncontrolled ever since the pontificate of Alexander VI. In like manner, the period in which art reached its highest point in the Low Countries was that which immediately succeeded the destruction of civil and religious liberty and the prostration of national life under the despotism of Spain. If art could elevate a nation, and the contemplation of the beautiful were calculated to make men the good, then Paris ought to contain a population of the wisest and best of human beings. Rome also is a city of great art, and yet there the virtus or valor of the ancient Romans has characteristically degenerated into virtu, or a taste for knickknacks, whilst, according to recent accounts, the city itself is inexpressibly foul. Art would sometimes even appear to have a close connection with dirt, and it is said of Mr. Ruskin that when searching for works of art in Venice, his attendant in his explorations would sniff an ill odor, and when it was strong would say, "Now we are coming to something very old and fine," meaning in art. A little common education in cleanliness, where it is wanting, would probably be much more improving as well as wholesome than any amount of education in fine art. Ruffles are all very well, but it is folly to cultivate them to the neglect of the shirt. Whilst, therefore, grace of manner, politeness of behavior, elegance of demeanor, and all the arts that contribute to make life pleasant and beautiful are worthy of cultivation, it must not be at the expense of the more solid and enduring qualities of honesty, sincerity, and truthfulness. The fountain of beauty must be in the heart, more than in the eye, and if art do not tend to produce beautiful life and noble practice, it will be of comparatively little avail. Politeness of manner is not worth much unless accompanied by polite action. Grace may be but skim deep, very pleasant and attractive, and yet very heartless. Art is a source of innocent enjoyment and an important aid to higher culture, but unless it leads to higher culture, it will probably be merely sensuous. And when art is merely sensuous, it is enfeebling and demoralizing rather than strengthening or elevating. Honest courage is of greater worth than any amount of grace. Purity is better than elegance, and cleanliness of body, mind, and heart than any amount of fine art. In fine, while the cultivation of the graces is not to be neglected, it should ever be held in mind that there is something far higher and nobler to be aimed at, greater than pleasure, greater than art, greater than wealth, greater than power, greater than intellect, greater than genius, and that is purity and excellence of character. Without a solid, sterling basis of individual goodness, all the grace, elegance, and art in the world would fail to save or to elevate a people. End of section 33.
Section 34 of Character. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Character by Samuel Smiles. Chapter 10, Part A. Companionship of Books. Quote, "Books, we know, are a substantial world, both pure and good, round which, with tendrils strong as flesh and blood, our pastime and our happiness can grow." End quote. Wordsworth. Quote, "Not only in the common speech of men, but in all art, too, which is or should be the concentrated and conserved essence of what man can speak and show. Biography is almost the one thing needful." End quote. Carlyle. Quote, "I read all biographies with intense interest. Even a man without a heart, like Cavendish, I think about, and read about, and dream about, and picture to myself in all possible ways, till he grows into a living being beside me, and I put my feet into his shoes, and become for the first time Cavendish, and think as he thought, and do as he did." End quote. George Wilson. Quote, "My thoughts are with the dead. With them I live in long past years, their virtues love, their faults condemn, partake their hopes and fears, and from their lessons seek and find instruction with a humble mind." End quote. Southey. A man may usually be known by the books he reads, as well as by the company he keeps, for there is a companionship of books as well as of men, and one should always live in the best company, whether it be of books or of men. A good book may be among the best of friends. It is the same today that it always was, and it will never change. It is the most patient and cheerful of companions. It does not turn its back upon us in times of adversity or distress. It always receives us with the same kindness, amusing and instructing us in youth, and comforting and consoling us in age. Men often discover their affinity to each other by the mutual love they have for a book, just as two persons sometimes discover a friend by the admiration which both entertain for a third. There is an old proverb, "Love me, love my dog." But there is more wisdom in this. "Love me, love my book." The book is a truer and higher bond of union. Men can think, feel, and sympathize with each other through their favorite author. They live in him together, and he in them. "Books," said Hazlitt, quote, "wind into the heart. The poet's verse slides into the current of our blood. We read them when young, we remember them when old. We read there of what has happened to others. We feel that it has happened to ourselves. They are to be had everywhere cheap and good. We breathe but the air of books. We owe everything to their authors, on this side barbarism." End quote. A good book is often the best urn of a life, enshrining the best thoughts of which that life was capable. For the world of a man's life is, for the most part, but the world of his thoughts. Thus the best books are treasuries of good words and golden thoughts, which, remembered and cherished, become our abiding companions and comforters. "They are never alone," said Sir Philip Sidney, "that are accompanied by noble thoughts." The good and true thought may in time of temptation be as an angel of mercy, purifying and guarding the soul. It also enshrines the germs of action, for good words almost invariably inspire to good works. Thus Sir Henry Lawrence prized above all other compositions Wordsworth's Character of the Happy Warrior, which he endeavoured to embody in his own life. It was ever before him as an exemplar. He thought of it continually and often quoted it to others. His biographer says, quote, "He tried to conform his own life and to assimilate his own character to it, and he succeeded, as all men succeed who are truly in earnest." End quote. Books possess an essence of immortality. They are by far the most lasting products of human effort. Temples crumble into ruin, pictures and statues decay, but books survive. Time is of no account with great thoughts, which are as fresh today as when they first passed through their authors' minds ages ago. What was then said and thought still speaks to us as vividly as ever from the printed page. The only effect of time has been to sift and winnow out the bad products, for nothing in literature can long survive but what is really good. Books introduce us to the best society. They bring us into the presence of the greatest minds that have ever lived. We hear what they said and did. We see them as if they were really alive. We are participators in their thoughts. We sympathize with them, enjoy with them, grieve with them. Their experience becomes ours, and we feel as if we were in a measure actors with them in the scenes which they describe. The great and good do not die, even in this world. Embalmed in books their spirits walk abroad. The book is a living voice. It is an intellect to which one still listens. Hence we ever remain under the influence of the great men of old. Quote, "The dead but sceptred sovereigns who still rule our spirits from their urns." End quote. The imperial intellects of the world are as much alive now as they were ages ago. Homer still lives, and though his personal history is hidden in the mists of antiquity, his poems are as fresh today as if they had been newly written. Plato still teaches his transcendent philosophy. Horace, Virgil, and Dante still sing as when they lived. Shakespeare is not dead. His body was buried in 1616, but his mind is as much alive in England now, and his thought as far-reaching as in the time of the Tudors. The humblest and poorest may enter the society of these great spirits without being thought intrusive. All who can read have got the entrée. Would you laugh? Cervantes or Rabelais will laugh with you. Do you grieve? There is Thomas à Kempis or Jeremy Taylor to grieve with and console you. Always it is to books and the spirits of great men embalmed in them that we turn, for entertainment, for instruction and solace, in joy and in sorrow, as in prosperity and in adversity. Man himself is, of all things in the world, the most interesting to man. Whatever relates to human life, its experiences, its joys, its sufferings, its achievements, has usually attractions for him beyond all else. Each man is more or less interested in all other men as his fellow creatures, as members of the great family of humankind, and the larger a man's culture, the wider is the range of his sympathies in all that affects the welfare of his race. Men's interest in each other as individuals manifests itself in 1,000 ways, in the portraits which they paint, in the busts which they carve, in the narratives which they relate of each other. Man, says Emerson, can paint or make or think nothing but man. Most of all is this interest shown in the fascination which personal history possesses for him. Man's sociality of nature, says Carlyle, quote, evinces itself, in spite of all that can be said, with abundance of evidence, by this one fact, were there no other: the unspeakable delight he takes in biography. End quote. Great indeed is the human interest felt in biography. What are all the novels that find such multitudes of readers but so many fictitious biographies? What are the dramas that people crowd to see but so much acted biography? Strange that the highest genius should be employed on the fictitious biography and so much commonplace ability on the real. Yet the authentic picture of any human being's life and experience ought to possess an interest greatly beyond that which is fictitious, inasmuch as it has the charm of reality. Every person may learn something from the recorded life of another, and even comparatively trivial deeds and sayings may be invested with interest as being the outcome of the lives of such beings as we ourselves are. The records of the lives of good men are especially useful. They influence our hearts, inspire us with hope, and set before us great examples. And when men have done their duty through life in a great spirit, their influence will never wholly pass away. The good life, says George Herbert, is never out of season. Goethe has said that there is no man so commonplace that a wise man may not learn something from him. Sir Walter Scott could not travel in a coach without gleaning some information or discovering some new trait of character in his companions. Dr. Johnson once observed that there was not a person in the streets but he should like to know his biography. His experiences of life, his trials, his difficulties, his successes, and his failures. How much more truly might this be said of the men who have made their mark in the world's history, and have created for us that great inheritance of civilization of which we are the possessors? Whatever relates to such men, to their habits, their manners, their modes of living, their personal history, their conversation, their maxims, their virtues, or their greatness, is always full of interest, of instruction, of encouragement, and of example. The great lesson of biography is to show what man can be and do at his best. A noble life put fairly on record acts like an inspiration to others. It exhibits what life is capable of being made. It refreshes our spirit, encourages our hopes, gives us new strength and courage and faith in others as well as in ourselves. It stimulates our aspirations, rouses us to action, and incites us to become co-partners with them in their work. To live with such men in their biographies, and to be inspired by their example, is to live with the best of men, and to mix in the best of company. At the head of all biographies stands the great biography, the Book of Books. And what is the Bible, the most sacred and impressive of all books, the educator of youth, the guide of manhood, and the consoler of age, but a series of biographies of great heroes and patriarchs, prophets, kings, and judges, culminating in the greatest biography of all, the life embodied in the New Testament? How much have the great examples there set forth done for mankind? How many have drawn from them their truest strengths, their highest wisdom, their best nurture and admonition? Truly does a great Roman Catholic writer describe the Bible as a book whose words, quote, live in the ear like a music that can never be forgotten, like the sound of church bells which the convert hardly knows how he can forego. Its felicities often seem to be almost things rather than mere words. It is part of the national mind, and the anchor of national seriousness. The memory of the dead passes into it. The potent traditions of childhood are stereotyped in its verses. The power of all the griefs and trials of man is hidden beneath its words. It is the representative of his best moments, and all that has been about him of soft and gentle and pure and penitent and good speaks to him forever out of his English Bible. It is his sacred thing, which no doubt has ever dimmed and controversy never soiled. In the length and breadth of the land there is not a Protestant with one spark of religiousness about him, whose spiritual biography is not in his Saxon Bible." End quote. It would indeed be difficult to overestimate the influence which the lives of the great and good have exercised upon the elevation of human character. The best biography, says Isaac Disraeli, is a reunion with human existence in its most excellent state. Indeed, it is impossible for one to read the lives of good men, much less inspired men, without becoming unconsciously lighted and lifted up in them, and growing insensibly nearer to what they thought and did. And even the lives of humbler persons, of men of faithful and honest spirit, who have done their duty in life well, are not without an elevating influence upon the character of those who come after them. History itself is best studied in biography. Indeed, history is biography, collective humanity as influenced and governed by individual men. What is all history, says Emerson, but the work of ideas, a record of the incomparable energy which his infinite aspirations infuse into man? In its pages it is always persons we see more than principles. Historical events are interesting to us mainly in connection with the feelings, the sufferings, and interest of those by whom they are accomplished. In history, we are surrounded by men long dead, but whose speech and whose deeds survive. We almost catch the sound of their voices, and what they did constitutes the interest of history. We never feel personally interested in masses of men, but we feel and sympathize with the individual actors, whose biographies afford the finest and most real touches in all great historical dramas. End of section 34. Section 35 of Character. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Character by Samuel Smiles. Chapter 10, Part B. Among the great writers of the past, probably the two that have been most influential in forming the characters of great men of action and great men of thought have been Plutarch and Montaigne. The one by presenting heroic models for imitation, the other by probing questions of constant recurrence in which the human mind in all ages has taken the deepest interest. And the works of both are for the most part cast in a biographic form, their most striking illustrations consisting in the exhibitions of character and experience which they contain. Plutarch's Lives, though written nearly 1800 years ago, like Homer's Iliad, still holds its ground as the greatest work of its kind. It was the favorite book of Montaigne, and to Englishmen it possesses the special interest of having been Shakespeare's principal authority in his great classical dramas. Montaigne pronounced Plutarch to be the greatest master in that kind of writing, the biographic, and he declared that he could no sooner cast an eye upon him but he purloined either a leg or a wing. Alfieri was first drawn with passion to literature by reading Plutarch. "I read," said he, quote, "the lives of Timoleon, Caesar, Brutus, Pelopidas, more than 6 times, with cries, with tears, and with such transports that I was almost furious. Every time that I met with one of the grand traits of these great men, I was seized with such vehement agitation as to be unable to sit still." End quote. Plutarch was also a favorite with persons of such various minds as Schiller and Benjamin Franklin, Napoleon and Madame Roland. The latter was so fascinated by the book that she carried it to church with her in the guise of a missal, and read it surreptitiously during the service. It has also been the nurture of heroic souls such as Henry IV of France, Turenne, and the Napiers. It was one of Sir William Napier's favorite books when a boy. His mind was early imbued by it with a passionate admiration for the great heroes of antiquity, and its influence had, doubtless, much to do with the formation of his character, as well as the direction of his career in life. It is related of him that in his last illness, when feeble and exhausted, his mind wandered back to Plutarch's heroes, and he descanted for hours to his son-in-law on the mighty deeds of Alexander, Hannibal, and Caesar. Indeed, if it were possible to poll the great body of readers in all ages whose minds have been influenced and directed by books, it is probable that, excepting always the Bible, the immense majority of votes would be cast in favor of Plutarch. And how is it that Plutarch has succeeded in exciting an interest which continues to attract and rivet the attention of readers of all ages and classes to this day? In the first place, because the subject of his work is great men, who occupied a prominent place in the world's history, and because he had an eye to see and a pen to describe the more prominent events and circumstances in their lives. And not only so, but he possessed the power of portraying the individual character of his heroes, for it is the principle of individuality which gives the charm and interest to all biography. The most engaging side of great men is not so much what they do as what they are, and does not depend upon their power of intellect, but on their personal attractiveness. Thus, there are men whose lives are far more eloquent than their speeches, and whose personal character is far greater than their deeds. It is also to be observed that while the best and most carefully drawn of Plutarch's portraits are of life-size, many of them are little more than busts. They are well proportioned but compact, and within such reasonable compass that the best of them, such as the lives of Caesar and Alexander, may be read in half an hour. Reduced to this measure, they are, however, greatly more imposing than a lifeless colossus or an exaggerated giant. They are not overlaid by disquisition and description, but the characters naturally unfold themselves. Montaigne, indeed, complained of Plutarch's brevity. No doubt, he added, quote, but his reputation is the better for it, though in the meantime we are the worse. Plutarch would rather we should applaud his judgment than commend his knowledge, and had rather leave us with an appetite to read more than glutted with what we have already read. He knew very well that a man may say too much even on the best subjects, such as have lean and spare bodies stuff themselves out with clothes, so they who are defective in matter endeavor to make amends with words. End quote. Plutarch possessed the art of delineating the more delicate features of mind and minute peculiarities of conduct, as well as the foibles and defects of his heroes, all of which is necessary to faithful and accurate portraiture. To see him, says Montaigne, quote, pick out a light action in a man's life, or a word, that does not seem to be of any importance, is itself a whole discourse. End quote. He even condescends to inform us of such homely particulars as that Alexander carried his head affectedly on one side, that Alcibiades was a dandy and had a lisp which became him, giving a grace and persuasive turn to his discourse, that Cato had red hair and grey eyes, and was a usurer at a screw, selling off his old slaves when they became unfit for hard work, that Caesar was bald and fond of gay dress, and that Cicero, like Lord Brougham, had involuntary twitchings of the nose. Such minute particulars may by some be thought beneath the dignity of biography, but Plutarch thought them requisite for the due finish of the complete portrait which he sets himself to draw, and it is by small details of character, personal traits, features, habits, and characteristics, that we are enabled to see before us the men as they really lived. Plutarch's great merit consists in his attention to these little things, without giving them undue preponderance, or neglecting those which are of greater moment. Sometimes he hits off an individual trait by an anecdote, which throws more light upon the character described than pages of rhetorical description would do. In some cases he gives us the favorite maxim of his hero, and the maxims of men often reveal their hearts. Then, as to foibles, the greatest of men are not visually symmetrical. Each has his defect, his twist, his craze, and it is by his faults that the great man reveals his common humanity. We may at a distance admire him as a demigod, but as we come nearer to him, we find that he is but a fallible man, and our brother. Nor are the illustrations of the defects of great men without their uses, for, as Dr. Johnson observed, quote, if nothing but the bright side of characters were shown, we should sit down in despondency, and think it utterly impossible to imitate them in anything. End quote. Plutarch himself justifies this method of portraiture by averring that his design was not to write histories, but lives. The most glorious exploits, he says, quote, do not always furnish us with the clearest discoveries of virtue or of vice in men. Sometimes a matter of much less moment, an expression or a jest, better informs us of their characters and inclinations than battles with the slaughter of tens of thousands, and the greatest arrays of armies or sieges of cities. Therefore, as portrait painters are more exact in their lines and features of the face and the expression of the eyes in which the character is seen, without troubling themselves about the other parts of the body, so I must be allowed to give my more particular attention to the signs and indications of the souls of men, and while I endeavor by these means to portray their lives, I leave important events and great battles to be described by others. End quote. Things apparently trifling may stand for much in biography as well as history, and slight circumstances may influence great results. Pascal has remarked that if Cleopatra's nose had been shorter, the whole face of the world would probably have been changed. But for the amours of Pepin the Fat, the Saracens might have overrun Europe, as it was his illegitimate son, Charles Martel, who overthrew them at Tours, and eventually drove them out of France. That Sir Walter Scott should have sprained his foot in running round the room when a child may seem unworthy of notice in his biography, yet Ivanhoe, Old Mortality, and all the Waverley novels depended upon it. When his son intimated a desire to enter the army, Scott wrote to Southey, quote, "I have no title to combat a choice which would have been my own, had not my lameness prevented." End quote. So that, had not Scott been lame, he might have fought all through the Peninsular War, and had his breast covered with medals. But we should probably have had none of those works of his which have made his name immortal, and shed so much glory upon his country. Talleyrand also was kept out of the army, for which he had been destined by his lameness. But directing his attention to the study of books, and eventually of men, he at length took rank among the greatest diplomatists of his time. Byron's clubfoot had probably not a little to do with determining his destiny as a poet. Had not his mind been embittered and made morbid by his deformity, he might never have written a line. He might have been the noblest fop of his day. But his misshapen foot stimulated his mind, roused his ardor, threw him upon his own resources, and we know with what result. So too of Scarron, to whose hunchback we probably owe his cynical verse, and of Pope, whose satire was in a measure the outcome of his deformity, for he was, as Johnson described him, protuberant behind and before. What Lord Bacon said of deformity is doubtless to a great extent true. Whoever, said he, quote, hath anything fixed in his person that doth induce contempt, hath also a perpetual spur in himself to rescue and deliver himself from scorn. Therefore all deformed persons are extremely bold. End quote. As in portraiture, so in biography, there must be light and shade. The portrait painter does not pose his sitter so as to bring out his deformities, nor does the biographer give undue prominence to the defects of the character he portrays. Not many men are so outspoken as Cromwell was when he sat to Cooper for his miniature. "Paint me as I am," said he, "warts and all." Yet if we would have a faithful likeness of faces and characters, they must be painted as they are. Biography, said Sir Walter Scott, quote, "the most interesting of every species of composition, loses all its interest with me when the shades and lights of the principal characters are not accurately and faithfully detailed. I can no more sympathize with a mere eulogist than I can with a ranting hero on the stage." End quote. Addison liked to know as much as possible about the person and character of his authors, inasmuch as it increased the pleasure and satisfaction which he derived from the perusal of their books. What was their history, their experience, their temper and disposition? Did their lives resemble their books? They thought nobly. Did they act nobly? Should we not delight, says Sir Egerton Bridges, quote, to have the frank story of the lives and feelings of Wordsworth, Southey, Coleridge, Campbell, Rogers More, and Wilson related by themselves? With whom they lived early, how their bent took a decided course, their likes and dislikes, their difficulties and obstacles, their tastes, their passions, the rocks they were conscious of having split upon, their regrets, their complacencies, and their self-justifications? End quote. When Mason was reproached for publishing the private letters of Gray, he answered, "Would you always have my friends appear in full dress?" Johnson was of opinion that to write a man's life truly, it is necessary that the biographer should have personally known him. But this condition has been wanting in some of the best writers of biographies extant. In the case of Lord Campbell, his personal intimacy with Lords Lyndhurst and Brougham seems to have been a positive disadvantage, leading him to dwarf the excellences and to magnify the blots in their characters. Again, Johnson says, quote, "If a man professes to write a life, he must write it really as it was. A man's peculiarities and even his vices should be mentioned because they mark his character." End quote. But there is always this difficulty, that while minute details of conduct, favorable or otherwise, can best be given from personal knowledge, they cannot always be published out of regard for the living, and when the time arrives when they may at length be told, they are then no longer remembered. Johnson himself expressed this reluctance to tell all he knew of those poets who had been his contemporaries, saying that he felt as if walking upon ashes under which the fire was not extinguished. For this reason, amongst others, we rarely obtain an unvarnished picture of character from the near relatives of distinguished men, and, interesting though all autobiography is, still less can we expect it from the men themselves. In writing his own memoirs, a man will not tell all that he knows about himself. Augustine was a rare exception, but few there are who will, as he did in the Confessions, lay bare their innate viciousness, deceitfulness, and selfishness. There is a Highland proverb which says that if the best man's faults were written on his forehead, he would pull his bonnet over his brow. There is no man, said Voltaire, quote, who has not something hateful in him, no man who has not some of the wild beast in him, but there are few who will honestly tell us how they manage their wild beast. End quote. Rousseau pretended to unbosom himself in his Confessions, but it is manifest that he held back far more than he revealed. Even Chamfort, one of the last men to fear what his contemporaries might think or say of him, once observed, quote, "It seems to me impossible that in the actual state of society, for any man to exhibit his secret heart, the details of his character as known to himself, and above all his weaknesses and his vices, even to his best friend." End quote. End of section 35. Section 36 of Character. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Character by Samuel Smiles. Chapter 10, Part C. An autobiography may be true so far as it goes, but in communicating only part of the truth, it may convey an impression that is really false. It may be a disguise. Sometimes it is an apology, exhibiting not so much what a man really was as what he would have liked to be. A portrait in profile may be correct, but who knows whether some scar on the off cheek, or some squint in the eye that is not seen, might not have entirely altered the expression of the face it brought into sight? Scott, Moore, Southey, all began autobiographies, but the task of continuing them was doubtless felt to be too difficult as well as delicate, and they were abandoned. French literature is especially rich in a class of biographic memoirs, of which we have few counterparts in English. We refer to their mémoires pour servir, such as those of Sully, de Comines, Lauzun, de Retz, de Thou, Rochefoucauld, etc., in which we may have recorded an immense mass of minute and circumstantial information relative to many great personages of history. They are full of anecdotes illustrative of life and character, and of details which might be called frivolous, but that they throw a flood of light on the social habits and general civilization of the periods to which they relate. The memoirs of Saint-Simon are something more. They are marvelous dissections of character, and constitute the most extraordinary collection of anatomical biography that has ever been brought together. Saint-Simon might almost be regarded in the light of a posthumous court spy of Louis XIV. He was possessed by a passion for reading character, and endeavoring to decipher motives and intentions in the faces, expressions, conversation, and by-play of those about him. "I examine all my personages closely," said he, "watch their mouth, eyes, and ears constantly." And what he heard and saw he noted down with extraordinary vividness and dash. Acute, keen, and observant, he pierced the masks of the courtiers and detected their secrets. The ardor with which he prosecuted his favorite study of character seemed insatiable and even cruel. "The eager anatomist," says Sainte-Beuve, quote, "was not more ready to plunge the scalpel into the still palpitating bosom in search of the disease that had baffled him." End quote. La Bruyère possessed the same gift of accurate and penetrating observation of character. He watched and studied everybody about him. He sought to read their secrets, and, retiring to his chamber, he deliberately painted their portraits, returning to them from time to time to correct some prominent feature. hanging over them as fondly as an artist over some favorite study, adding trait to trait and touch to touch, until at length the picture was complete and the likeness perfect. It may be said that much of the interest of biography, especially of the more familiar sort, is of the nature of gossip, as that of the Mémoires pour servir is of the nature of scandal, which is no doubt true. But both gossip and scandal illustrate the strength of the interest which men and women take in each other's personality, and which, exhibited in the form of biography, is capable of communicating the highest pleasure and yielding the best instruction. Indeed, biography, because it is instinct of humanity, is the branch of literature which, whether in the form of fiction or anecdotal recollection or of personal narrative, is the one that invariably commends itself to by far the largest class of readers. There is no room for doubt that the surpassing interest which fiction, whether in poetry or prose, possesses for most minds, arises mainly from the biographic element which it contains. Homer's Iliad owes its marvelous popularity to the genius which its author displayed in the portrayal of heroic character. Yet he does not so much describe his personages in detail as make them develop themselves by their actions. There are in Homer, said Dr. Johnson, quote, such characters of heroes and combination of qualities of heroes that the united powers of mankind ever since have not produced any but what are to be found there. End quote. The genius of Shakespeare also was displayed in the powerful delineation of character and the dramatic evolution of human passions. His personages seem to be real, living and breathing before us. So too with Cervantes, whose Sancho Panza, though homely and vulgar, is intensely human. The characters in Le Sage's Gil Blas, in Goldsmith's Vicar of Wakefield, and in Scott's marvelous Muster Roll, seem to us almost as real as persons whom we have actually known, and Defoe's greatest works are but so many biographies, painted in minute detail, with reality so apparently stamped upon every page that it is difficult to believe his Robinson Crusoe and Colonel Jack to have been fictitious instead of real persons. Though the richest romance lies enclosed in actual human life, and though biography, because it describes beings who have actually felt the joys and sorrows, and experienced the difficulties and triumphs of real life, is capable of being made more attractive than the most perfect fictions ever woven, it is remarkable that so few men of genius have been attracted to the composition of works of this kind. Great works of fiction abound, but great biographies may be counted on the fingers. It may be for the same reason that a great painter of portraits, the late John Philip R.A., explained his preference for subject painting, because, said he, portrait painting does not pay. Biographic portraiture involves laborious investigation and careful collection of facts, judicious rejection and skillful condensation, as well as the art of presenting the character portrayed in the most attractive and lifelike form. Whereas, in the work of fiction, the writer's imagination is free to create and to portray character, without being trammeled by references or held down by the actual details of real life. There is, indeed, no want among us of ponderous but lifeless memoirs, many of them little better than inventories, put together with the help of the scissors as much as of the pen. What Constable said of the portraits of an inferior artist, quote, "He takes all the bones and brains out of his heads," unquote, applies to a large class of portraiture, written as well as painted. They have no more life in them than a piece of waxwork or a clothes dummy at a tailor's door. What we want is a picture of a man as he lived, and lo, we have an exhibition of the biographer himself. We expect an embalmed heart, and we find only clothes. There is doubtless as high art displayed in painting a portrait in words as there is in painting one in colors. To do either well requires the seeing eye and the skillful pen or brush. A common artist sees only the features of a face and copies them, but the great artist sees the living soul shining through the features and places it on the canvas. Johnson was once asked to assist the chaplain of a deceased bishop in writing a memoir of his lordship. But when he proceeded to inquire for information, the chaplain could scarcely tell him anything. Hence Johnson was led to observe that few people who have lived with a man know what to remark about him. In the case of Johnson's own life, it was the seeing eye of Boswell that enabled him to note and treasure up those minute details of habit and conversation in which so much of the interest of biography consists. Boswell, because of his simple love and admiration of his hero, succeeded where probably greater men would have failed. He descended to apparently insignificant but yet most characteristic particulars. Thus he apologizes for informing the reader that Johnson, when journeying, carried in his hand a large English oak stick, adding, quote, "I remember Dr. Adam Smith, in his rhetorical lectures at Glasgow, told us he was glad to know that Milton wore latchets in his shoes instead of buckles." End quote. Boswell lets us know how Johnson looked, what dress he wore, what was his talk, what were his prejudices. He painted him with all his scars, and a wonderful portrait it is, perhaps the most complete picture of a great man ever limned in words. But for the accident of the Scotch advocate's intimacy with Johnson, and his devoted admiration of him, the latter would not probably have stood nearly so high in literature as he now does. It is in the pages of Boswell that Johnson really lives, and but for Boswell he might have remained little more than a name. Others there are who have bequeathed great works to posterity, but of whose lives next to nothing is known. What would we not give to have a Boswell's account of Shakespeare? We positively know more of the personal history of Socrates, of Horace, of Cicero, of Augustine, than we do of that of Shakespeare. We do not know what was his religion, what were his politics, what were his experiences, what were his relations to his contemporaries. The men of his own time do not seem to have recognized his greatness, and Ben Jonson, the court poet, whose blank verse Shakespeare was content to commit to memory and recite as an actor, stood higher in popular estimation. We only know that he was a successful theater manager, and that in the prime of life he retired to his native place, where he died, and had the honors of a village funeral. The greater part of the biography which has been constructed respecting him has been the result, not of contemporary observation or of record, but of inference. The best inner biography of the man is to be found in his sonnets. Men do not always take an accurate measure of their contemporaries. The statesman, the general, the monarch of today fills all eyes and ears, though to the next generation he may be as if he had never been. "And who is king today?" the painter Greuze would ask of his daughter during the throes of the first French Revolution, when men, great for the time, were suddenly thrown to the surface and as suddenly dropped out of sight again, never to reappear. "And who is king today? After all," Greuze would add, "Citizen Homer and Citizen Raphael will outlive those great citizens of ours, whose names I have never before heard of." Yet of the personal history of Homer nothing is known, and of Raphael comparatively little. Even Plutarch, who wrote the lives of others so well, has no biography. None of the eminent Roman writers who were his contemporaries having so much as mentioned his name. And so of Correggio, who delineated the features of others so well, there is not known to exist an authentic portrait. There have been men who greatly influenced the life of their time, whose reputation has been much greater with posterity than it was with their contemporaries. Of Wycliffe, the patriarch of the Reformation, our knowledge is extremely small. He was but as a voice crying in the wilderness. We do not really know who was the author of The Imitation of Christ, a book that has had an immense circulation and exercised a vast religious influence in all Christian countries. It is usually attributed to Thomas à Kempis, but there is reason to believe that he was merely its translator, and the book that is really known to be his is in all respects so inferior that it is difficult to believe that the imitation proceeded from the same pen. It is considered more probable that the real author was John Gerson, Chancellor of the University of Paris, a most learned and devout man who died in 1429. Some of the greatest men of genius have had the shortest biographies. Of Plato, one of the great fathers of moral philosophy, we have no personal account. If he had wife and children, we hear nothing of them. About the life of Aristotle there is the greatest diversity of opinion. One says he was a Jew, another that he only got his information from a Jew. One says he kept an apothecary's shop, another that he was only the son of a physician. One alleges that he was an atheist, another that he was a Trinitarian, and so forth. But we know almost as little with respect to many men of comparatively modern times. Thus, how little do we know of the lives of Spenser, author of the Faerie Queene, and of Butler, author of Hudibras, beyond the fact that they lived in comparative obscurity and died in extreme poverty? How little comparatively do we know of the life of Jeremy Taylor, the Golden Preacher, of whom we should like to have known so much? The author of Philip van Artevelde has said that the world knows nothing of its greatest men. And doubtless oblivion has enwrapped in its folds many great men who have done great deeds and been forgotten. Augustine speaks of Romanianus as the greatest genius that ever lived, and yet we know nothing of him but his name. He is as much forgotten as the builders of the pyramids. Gordiani's epitaph was written in 5 languages, yet it sufficed not to rescue him from oblivion. Many indeed are the lives worthy of record that have remained unwritten. Men who have written books have been the most fortunate in this respect, because they possess an attraction for literary men which those whose lives have been embodied in deeds do not possess. Thus there have been lives written of poets laureate who were men of their time and of their time only. Dr. Johnson includes some of them in his lives of the poets, such as Edmund Smith and others, whose poems are now no longer known. The lives of some men of letters, such as Goldsmith, Swift, Sterne, and Steele, have been written again and again, whilst great men of action, men of science, and men of industry are left without a record. End of section 36. Section 37 of Character. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Character by Samuel Smiles. Chapter 10, Part D. We have said that a man may be known by the company he keeps in his books. Let us mention a few of the favorites of the best-known men. Plutarch's admirers have already been referred to. Montaigne also has been the companion of most meditative men. Although Shakespeare must have studied Plutarch carefully, inasmuch as he copied from him freely, even to his very words, it is remarkable that Montaigne is the only book which we certainly know to have been in the poet's library. One of Shakespeare's existing autographs has been found in a copy of Florio's translation of the Essays, which also contains on the flyleaf the autograph of Ben Jonson. Milton's favorite books were Homer, Ovid, and Euripides. The latter book was also the favorite of Charles James Fox, who regarded the study of it as especially useful to a public speaker. On the other hand, Pitt took especial delight in Milton, whom Fox did not appreciate, taking pleasure in reciting from Paradise Lost the grand speech of Belial before the assembled powers of Pandemonium. Another of Pitt's favorite books was Newton's Principia. Again, the Earl of Chatham's favorite book was Barrow's Sermons, which he read so often as to be able to repeat them from memory, while Burke's companions were Demosthenes, Milton, Bolingbroke, and Young's Night Thoughts. Curran's favorite was Homer, which he read through once a year. Virgil was another of his favorites, his biographer Phillips saying that he once saw him reading the Aeneid in the cabin of a Holyhead packet, while everyone around him was prostrate by seasickness. Of the poets, Dante's favorite was Virgil, Corneille's was Lucain, Schiller's was Shakespeare, Gray's was Spenser, whilst Coleridge admired Collins and Bowles. Dante himself was a favorite with most great poets, from Chaucer to Byron and Tennyson. Lord Brougham, Macaulay, and Carlyle have alike admired and eulogized the great Italian. The former advised the students at Glasgow that, next to Demosthenes, the study of Dante was the best preparative for the eloquence of the pulpit or the bar. Robert Hall sought relief in Dante from the racking pains of spinal disease, and Sidney Smith took to the same poet for comfort and solace in his old age. It was characteristic of Goethe that his favorite book should have been Spinoza's Ethics, in which he said he had found a peace and consolation such as he had been able to find in no other work. Barrow's favorite was St. Chrysostom, Bossuet's was Homer, Bunyan's was the old legend of Sir Bevis of Southampton, which in all probability gave him the first idea of his Pilgrim's Progress. One of the best prelates that ever sat on the English bench, Dr. John Sharp, said, "Shakespeare and the Bible have made me Archbishop of York." The two books which most impressed John Wesley when a young man were The Imitation of Christ and Jeremy Taylor's Holy Living and Dying. Yet Wesley was accustomed to caution his young friends against overmuch reading. "Beware you be not swallowed up in books," he would say to them. "An ounce of love is worth a pound of knowledge." Wesley's own life had been a great favorite with many thoughtful readers. Coleridge says, in his preface to Southey's Life of Wesley, that it was more often in his hands than any other in his ragged book regiment. "To this work and to the life of Richard Baxter," he says, quote, "I was used to resort whenever sickness and languor made me feel the want of an old friend of whose company I could never be tired. How many and many an hour of self-oblivion do I owe to this Life of Wesley, and how often have I argued with it, questioned, remonstrated, been peevish and asked pardon, then again listened and cried, 'Right! Excellent!' and in yet heavier hours entreated it, as it were, to continue talking to me, for that I heard and listened and was soothed, though I could make no reply." End quote. Sumet had only a very few books in his library, but they were of the best. Homer, Virgil, Dante, Camus, Tasso, and Milton. De Quincey's favorite few were Donne, Chillingworth, Jeremy Taylor, Milton, South, Barrow, and Sir Thomas Browne. He described these writers as a Pleiad or constellation of 7 golden stars, such as in their class no literature can match, and from whose works he would undertake to build up an entire body of philosophy. Frederick the Great of Prussia manifested his strong French leanings in his choice of books, his principal favorites being Bayle, Rousseau, Voltaire, Rollin, Fleury, Malebranche, and one English author, Locke. His especial favorite was Bayle's Dictionary, which was the first book that lay hold of his mind, and he thought so highly of it that he made himself an abridgment and translation of it into German, which was published. It was a saying of Frederick's that books make up no small part of true happiness. In his old age he said, "My latest passion will be for literature." It seems odd that Marshall Blucher's favorite book should have been Klopstock's Messiah, and Napoleon Bonaparte's favorites, Ossian's Poems and The Sorrows of Werther. But Napoleon's range of reading was very extensive. It included Homer, Virgil, Tasso, novels of all countries, histories of all times, mathematics, legislation, and theology. He detested what he called the bombast and tinsel of Voltaire. The praises of Homer and Ossian he was never wearied of sounding. "Read again," he said to an officer on board the Bellerophon. Quote, "Read again the poets of Achilles, devour Ossian. Those are the poets who lift up the soul and give to man a colossal greatness." End quote. The Duke of Wellington was an extensive reader. His principal favorites were Clarendon, Bishop Butler, Smith's Wealth of Nations, Hume, the Archduke Charles, Leslie, and the Bible. He was also particularly interested by French and English memoirs, more especially the French Mémoires pour servir of all kinds. When at Walmer, Mr. Gleig says, the Bible, the Prayer Book, Taylor's Holy Living and Dying, and Caesar's Commentaries lay within the Duke's reach, and judging by the marks of use on them, they must have been much read and often consulted. While books are among the best companions of old age, they are often the best inspirers of youth. The first book that makes a deep impression on a young man's mind often constitutes an epoch in his life. It may fire the heart, stimulate the enthusiasm, and by directing his efforts into unexpected channels, permanently influence his character. The new book, in which we form an intimacy with a new friend, whose mind is wiser and riper than our own, may thus form an important starting point in the history of a life. It may sometimes almost be regarded in the light of a new birth. From the day when James Edward Smith was presented with his first botanical lesson book, and Sir Joseph Banks fell in with Gerard's Herbal, from the time when Alfieri first read Plutarch, and Schiller made his first acquaintance with Shakespeare, and Gibbon devoured the first volume of The Universal History, each dated an inspiration so exalted that they felt as if their real lives had only then begun. In the earlier part of his youth, La Fontaine was distinguished for his idleness, but hearing an ode by Malherbe read, he is said to have exclaimed, "I too am a poet," and his genius was awakened. Charles Bossuet's mind was first fired to study by reading, at an early age, Fontenelle's Éloge of Men of Science. Another work of Fontenelle, On the Plurality of Worlds, influenced the mind of Lalande in making choice of a profession. It is with pleasure, says Lalande himself in a preface to the book, which he afterwards edited, quote, that I acknowledge my obligation to it for that devouring activity which its perusal first excited in me at the age of 16, and which I have since retained. End quote. In like manner, La Cepede was directed to the study of natural history by the perusal of Buffon's Histoire naturelle, which he found in his father's library, and read over and over again until he almost knew it by heart. Goethe was greatly influenced by the reading of Goldsmith's Vicar of Wakefield, just at the critical moment of his mental development, and he attributed to it much of his best education. The reading of a prose Life of Götz Wüberlichingen afterwards stimulated him to delineate his character in a poetic form. The figure of a rude, well-meaning self-helper, he said, in a wild, anarchic time, excited my deepest sympathy. Keats was an insatiable reader when a boy, but it was the perusal of The Faerie Queene at the age of 17 that first lit the fire of his genius. The same poem is also said to have been the inspirer of Cowley, who found a copy of it accidentally lying on the window of his mother's apartment, and reading and admiring it, he became, as he relates, irrecoverably a poet. Coleridge speaks of the great influence which the poems of Bowles had in forming his own mind. The works of a past age, says he, seem to a young man to be things of another race, but the writings of a contemporary possesses a reality for him, and inspire an actual friendship as of a man for a man. His very admiration is the wind which fans and feeds his hope. The poems themselves assume the properties of flesh and blood. But men have not merely been stimulated to undertake special literary pursuits by the perusal of particular books. They have been also stimulated by them to enter upon particular lines of action in the serious business of life. Thus Henry Martyn was powerfully influenced to enter upon his heroic career as a missionary by perusing the lives of Henry Brainerd and Dr. Carey, who had opened up the furrows in which he went forth to sow the seed. Bentham has described the extraordinary influence which the perusal of Telemachus exercised upon his mind in boyhood. Another book, said he, quote, and of far higher character was placed in my hands. It was Telemachus. In my own imagination, and at the age of 6 or 7, I identified my own personality with that of the hero, who seemed to me a model of perfect virtue. And in my walk of life, whatever it may come to be, why should I not be a Telemachus? That romance may be regarded as the foundation stone of my whole character, the starting post from whence my career of life commenced. The first dawning in my mind of the principles of unity may, I think, be traced to it. End quote. Cobbett's first favourite, because his only book, which he bought for 3d, was Swift's Tale of a Tub, the repeated perusal of which had doubtless much to do with the formation of his pithy, straightforward, and hard-hitting style of writing. The delight with which Pope, when a schoolboy, read Ogilvy's Homer was most probably the origin of the English Iliad, as the Percy Reliques fired the juvenile mind of Scott and stimulated him to enter upon the collection and composition of his border ballads. Cately's first reading of Paradise Lost when a boy led to his afterwards undertaking his Life of the Poet. The reading, he says, quote, of Paradise Lost for the first time forms, or should form, an era in the life of everyone possessed of taste and poetic feeling. To my mind that time is ever present. Ever since, the poetry of Milton has formed my constant study, a source of delight in prosperity, of strength and consolation in adversity. End quote. Good books are thus among the best of companions, and by elevating the thoughts and aspirations, they act as preservatives against low associations. A natural turn for reading and intellectual pursuits, says Thomas Hood, quote, probably preserved me from the moral shipwreck so apt to befall those who are deprived in early life of their parental pilotage. My books kept me from the ring, the dog-pit, the tavern, the saloon. The closest associate of Pope and Addison, the mind accustomed to the noble though silent discourse of Shakespeare and Milton, will hardly seek or put up with low company and slaves. End quote. It has been truly said that the best books are those which most resemble good actions. They are purifying, elevating, and sustaining. They enlarge and liberalize the mind. They preserve it against vulgar worldliness. They tend to produce high-minded cheerfulness and equanimity of character. They fashion and shape and humanize the mind. In the northern universities, the schools in which the ancient classics are studied are appropriately styled the humanity classes. Erasmus, the great scholar, was even of opinion that books were the necessaries of life and clothes the luxuries, and he frequently postponed buying the latter until he had supplied himself with the former. His greatest favorites were the works of Cicero, which he says he always felt himself the better for reading. "I can never," he says, quote, "read the works of Cicero on old age or friendship, or his Tusculan disputations, without fervently pressing them to my lips, without being penetrated with veneration for a mind little short of inspired by God himself." End quote. It was the accidental perusal of Cicero's Hortensius which first detached St. Augustine, until then a profligate and abandoned sensualist, from his immoral life and started him upon the course of inquiry and study which led to his becoming the greatest among the fathers of the early church. Sir William Jones made it a practice to read through once a year the writings of Cicero, whose life, indeed, says his biographer, was the great exemplar of his own. When the good old Puritan Baxter came to enumerate the valuable and delightful things of which death would deprive him, his mind reverted to the pleasures he had derived from books and study. "When I die," he said, quote, "I must depart not only from sensual delights, but from the more manly pleasures of my studies, knowledge, and converse with many wise and godly men, and from all my pleasure in reading, hearing, public and private exercises of religion, and such like. I must leave my library and turn over those pleasant books no more. I must no more come along the living, nor see the faces of my faithful friends, nor be seen of man. Houses and cities and fields and countries, gardens and walks will be as nothing to me. I shall hear no more of the affairs of the world, of men, or wars, or other news, nor see what becomes of that beloved interest of wisdom, piety, and peace, which I desire may prosper." End quote. It is unnecessary to speak of the enormous moral influence which books have exercised upon the general civilization of mankind from the Bible downwards. They contain the treasured knowledge of the human race. They are the record of all labors, achievements, speculations, successes, and failures in science, philosophy, religion, and morals. They have been the greatest motive powers in all times. "From the gospel to the contrat social," says de Bonald, "it is books that have made revolutions." Indeed, a great book is often a greater thing than a great battle. Even works of fiction have occasionally exercised immense power on society. Thus Rabelais in France, Cervantes in Spain, overturned at the same time the dominion of monkery and chivalry, employing no other weapons but ridicule, the natural contrast of human terror. The people laughed and felt reassured. So Telemachus appeared and recalled men back to the harmonies of nature. "Poets," says Hazlitt, quote, "are a longer-lived race than heroes. They breathe more of the air of immortality. They survive more entire in their thoughts and acts. We have all that Virgil or Homer did, as much as if we had lived at the same time with them. We can hold their works in our hands, or lay them on our pillows, or put them to our lips. Scarcely a trace of what others did is left upon the earth, so as to be visible to common eyes. The dead authors, are living men, still breathing and moving in their writings. The others, the conquerors of the world, are but the ashes in an urn. The sympathy between thought and thought is more intimate and vital than that between thought and action. Thought is linked to thought as flame kindles into flame. The tribute of admiration to the manes of departed heroism is like burning incense in a marble monument. Words, ideas, feelings, with the progress of time, harden into substances. Things, bodies, actions moulder away or melt into a sound, into thin air. Not only a man's actions are effaced and vanquished with him, his virtues and generous qualities die with him also. His intellect only is immortal and bequeathed unimpaired to posterity. Words are the only things that last forever." End quote. End of section 37.
Section 38 of Character. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Character by Samuel Smiles. Chapter 11, Part A. Companionship in Marriage. Kindness in women, not their beauteous looks, shall win my love. Shakespeare. In the husband, wisdom; in the wife, gentleness. George Herbert. If God had designed woman as man's master, he would have taken her from his head. If as his slave, he would have taken her from his feet. But as he designed her for his companion and equal, he took her from his side. St. Augustine. De Civitate Dei. Who can find a virtuous woman? For her price is far above rubies. Her husband is known in the gates, and he sitteth among the elders of the land. Strength and honor are her clothing, and she shall rejoice in time to come. She openeth her mouth with wisdom, and in her tongue is the law of kindness. She looketh well to the ways of her husband, and eateth not the bread of idleness. Her children arise up, and call her blessed, her husband also, and he praiseth her. Proverbs of Solomon. The character of men, as of women, is powerfully influenced by their companionship in all the stages of life. We have already spoken of the influence of the mother in forming the character of her children. She makes the moral atmosphere in which they live, and by which their minds and souls are nourished, as their bodies are by the physical atmosphere they breathe. And while woman is the natural cherisher of infancy and the instructor of childhood, she is also the guide and counselor of youth, and the confidant and companion of manhood, in her various relations of mother, sister, lover, and wife. In short, the influence of woman more or less affects, for good or for evil, the entire destinies of man. The respective social functions and duties of men and women are clearly defined by nature. God created man and woman, each to do their proper work, each to fill their proper sphere. Neither can occupy the position nor perform the functions of the other. Their several vocations are perfectly distinct. Woman exists on her own account as man does on his, at the same time that each has intimate relations with the other. Humanity needs both for the purposes of the race, and in every consideration of social progress both must necessarily be included. Though companions and equals, yet, as regards the measure of their powers, they are unequal. Man is stronger, more muscular, and of rougher fiber. Woman is more delicate, sensitive, and nervous. The one excels in power of brain, the other in qualities of heart, and though the head may rule, it is the heart that influences. Both are alike adapted for the respective functions they have to perform in life, and to attempt to impose woman's work upon man would be quite as absurd as to attempt to impose man's work upon woman. Men are sometimes womanlike, and women are sometimes manlike, but these are only exceptions which prove the rule. Although man's qualities belong more to the head, and woman's more to the heart, yet it is not less necessary that man's heart should be cultivated as well as his head, and woman's head cultivated as well as her heart. A heartless man is as much out of keeping in civilized society as a stupid and unintelligent woman. The cultivation of all parts of the moral and intellectual nature is requisite to form the man or woman of healthy and well-balanced character. Without sympathy or consideration for others, man were a poor, stunted, sordid, selfish being, and without cultivated intelligence, the most beautiful woman were little better than a well-dressed doll. It used to be a favorite notion about woman that her weakness and dependency upon others constituted her principal claim to admiration. If we were to form an image of dignity in a man, said Sir Richard Steele, we should give him wisdom and valor, as being essential to the character of manhood. In like manner, if you describe a right woman in a laudable sense, she should have gentle softness, tender fear, and all those parts of life which distinguish her from the other sex. with some subordination to it, but an inferiority which makes her lovely. Thus her weakness was to be cultivated rather than her strength, her folly rather than her wisdom. She was to be a weak, fearful, tearful, characterless, inferior creature, with just sense enough to understand the soft nothings addressed to her by the superior sex. She was to be educated as an ornamental appanage of man, rather as an independent intelligence, or as a wife, mother, companion, or friend. Pope, in one of his moral essays, asserts that most women have no characters at all, and again he says, "Ladies, like variegated tulips, show, 'tis to their changes half their charms we owe, fine by defect and delicately weak." This satire characteristically occurs in the poet's Epistle to Martha Blunt, the housekeeper who so tyrannically ruled him, and in the same verses he spitefully girds at Lady Mary Wortley Montague, at whose feet he had thrown himself as a lover and been contemptuously rejected. But Pope was no judge of women, nor was he even a very wise or tolerant judge of men. It is still too much the practice to cultivate the weakness of woman rather than her strength, and to render her attractive rather than self-reliant. Her sensibilities are developed at the expense of her health of body as well as of mind. She lives, moves, and has her being in the sympathy of others. She dresses that she may attract, and is burdened with accomplishments that she may be chosen. Weak, trembling, and dependent, she incurs the risk of becoming a living embodiment of the Italian proverb, "So good that she is good for nothing." On the other hand, the education of young men too often errs on the side of selfishness. While the boy is incited to trust mainly to his own efforts in pushing his way in the world, the girl is encouraged to rely almost entirely upon others. He is educated with too exclusive reference to himself, and she is educated with too exclusive reference to him. He is taught to be self-reliant and self-dependent, while she is taught to be distrustful of herself, dependent, and self-sacrificing in all things. Thus the intellect of the one is cultivated at the expense of the affections, and the affections of the other at the expense of the intellect. It is unquestionable that the highest qualities of woman are displayed in her relationship to others, through the medium of her affections. She is the nurse whom nature has given to all humankind. She takes charge of the helpless, and nourishes and cherishes those we love. She is the presiding genius of the fireside, where she creates an atmosphere of serenity and contentment suitable for the nurture and growth of character in its best forms. She is by her very constitution compassionate, gentle, patient, and self-denying. Loving, hopeful, trustful, her eye sheds brightness everywhere. It shines upon coldness and warms it, upon suffering and relieves it, upon sorrow and cheers it. Her silver flow of subtle paced counsel in distress, right to the heart and brain, though undescried, winning its way with extreme gentleness, through all the outworks of suspicion's pride. Woman has been styled the angel of the unfortunate. She is ready to help the weak, to raise the fallen, to comfort the suffering. It was characteristic of woman that she should have been the first to build and endow a hospital. It has been said that wherever a human being is in suffering, his sighs call a woman to his side. When Mungo Park, lonely, friendless, and famished, after being driven forth from an African village by the men, was preparing to spend the night under a tree, exposed to the rain and the wild beasts which there abounded, a poor Negro woman, returning from the labors of the field, took compassion upon him, conducted him into her hut, and there gave him food, succor, and shelter. But while the most characteristic qualities of woman are displayed through her sympathies and affections, it is also necessary for her own happiness as a self-dependent being to develop and strengthen her character by due self-culture, self-reliance, and self-control. It is not desirable, even were it possible, to close the beautiful avenues of the heart. Self-reliance of the best kind does not involve any limitation in the range of human sympathy, but the happiness of woman as of man depends in a great measure upon her individual completeness of character. And that self-dependence which springs from the due cultivation of the intellectual powers, conjoined with a proper discipline of the heart and conscience, will enable her to be more useful in life as well as happy, to dispense blessings intelligently as well as to enjoy them, and most of all, those which spring from mutual dependence and social sympathy. To maintain a high standard of purity in society, the culture of both sexes must be in harmony and keep equal pace. A pure womanhood must be accompanied by a pure manhood. The same moral law applies alike to both. It would be loosening the foundations of virtue to countenance the notion that because of a difference in sex, man were at liberty to set morality at defiance, and to do that with impunity, which, if done by a woman, would stain her character for life. To maintain a pure and virtuous condition of society, therefore, man as well as woman must be pure and virtuous, both alike shunning all acts impinging on the heart, character, and conscience, shunning them as poison, which, once imbibed, can never be entirely thrown out again, but mentally embitters, to a greater or less extent, the happiness of afterlife. And here we would venture to touch upon a delicate topic. Though it is one of universal and engrossing human interest, the moralist avoids it, the educator shuns it, and parents taboo it. It is almost considered indelicate to refer to love as between the sexes, and young persons are left to gather their only notions of it from the impossible love stories that fill the shelves of circulating libraries. This strong and absorbing feeling, this besoin d'aimer, which nature has for wise purposes made so strong in woman that it colors her whole life and history, though it may form but an episode in the life of man, is usually left to follow its own inclinations, and to grow up for the most part unchecked, without any guidance or direction whatever. Although nature spurns all formal rules and directions in affairs of love, it might at all events be possible to implant in young minds such views of character as should enable them to discriminate between the true and the false, and to accustom them to hold in esteem those qualities of moral purity and integrity without which life is but a scene of folly and misery. It may not be possible to teach young people to love wisely, but they may at least be guarded by parental advice against the frivolous and despicable passions which so often usurp its name. Love, it has been said, in the common acceptation of the term, is folly. But love, in its purity, its loftiness, its unselfishness, is not only a consequence, but a proof of our moral excellence. The sensibility to moral beauty, the forgetfulness of self in the admiration engendered by it, all prove its claim to a high moral influence. It is the triumph of the unselfish over the selfish part of our nature. It is by means of this divine passion that the world is kept ever fresh and young. It is the perpetual melody of humanity. It sheds an effulgence upon youth and throws a halo round age. It glorifies the present by the light it casts backward, and it lightens the future by the beams it casts forward. The love which is the outcome of esteem and admiration has an elevating and purifying effect on the character. It tends to emancipate one from the slavery of self. It is altogether unsordid. Itself is its only price. It inspires gentleness, sympathy, mutual faith, and confidence. True love also, in a measure, elevates the intellect. All love renders wise in a degree, says the poet Browning, and the most gifted minds have been the sincerest lovers. Great souls make all affections great. They elevate and consecrate all true delights. The sentiment even brings to light qualities before lying dormant and unsuspected. It elevates the aspirations, expands the soul, and stimulates the mental powers. One of the finest compliments ever paid to a woman was that of Steele, when he said of Lady Elizabeth Hastings, that to have loved her was a liberal education. Viewed in this light, woman is an educator in the highest sense, because above all other educators, she educates humanly and lovingly. It has been said that no man and no woman can be regarded as complete in their experience of life until they have been subdued into union with the world through their affections. As woman is not woman until she has known love, neither is man man. Both are requisite to each other's completeness. Plato entertained the idea that lovers each sought a likeness in the other, and that love was only the divorced half of the original human being entering into union with its counterpart. But philosophy would here seem to be at fault, for affection quite as often springs from unlikeness as from likeness in its object. The true union must needs be one of mind as well as of heart, and based on mutual esteem as well as mutual affection. No true and enduring love, says Fichte, can exist without esteem. Every other draws regret after it, and is unworthy of any noble human soul. One cannot really love the bad, but always something that we esteem and respect as well as admire. In short, true union must rest on qualities of character, which rule in domestic as in public life. But there is something far more than mere respect and esteem in the union between man and wife. The feeling on which it rests is far deeper and tenderer, such, indeed, as never exists between men or between women. In matters of affection, says Nathaniel Hawthorne, there is always an impassable gulf between man and man. They can never quite grasp each other's hands, and therefore man never derives any intimate help, any heart sustenance from his brother man, but from woman, his mother, his sister, or his wife. End of section 38. Section 39 of Character. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Character by Samuel Smiles. Chapter 11, Part B, Companionship in Marriage. Man enters a new world of joy and sympathy and human interest through the porch of love. He enters a new world in his home, the home of his own making, altogether different from the home of his boyhood, where each day brings with it a succession of new joys and experiences. He enters also, it may be, a new world of trials and sorrows, in which he often gathers his best culture and discipline. Family life, says Saint Beuve, may be full of thorns and cares, but they are fruitful. All others are dry thorns. And again, if a man's home at a certain period of life does not contain children, it will probably be found filled with follies or with vices. A life exclusively occupied in affairs of business insensibly tends to narrow and harden the character. It is mainly occupied with self-watching for advantages and guarding against sharp practice on the part of others. Thus the character unconsciously tends to grow suspicious and ungenerous. The best corrective of such influences is always the domestic, by withdrawing the mind from thoughts that are wholly gainful, by taking it out of its daily rut, and bringing it back to the sanctuary of home for refreshment and rest. That truest, rarest light of social joy which gleams upon the man of many cares. Business, says Sir Henry Taylor, does but lay waste the approaches to the heart, whilst marriage garrisons the fortress. And however the head may be occupied by labors of ambition or of business, if the heart be not occupied by affection for others and sympathy with them, life, though it may appear to the outer world to be a success, will probably be no success at all, but a failure. A man's real character will always be more visible in his household than anywhere else, and his practical wisdom will be better exhibited by the manner in which he bears rule there, than even in the larger affairs of business or public life. His whole mind may be in his business, but if he would be happy, his whole heart must be in his home. It is there that his genuine qualities most surely display themselves, there that he shows his truthfulness, his love, his sympathy, his consideration for others, his uprightness, his manliness, in a word, his character. If affection be not the governing principle in a household, domestic life may be the most intolerable of despotisms. Without justice, also, there can be neither love, confidence, nor respect, on which all true domestic rule is founded. Erasmus speaks of Sir Thomas More's home as a school and exercise of the Christian religion. No wrangling, no angry word was heard in it. No one was idle. Every one did his duty with alacrity, and not without a temperate cheerfulness. Sir Thomas won all hearts to obedience by his gentleness. He was a man clothed in household goodness, and he ruled so gently and wisely that his home was pervaded by an atmosphere of love and duty. He himself spoke of the hourly interchange of the smaller acts of kindness with the several members of his family, as having a claim upon his time as strong as those other public occupations of his life, which seemed to others so much more serious and important. But the man whose affections are quickened by home life does not confine his sympathies within that comparatively narrow sphere. His love enlarges in the family, and through the family it expands into the world. Love, says Emerson, is a fire that, kindling its first embers in the narrow nook of a private bosom, caught from a wandering spark out of another private heart, glows and enlarges until it warms and beams upon multitudes of men and women, upon the universal heart of all, and so lights up the whole world and nature with its generous flames. It is by the regimen of domestic affection that the heart of man is best composed and regulated. The home is the woman's kingdom, her state, her world, where she governs by affection, by kindness, by the power of gentleness. There is nothing which so settles the turbulence of a man's nature as his union in life with a high-minded woman. There he finds rest, contentment, and happiness, rest of brain and peace of spirit. He will also often find in her his best counselor, for her instinctive tact will usually lead him right when his own unaided reason might be apt to go wrong. The true wife is a staff to lean upon in times of trial and difficulty, and she is never wanting in sympathy and solace when distress occurs or fortune frowns. In the time of youth she is a comfort and an ornament of man's life, and she remains a faithful helpmate in maturer years, when life has ceased to be an anticipation and we live in its realities. What a happy man must Edmund Burke have been when he could say of his home, "Every care vanishes the moment I enter under my own roof." And Luther, a man full of human affection, speaking of his wife, said, "I would not exchange my poverty with her for all the riches of Croesus without her." Of marriage he observed, "The utmost blessing that God can confer on a man is the possession of a good and pious wife, with whom he may live in peace and tranquillity, to whom he may confide his whole possessions, even his life and welfare." And again he said, "To rise betimes and to marry young are what no man ever repents of doing." For a man to enjoy true repose and happiness in marriage, he must have in his wife a soulmate as well as a helpmate. But it is not requisite that she should be merely a pale copy of himself. A man no more desires in his wife a manly woman than the woman desires in her husband a feminine man. A woman's best qualities do not reside in her intellect, but in her affections. She gives refreshment by her sympathies rather than by her knowledge. "The brain women," says Oliver Wendell Holmes, "never interest us like the heart women." Men are often so wearied with themselves that they are rather predisposed to admire qualities and tastes in others different from their own. "If I were suddenly asked," says Mr. Helps, "to give a proof of the goodness of God to us, I think I should say that it is most manifest in the exquisite difference he has made between the souls of men and women, so as to create the possibility of the most comforting and charming companionship that the mind of man can imagine. But though no man may love a woman for her understanding, it is not the less necessary for her to cultivate it on that account. There may be difference in character, but there must be harmony of mind and sentiment, two intelligent souls as well as two loving hearts. Two heads in council, two beside the hearth, two in the tangled business of the world, two in the liberal offices of life. There are few men who have written so wisely on the subject of marriage as Sir Henry Taylor. What he says about the influence of a happy union in its relation to successful statesmanship applies to all conditions of life. The true wife, he says, should possess such qualities as will tend to make home as much as may be a place of repose. To this end she should have sense enough or worth enough to exempt her husband as much as possible from the troubles of family management, and more especially from all possibility of debt. She should be pleasing to his eyes and to his taste. The taste goes deep into the nature of all men. Love is hardly apart from it. And in a life of care and excitement, that home which is not the seat of love cannot be a place of repose. Rest for the brain and peace for the spirit being only to be had through the softening of the affections. He should look for a clear understanding, cheerfulness, and alacrity of mind, rather than gaiety and brilliancy, and for a gentle tenderness of disposition in preference to an impassioned nature. Lively talents are too stimulating in a tired man's house. Passion is too disturbing. Her love should be a love that clings not, nor is exigent, encumbers not the active purposes, nor drains their source, but proffers with free grace. Pleasure at pleasure touched, at pleasure waved. A washing of the weary traveler's feet, a quenching of his thirst, a sweet repose, alternate and preparative, in groves, where loving much the flower that loves the shade, and loving much the shade that that flower loves. He yet is unbewildered, unenslaved, thence starting light and pleasantly let go, when serious service calls. Some persons are disappointed in marriage because they expect too much from it, but many more because they do not bring into the co-partnership their fair share of cheerfulness, kindliness, forbearance, and common sense. Their imagination has perhaps pictured a condition never experienced on this side of heaven, and when real life comes, with its troubles and cares, there is a sudden waking up, as from a dream. Or they look for something approaching perfection in their chosen companion, and discover by experience that the fairest of characters have their weaknesses. Yet it is often the very imperfection of human nature, rather than its perfection, that makes the strongest claims on the forbearance and sympathy of others, and, in affectionate and sensible natures, tends to produce the closest unions. The golden rule of married life is, bear and forbear. Marriage, like government, is a series of compromises. One must give and take, refrain and restrain, endure and be patient. One may not be blind to another's failings, but they may be borne with good-natured forbearance. Of all qualities, good temper is the one that wears and works the best in married life. Conjoined with self-control, it gives patience, the patience to bear and forbear, to listen without retort, to refrain until the angry flash has passed. How true it is in marriage that the soft answer turneth away wrath. Burns, the poet, in speaking of the qualities of a good wife, divided them into 10 parts. 4 of these he gave to good temper, 2 to good sense, 1 to wit, 1 to beauty, such as a sweet face, eloquent eyes, a fine person, a graceful carriage. And the other 2 parts he divided amongst the other qualities belonging to or attending on a wife, such as fortune, connections, education, that is, of a higher standard than ordinary, family blood, etc. But he said, divide those 2 degrees as you please, only remember that all these minor proportions must be expressed by fractions, for there is not any one of them that is entitled to the dignity of an integer. It has been said that girls are very good at making nets, but that it would be better still if they would learn to make cages. Men are often as easily caught as birds, but as difficult to keep. If the wife cannot make her home bright and happy, so that it shall be the cleanest, sweetest, cheerfulest place that her husband can find refuge in, a retreat from the toils and troubles of the outer world, then God help the poor man, for he is virtually homeless. No wise person will marry for beauty mainly. It may exercise a powerful attraction in the first place, but it is found to be of comparatively little consequence afterwards. Not that beauty of person is to be underestimated, for, other things being equal, handsomeness of form and beauty of features are the outward manifestations of health. But to marry a handsome figure without character, fine features unbeautified by sentiment or good nature, is the most deplorable of mistakes. As even the finest landscape seen daily becomes monotonous, so does the most beautiful face, unless a beautiful nature shines through it. The beauty of today becomes commonplace tomorrow, whereas goodness displayed through the most ordinary features is perennially lovely. Moreover, this kind of beauty improves with age, and time ripens rather than destroys it. After the first year, married people rarely think of each other's features, and whether they be classically beautiful or otherwise, but they never fail to be cognizant of each other's temper. "When I see a man," says Addison, "with a sour rivelled face, I cannot forbear pitying his wife, and when I meet with an open ingenuous countenance, I think of the happiness of his friends, his family, and his relations." We have given the views of the poet Burns as to the qualities necessary in a good wife. Let us add the advice given by Lord Burleigh to his son, embodying the experience of a wise statesman and practised man of the world. "When it shall please God," said he, "to bring thee to man's estate, use great providence and circumspection in choosing thy wife, for from thence will spring all thy future good or evil. And it is an action of thy life, like unto a stratagem of war, wherein a man can err but once. Enquire diligently of her disposition, and how her parents have been inclined in their youth. Let her not be poor, how generous, well-born soever. For a man can buy nothing in the market with gentility. Nor choose a base and uncomely creature altogether for wealth, for it will cause contempt in others and loathing in thee. Neither make choice of a dwarf or a fool, for by the one thou shalt beget a race of pygmies, while the other will be thy continual disgrace, and it will yerk thee to hear her talk. For thou shalt find it in thy great grief that there is nothing more fulsome than a she-fool." End of section 39. Section 40 of Character. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Character by Samuel Smiles. Chapter 11, Part C. Companionship in Marriage. A man's moral character is, necessarily, powerfully influenced by his wife. A lower nature will drag him down, as a higher will lift him up. The former will deaden his sympathies, dissipate his energies, and distort his life, while the latter, by satisfying his affections, will strengthen his moral nature, and by giving him repose, tend to energize his intellect. Not only so, but a woman of high principles will insensibly elevate the aims and purposes of her husband, as one of low principles will unconsciously degrade them. De Tocqueville was profoundly impressed by this truth. He entertained the opinion that man could have no such mainstay in life as the companionship of a wife of good temper and high principle. He says that in the course of his life he had seen even weak men display real public virtue, because they had by their side a woman of noble character, who sustained them in their career, and exercised a fortifying influence on their views of public duty. Whilst, on the contrary, he had still oftener seen men of great and generous instincts transformed into vulgar self-seekers by contact with women of narrow natures, devoted to an imbecile love of pleasure, and from whose minds the grand motive of duty was altogether absent. De Tocqueville himself had the good fortune to be blessed with an admirable wife, and in his letters to his intimate friends he spoke most gratefully of the comfort and support he derived from her sustaining courage, her equanimity of temper, and her nobility of character. The more, indeed, that de Tocqueville saw of the world and of practical life, the more convinced he became of the necessity of healthy domestic conditions for a man's growth in virtue and goodness. Especially did he regard marriage as of inestimable importance in regard to a man's true happiness, and he was accustomed to speak of his own as the wisest action of his life. Many external circumstances of happiness, he said, have been granted to me, but more than all, I have to thank heaven for having bestowed on me true domestic happiness, the first of human blessings. As I grow older, the portion of my life which in my youth I used to look down upon, every day becomes more important in my eyes, and would now easily console me for the loss of all the rest. And again, writing to his bosom friend, de Kergolay, he said, "Of all the blessings which God has given to me, the greatest of all in my eyes is to have lighted on Marie. You cannot imagine what she is in great trials. Usually so gentle, she then becomes strong and energetic. She watches me without my knowing it. She softens, calms, and strengthens me in difficulties which disturb me, but leave her serene." In another letter he says, "I cannot describe to you the happiness yielded in the long run by the habitual society of a woman in whose soul all that is good in your own is reflected naturally and even improved. When I say or do a thing which seems to me to be perfectly right, I read immediately in Marie's countenance an expression of proud satisfaction which elevates me. And so, when my conscience reproaches me, her face instantly clouds over. Although I have great power over her mind, I see with pleasure that she awes me, and so long as I love her as I do now, I am sure that I shall never allow myself to be drawn into anything that is wrong." In the retired life which de Tocqueville led as a literary man, political life being closed against him by the inflexible independence of his character, his health failed and he became ill, irritable, and querulous. While proceeding with his last work, L'Ancien Régime et la Révolution, he wrote, "After sitting at my desk for 5 or 6 hours, I can write no longer. The machine refuses to act. I am in great want of rest, and of a long rest. If you add all the perplexities that besiege an author towards the end of his work, you will be able to imagine a very wretched life. I could not go on with my task if it were not for the refreshing calm of Marie's companionship. It would be impossible to find a disposition forming a happier contrast to my own. In my perpetual irritability of body and mind, she is a providential resource that never fails me." M. Guizot was, in like manner, sustained and encouraged amidst his many vicissitudes and disappointments by his noble wife. If he was treated with harshness by his political enemies, his consolation was in the tender affection which filled his home with sunshine. Though his public life was bracing and stimulating, he felt, nevertheless, that it was cold and calculating, and neither filled the soul nor elevated the character. "Man longs for a happiness," he says in his memoirs, "more complete and more tender than that which all the labors and triumphs of active exertion and public importance can bestow. What I know today, at the end of my race, I have felt when it began, and during its continuance. Even in the midst of great undertakings, domestic affections form the basis of life, and the most brilliant career has only superficial and incomplete enjoyments, if a stranger to the happy ties of family and friendship." The circumstances connected with M. Guizot's courtship and marriage are curious and interesting. While a young man living by his pen in Paris, writing books, reviews, and translations, he formed a casual acquaintance with Mademoiselle Pauline de Moulin, a lady of great ability, then editor of the Publiciste. A severe domestic calamity having befallen her, she fell ill, and was unable for a time to carry on the heavy literary work connected with her journal. At this juncture, a letter without any signature reached her one day, offering a supply of articles which the writer hoped would be worthy of the reputation of the publiciste. The articles duly arrived, were accepted, and published. They dealt with a great variety of subjects: art, literature, theatricals, and general criticism. When the editor at length recovered from her illness, the writer of the articles disclosed himself. It was M. Guizot. An intimacy sprang up between them, which ripened into mutual affection, and before long Mademoiselle de Moulins became his wife. From that time forward she shared in all her husband's joys and sorrows, as well as in many of his labors. Before they became united, he asked her if she thought she should ever become dismayed at the vicissitudes of his destiny, which he then saw looming before him. She replied that he might assure himself that she would always passionately enjoy his triumphs, but never heave a sigh over his defeats. When M. Guizot became first minister of Louis Philippe, she wrote to a friend, "I now see my husband much less than I desire, but still I see him. If God spares us to each other, I shall always be, in the midst of every trial and apprehension, the happiest of beings." Little more than 6 months after these words were written, the devoted wife was laid in her grave, and her sorrowing husband was left thenceforth to tread the journey of life alone. Burke was especially happy in his union with Miss Nugent, a beautiful, affectionate, and high-minded woman. The agitation and anxiety of his public life was more than compensated by his domestic happiness, which seems to have been complete. It was a saying of Burke, thoroughly illustrative of his career, that to love the little platoon we belong to in society is the germ of all public affections. His description of his wife in her youth is probably one of the finest word portraits in the language. She is handsome, but it is a beauty not arising from features, from complexion, or from shape. She has all three in a high degree, but it is not by these she touches the heart. It is all that sweetness of temper, benevolence, innocence, and sensibility, which a face can express, that forms her beauty. She has a face that just raises your attention at first sight. It grows on you every moment, and you wonder it did no more than raise your attention at first. Her eyes have a mild light, but they awe when she pleases. They command, like a good man out of office, not by authority, but by virtue. Her stature is not tall. She is not made to be the admiration of everybody, but the happiness of one. She has all the firmness that does not exclude delicacy. She has all the softness that does not imply weakness. Her voice is a soft, low music, not formed to rule in public assemblies, but to charm those who can distinguish a company from a crowd. It has this advantage: you must come close to her to hear it. To describe her body describes her mind. One is the transcript of the other. Her understanding is not shown in the variety of matters it exerts itself on, but in the goodness of the choice she makes. She does not display it so much in saying or doing striking things, as in avoiding such as she ought not to say or do. No person of so few years can know the world better. No person was ever less corrupted by the knowledge of it. Her politeness flows rather from a natural disposition to oblige than from any rules on that subject, and therefore never fails to strike those who understand good breeding and those who do not. She has a steady and firm mind, which takes no more from the solidity of the female character than the solidity of marble does from its polish and luster. She has such virtues as make us value the truly great of our own sex. She has all the winning graces that make us love even the faults we see in the weak and beautiful in hers. Let us give as a companion picture the not less beautiful delineation of a husband, that of Colonel Hutchinson, the Commonwealth man, by his widow. Shortly before his death he enjoined her not to grieve at the common rate of desolate women. And faithful to his injunction, instead of lamenting his loss, she indulged her noble sorrow in depicting her husband as he had lived. "They who dote on mortal excellences," she says in her introduction to the Life, "when, by the inevitable fate of all things frail, their adored idols are taken from them, may let loose the winds of passion to bring in a flood of sorrow, whose ebbing tides carry away the dear memory of what they have lost. And when comfort is essayed to such mourners, commonly all objects are removed out of their view, which may with their remembrance renew the grief. And in time these remedies succeed, and oblivion's curtain is by degrees drawn over the dead face, and things less lovely are liked, while they are not viewed together with that which was most excellent. But I, that am under a command not to grieve at the common rate of desolate women, while I am studying which way to moderate my woe, and if it were possible to augment my love, I can for the present find out none more just to your dear father, nor consolatory to myself, than the preservation of his memory, which I need not gild with such flattering commendations as hired preachers do equally give to the truly and titularly honorable. A naked undressed narrative, speaking the simple truth of him, will deck him with more substantial glory than all the panegyrics the best pens could ever consecrate to the virtues of the best men. The following is the wife's portrait of Colonel Hutchinson as a husband. For conjugal affection to his wife it was such in him as whosoever would draw out a rule of honor, kindness, and religion, to be practiced in that estate, need no more but exactly draw out his example. Never man had a greater passion for a woman, nor a more honorable esteem of a wife. Yet he was not uxorious, nor remitted he that just rule, which it was her honor to obey, but managed the reins of government with such prudence and affection, that she who could not delight in such an honorable and advantageable subjection must have wanted a reasonable soul. He governed by persuasion, which he never employed but to things honorable and profitable to herself. He loved her soul and her honor more than her outside, and yet he had ever for her person a constant indulgence, exceeding the common temporary passion of the most uxorious fools. If he esteemed her at a higher rate than she in herself could have deserved, he was the author of that virtue he doted on, while she only reflected his own glories upon him. All that she was him, while he was here, and all that she is now, at best, is but his pale shade. So liberal was he to her, and of so generous a temper, that he hated the mention of severed purses, his estate being so much at her disposal that he would never receive an account of anything she expended. So constant was he in his love, that when she ceased to be young and lovely, he began to show most fondness. He loved her at such a kind and generous rate as words cannot express. Yet even this, which was the highest love he or any man could have, was bounded by a superior. He loved her in the Lord as his fellow creature, not his idol, but in such a manner as showed that an affection founded on the just rules of duty far exceeds every way all the irregular passions in the world. He loved God above her and all the other dear pledges of his heart, and for his glory cheerfully resigned them. Lady Rachel Russell is another of the women of history celebrated for her devotion and faithfulness as a wife. She labored and pleaded for her husband's release so long as she could do so with honor. But when she saw that all was in vain, she collected her courage and strove by her example to strengthen the resolution of her dear lord. And when his last hour had nearly come, and his wife and children waited to receive his parting embrace, she, brave to the end, that she might not add to his distress, concealed the agony of her grief under a seeming composure, and they parted after a tender adieu in silence. After she had gone, Lord William said, "Now the bitterness of death is past." End of section 40. Section 41 of Character. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Character by Samuel Smiles. Chapter 11, Part D. Companionship in Marriage. We have spoken of the influence of a wife upon a man's character. There are few men strong enough to resist the influence of a lower character in a wife. If she do not sustain and elevate what is highest in his nature, she will speedily reduce him to her own level. Thus a wife may be the making or the unmaking of the best of men. An illustration of this power is furnished in the life of Bunyan. The profligate tinker had the good fortune to marry, in early life, a worthy young woman of good parentage. My mercy, he himself says, was to light upon a wife whose father and mother were accounted godly. This woman and I, though we came together as poor might be, not having so much household stuff as a dish or a spoon betwixt us both, yet she had for her part the plain man's pathway to heaven, and the practice of piety, which her father had left her when he died. And by reading these and other good books, helped by the kindly influence of his wife, Bunyan was gradually reclaimed from his evil ways and led gently into the paths of peace. Richard Baxter, the nonconformist divine, was far advanced in life before he met the excellent woman who eventually became his wife. He was too laboriously occupied in his vocation of minister to have any time to spare for courtship, and his marriage was, as in the case of Calvin, as much a matter of convenience as of love. Miss Charlton, the lady of his choice, was the owner of property in her own right. But lest it should be thought that Baxter married her for covetousness, he requested first that she should give over to her relatives the principal part of her fortune, and that he should have nothing that before her marriage was hers. Secondly, that she should so arrange her affairs as that he might be entangled in no lawsuits. And thirdly, that she should expect none of the time that his ministerial work might require. These several conditions the bride having complied with, the marriage took place, and proved a happy one. We lived, said Baxter, in inviolated love and mutual complacency, sensible of the benefit of mutual help, nearly 19 years. Yet the life of Baxter was one of great trials and troubles, arising from the unsettled state of the times in which he lived. He was hunted about from one part of the country to another, and for several years he had no settled dwelling place. The women, he gently remarks in his life, have most of that sort of trouble, but my wife easily bore it all. In the 6th year of his marriage, Baxter was brought before the magistrates at Brentford for holding a conventicle at Acton, and was sentenced by them to be imprisoned in Clerkenwell Gaol. There he was joined by his wife, who affectionately nursed him during his confinement. She was never so cheerful a companion to me, he says, as in prison, and was very much against me seeking to be released. At length he was set at liberty by the judges of the Court of Common Pleas, to whom he had appealed against the sentence of the magistrates. At the death of Mrs. Baxter, after a very troubled yet happy and cheerful life, her husband left a touching portrait of the graces, virtues, and Christian character of this excellent woman, one of the most charming things to be found in his works. The noble Count Zinzendorf was united to an equally noble woman, who bore him up through life by her great spirit, and sustained him in all his labors by her unfailing courage. 24 years' experience has shown me, he said, that just the helpmate whom I have is the only one that could suit my vocation. Who else could have carried through my family affairs? Who lived so spotlessly before the world? Who so wisely aided me in my rejection of a dry morality? Who would, like she, without a murmur, have seen her husband encounter such dangers by land and sea? Who undertaken with him and sustained such astonishing pilgrimages? Who, amid such difficulties, could have held up her head and supported me? And finally, who, of all human beings, could so well understand and interpret to others my inner and outer being as this one, of such nobleness in her way of thinking, such great intellectual capacity, and free from the theological perplexities that so often enveloped me? One of the brave Dr. Livingstone's greatest trials during his travels in South Africa was the death of his affectionate wife, who had shared his dangers and accompanied him in so many of his wanderings. In communicating the intelligence of her decease at Shipanga, on the river Zambezi, to his friend Sir Roderick Murchison, Dr. Livingstone said, "I must confess that this heavy stroke quite takes the heart out of me. Everything else that has happened only made me more determined to overcome all difficulties. But after this sad stroke I feel crushed and void of strength. Only 3 short months of her society after 4 years of separation. I married her for love, and the longer I lived with her, I loved her the more. A good wife and a good, brave, kind-hearted mother was she, deserving all the praises you bestowed upon her at our parting dinner, for teaching her own, and the native children too, at Kolobeng. I tried to bow to the blow as from our Heavenly Father, who orders all things for us. I shall do my duty still, but it is with a darkened horizon that I again set about it. Sir Samuel Romilly left behind him in his autobiography a touching picture of his wife, to whom he attributed no small measure of the success and happiness that accompanied him through life. For the last 15 years, he said, my happiness has been the constant study of the most excellent of wives, a woman in whom a strong understanding, the noblest and most elevated sentiments, and the most courageous virtue are united to the warmest affection, and to the utmost delicacy of mind and heart, and all these intellectual perfections are graced by the most splendid beauty that human eyes ever beheld. Romilly's affection and admiration for this noble woman endured to the end, and when she died, the shock proved greater than his sensitive nature could bear. Sleep left his eyelids, his mind became unhinged, and 3 days after her death the sad event occurred which brought his own valued life to a close. Sir Francis Burdett, to whom Romilly had been often politically opposed, fell into such a state of profound melancholy on the death of his wife that he persistently refused nourishment of any kind, and died before the removal of her remains from the house. And husband and wife were laid side by side in the same grave. It was grief for the loss of his wife that sent Sir Thomas Graham into the army at the age of 43. Everyone knows the picture of the newly wedded pair by Gainsborough, one of the most exquisite of that painter's works. They lived happily together for 18 years, and then she died, leaving him inconsolable. To forget his sorrow and, as some thought, to get rid of the weariness of his life without her, Graham joined Lord Hood as a volunteer, and distinguished himself by the recklessness of his bravery at the siege of Toulon. He served all through the Peninsular War, first under Sir John Moore, and afterwards under Wellington, rising through the various grades of the service until he rose to be second in command. He was commonly known as the hero of Barossa because of his famous victory at that place, and he was eventually raised to the peerage as Lord Lynedoch, ending his days peacefully at a very advanced age. But to the last he tenderly cherished the memory of his dead wife, to the love of whom he may be said to have owed all his glory. Never, said Sheridan of him, when pronouncing his eulogy in the House of Commons, never was there seated a loftier spirit in a braver heart. And so have noble wives cherished the memory of their husbands. There is a celebrated monument in Vienna erected to the memory of one of the best generals of the Austrian army, on which there is an inscription setting forth his great services during the 7 Years' War, concluding with the words, Non patria nec imperator sed conjux posuit. When Sir Albert Morton died, his wife's grief was such that she shortly followed him, and was laid by his side. Wotton's 2 lines on the event have been celebrated as containing a volume in 17 words. He first deceased, she for a little tried to live without him, liked it not, and died. So, when Washington's wife was informed that her dear lord had suffered his last agony, had drawn his last breath and departed, she said, "'Tis well, all is now over. I shall soon follow him. I have no more trials to pass through." Not only have women been the best companions, friends, and consolers, but they have in many cases been the most effective helpers of their husbands in their special lines of work. Galvani was especially happy in his wife. She was the daughter of Professor Galeazzi, and it is said to have been through her quick observation of the circumstance of the leg of a frog, placed near an electrical machine, becoming convulsed when touched by a knife, that her husband was first led to investigate the science which has since become identified with his name. Lavoisier's wife also was a woman of real scientific ability, who not only shared in her husband's pursuits, but even undertook the task of engraving the plates that accompanied his Elements. The late Dr. Buckland had another true helper in his wife, who assisted him with her pen, prepared and mended his fossils, and furnished many of the drawings and illustrations of his published works. Notwithstanding her devotion to her husband's pursuits, says her son Frank Buckland in the preface to one of his father's works, she did not neglect the education of her children, but occupied her mornings in superintending their instruction in sound and useful knowledge. The sterling value of her labors they now, in afterlife, fully appreciate, and feel most thankful that they were blessed with so good a mother. A still more remarkable instance of helpfulness in a wife is presented in the case of Huber, the Geneva naturalist. Huber was blind from his 17th year, and yet he found means to study and master a branch of natural history demanding the closest observation and the keenest eyesight. It was through the eyes of his wife that his mind worked as if they had been his own. She encouraged her husband's studies as a means of alleviating his privation, which at length he came to forget, and his life was as prolonged and happy as is usual with most naturalists. He even went so far as to declare that he should be miserable were he to regain his eyesight. I should not know, he said, to what extent a person in my situation could be beloved. Besides, to me my wife is always young, fresh, and pretty, which is no light matter. Hubert's great work on bees is still regarded as a masterpiece, embodying a vast amount of original observation on their habits and natural history. Indeed, while reading his descriptions, one would suppose that they were the work of a singularly keen-sighted man, rather than of one who had been entirely blind for 25 years at the time at which he wrote them. Not less touching was the devotion of Lady Hamilton to the service of her husband, the late Sir William Hamilton, professor of logic and metaphysics in the University of Edinburgh. After he had been stricken by paralysis through overwork at the age of 56, she became hands, eyes, mind, and everything to him. She identified herself with his work, read and consulted books for him, copied out and corrected his lectures, and relieved him of all business which she felt herself competent to undertake. Indeed, her conduct as a wife was nothing short of heroic, and it is probable that but for her devoted and more than wifely help, and her rare practical ability, the greatest of her husband's works would never have seen the light. He was by nature unmethodical and disorderly, and she supplied him with method and orderliness. His temperament was studious but indolent, while she was active and energetic. She abounded in the qualities which he most lacked. He had the genius to which her vigorous nature gave the force and impulse. When Sir William Hamilton was elected to his professorship, after a severe and even bitter contest, his opponents, professing to regard him as a visionary, predicted that he could never teach a class of students, and that his appointment would prove a total failure. He determined, with the help of his wife, to justify the choice of his supporters, and to prove that his enemies were false prophets. Having no stock of lectures on hand, each lecture of the first course was written out day by day, as it was to be delivered on the following morning. His wife sat up with him night after night to write out a fair copy of the lectures from the rough sheets, which he drafted in the adjoining room. On some occasions, says his biographer, the subject of the lecturers would prove less easily managed than on others, and then Sir William would be found writing as late as 9 o'clock in the morning, while his faithful but wearied amanuensis had fallen asleep on a sofa. Sometimes the finishing touches to the lecture were left to be given just before the class hour. Thus helped, Sir William completed his course. His reputation as a lecturer was established, and he eventually became recognized throughout Europe as one of the leading intellects of his time. The woman who soothes anxiety by her presence, who charms and allays irritability by her sweetness of temper, is a consoler as well as a true helper. Niebuhr always spoke of his wife as a fellow worker with him in this sense. Without the peace and consolation which be found in her society, his nature would have fretted in comparative uselessness. Her sweetness of temper and her love, said he, raise me above the earth, and in a manner separate me from this life. But she was a helper in another and more direct way. Niebuhr was accustomed to discuss with his wife every historical discovery, every political event, every novelty in literature, and it was mainly for her pleasure and approbation, in the first instance, that he labored while preparing himself for the instruction of the world at large. The wife of John Stuart Mill was another worthy helper of her husband, though in a more abstruse department of study, as we learn from his touching dedication of the treatise On Liberty. To the beloved and deplored memory of her who was the inspirer, and in part the author of all that is best in my writings, the friend and wife, whose exalted sense of truth and right was my strongest incitement, and whose approbation was my chief reward, I dedicate this volume. Not less touching is the testimony borne by another great living writer to the character of his wife, in the inscription upon the tombstone of Mrs. Carlyle in Haddington churchyard, where are inscribed these words: "In her bright existence she had more sorrows than are common, but also a soft amiability, a capacity of discernment, and a noble loyalty of heart, which are rare. For 40 years she was the true and loving helpmate of her husband, and by act and word unweariedly forwarded him as none else could, in all of worthy that he did or attempted." End of section 41. Section 42 of Character. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Character by Samuel Smiles. Chapter 11, Part E. Companionship in Marriage. The married life of Faraday was eminently happy. In his wife he found, at the same time, a true helpmate and soulmate. She supported, cheered, and strengthened him on his way through life, giving him the clear contentment of a heart at ease. In his diary he speaks of his marriage as a source of honor and happiness far exceeding all the rest. After 28 years' experience, he spoke of it as an event which, more than any other, had contributed to his earthly happiness and healthy state of mind. "The union," said he, "has in no wise changed, except only in the depth and strength of its character." And for 46 years did the union continue unbroken, the love of the old man remaining as fresh, as earnest, as heart-whole, as in the days of his impetuous youth. In this case, marriage was as a golden chain let down from heaven, whose links are bright and even, that falls like sleep on lovers and combines the soft and sweetest minds in equal knots. Besides being a helper, woman is emphatically a consoler. Her sympathy is unfailing. She soothes, cheers, and comforts. Never was this more true than in the case of the wife of Tom Hood, whose tender devotion to him, during a life that was a prolonged illness, is one of the most affecting things in biography. A woman of excellent good sense, she appreciated her husband's genius, and, by encouragement and sympathy, cheered and heartened him to renewed effort in many a weary struggle for life. She created about him an atmosphere of hope and cheerfulness, and nowhere did the sunshine of her love seem so bright as when lighting up the couch of her invalid husband. Nor was he unconscious of her worth. In one of his letters to her, when absent from his side, Hood said, "I never was anything, dearest, till I knew you, and I have been a better, happier, and more prosperous man ever since. Lay by that truth in lavender, sweetest, and remind me of it when I fail. I am writing warmly and fondly, but not without good cause. First, your own affectionate letter, lately received. Next, the remembrance of our dear children, pledges, what darling ones! Of our old familiar love. Then, a delicious impulse to pour out the overflowings of my heart into yours. And last, not least, the knowledge that your dear eyes will read what my hand is now writing. Perhaps there is an afterthought that, whatever may befall me, the wife of my bosom will have the acknowledgment of her tenderness, worth, excellence, all that is wifely or womanly from my pen." In another letter, also written to his wife during a brief absence, there is a natural touch, showing his deep affection for her. "I went and retraced our walk in the park, and sat down on the same seat, and felt happier and better. But not only was Mrs. Hood a consoler, she was also a helper of her husband in his special work. He had such confidence in her judgment that he read and reread and corrected with her assistance all that he wrote. Many of his pieces were first dedicated to her, and her ready memory often supplied him with the necessary references and quotations. Thus, in the role of noble wives of men of genius, Mrs. Hood will always be entitled to take a foremost place. Not less effective as a literary helper was Lady Napier, the wife of Sir William Napier, historian of the Peninsular War. She encouraged him to undertake the work, and without her help he would have experienced great difficulty in completing it. She translated and epitomized the immense mass of original documents, many of them in cipher, on which it was in a great measure founded. When the Duke of Wellington was told of the art and industry she had displayed in deciphering King Joseph's portfolio, and the immense mass of correspondence taken at Vittoria, he at first would hardly believe it, adding, "I would have given 20,000 to any person who could have done this for me in the peninsula." Sir William Napier's handwriting being almost illegible, Lady Napier made out his rough interlined manuscript, which he himself scarcely read, and wrote out a full fair copy for the printer, and all this vast labor she undertook and accomplished, according to the testimony of her husband, without having for a moment neglected the care and education of a large family. When Sir William lay on his deathbed, Lady Napier was at the same time dangerously ill, but she was wheeled into his room on a sofa, and the two took their silent farewell of each other. The husband died first. In a few weeks the wife followed him, and they sleep side by side in the same grave. Many other similar true-hearted wives rise up in the memory, to recite whose praises would more than fill up our remaining space, such as Flaxman's wife, Anne Denham, who cheered and encouraged her husband through life in the prosecution of his art, accompanying him to Rome, sharing in his labors and anxieties, and finally in his triumphs, and to whom Flaxman, in the 40th year of their married life, dedicated his beautiful designs illustrative of faith, hope, and charity, in token of his deep and undimmed affection, such as Catherine Boucher, dark-eyed Kate, the wife of William Blake, who believed her husband to be the first genius on earth, worked off the impressions of his plates and colored them beautifully with her own hand, bore with him in all his erratic ways, sympathized with him in his sorrows and joys for 45 years, and comforted him until his dying hour. His last sketch, made in his 71st year, being a likeness of himself, before making which, seeing his wife crying by his side, he said, "Stay, Kate, just keep as you are. I will draw your portrait, for you have ever been an angel to me." Such again as Lady Franklin, the true and noble woman, who never rested in her endeavors to penetrate the secret of the polar sea and prosecute the search for her long-lost husband, undaunted by failure, and persevering in her determination with a devotion and singleness of purpose altogether unparalleled. Or such again as the wife of Zimmerman, whose intense melancholy she strove in vain to assuage, sympathizing with him, listening to him, and endeavoring to understand him, and to whom, when on her deathbed, about to leave him forever, she addressed the touching words, "My poor Zimmerman, who will now understand thee?" Wives have actively helped their husbands in other ways. Before Weinsberg surrendered to its besiegers, the women of that place asked permission of the captors to remove their valuables. The permission was granted, and shortly after the women were seen issuing from the gates carrying their husbands on their shoulders. Lord Nithsdale owed his escape from prison to the address of his wife, who changed garments with him, sending him forth in her stead, and herself remaining prisoner, an example which was successfully repeated by Madame de Lavalette. But the most remarkable instance of the release of a husband through the devotion of a wife was that of the celebrated Gratius. He had lain for nearly 20 months in the strong fortress of Loevestein, near Gorkum, having been condemned by the government of the United Provinces to perpetual imprisonment. His wife, having been allowed to share his cell, greatly relieved his solitude. she was permitted to go into the town twice a week, and bring her husband books, of which he required a large number to enable him to prosecute his studies. At length a large chest was required to hold them. This the sentries at first examined with great strictness, but, finding that it only contained books, amongst others Arminian books, and linen, they at length gave up the search, and it was allowed to pass out and in as a matter of course. This led Grotius's wife to conceive the idea of releasing him, and she persuaded him one day to deposit himself in the chest instead of the outgoing books. When the two soldiers appointed to remove it took it up, they felt it to be considerably heavier than usual, and one of them asked jestingly, "Have we got the Arminian himself here?" To which the ready-witted wife replied, "Yes, perhaps some Arminian books." The chest reached Gorkum in safety, the captive was released, and Grotius escaped across the frontier into Brabant, and afterwards into France, where he was rejoined by his wife. Trial and suffering are the tests of married life. They bring out the real character and often tend to produce the closest union. They may even be the spring of the purest happiness. Uninterrupted joy, like uninterrupted success, is not good for either man or woman. When Heine's wife died, he began to reflect upon the loss he had sustained. They had both known poverty and struggled through it hand in hand, and it was his greatest sorrow that she was taken from him at the moment when fortune was beginning to smile upon him, but too late for her to share in his prosperity. "Alas, I," said he, "amongst my griefs, must I reckon even her love, the strongest, truest, that ever inspired the heart of woman, which made me the happiest of mortals, and yet was to me a fountain of 1,000 distresses, inquietudes, and cares? To entire cheerfulness, perhaps, she never attained, but for what unspeakable sweetness, what exalted, enrapturing joys, is not love indebted to sorrow? Amidst growing anxieties, with the torture of anguish in my heart, I have been made, even by the loss which caused me this anguish and these anxieties, inexpressibly happy. When tears flowed over our cheeks, did not a nameless, seldom felt delight stream through my breast, oppressed equally by joy and sorrow? There is a degree of sentiment in German love which seems strange to English readers, such as we find depicted in the lives of Novalis, Jung Stilling, Fichte, Jean Paul, and others that might be named. The German betrothal is a ceremony of almost equal importance to the marriage itself, and in that state the sentiments are allowed free play, whilst English lovers are restrained, shy, and as if ashamed of their feelings. Take, for instance, the case of Herder, whom his future wife first saw in the pulpit. "I heard," she says, "the voice of an angel, and soul's words, such as I had never heard before. In the afternoon I saw him, and stammered out my thanks to him. From this time forth our souls were one." They were betrothed long before their means would permit them to marry, but at length they were united. "We were married," says Caroline, the wife, "by the rose light of a beautiful evening. We were one heart, one soul." Herder was equally ecstatic in his language. "I have a wife," he wrote to Jacobi, "that is the tree, the consolation, and the happiness of my life. Even in flying transient thoughts, which often surprise us, we are one." Take, again, the case of Fichte, in whose history his courtship and marriage form a beautiful episode. He was a poor German student living with a family at Zurich in the capacity of tutor, when he first made the acquaintance of Johanna Maria Hahn, a niece of Klopstock. Her position in life was higher than that of Fichte. Nevertheless, she regarded him with sincere admiration. When Fichte was about to leave Zurich, his troth plighted to her, she, knowing him to be very poor, offered him a gift of money before setting out. He was inexpressibly hurt by the offer, and, at first, even doubted whether she could really love him. But, on second thoughts, he wrote to her expressing his deep thanks, but, at the same time, the impossibility of his accepting such a gift from her. He succeeded in reaching his destination, though entirely destitute of means. After a long and hard struggle with the world, extending over many years, Fichte was at length earning money enough to enable him to marry. In one of his charming letters to his betrothed, he said, "And so, dearest, I solemnly devote myself to thee, and thank thee that thou hast thought me not unworthy to be thy companion on the journey of life. There is no land of happiness here below, I know it now, but a land of toil, where every joy but strengthens us for greater labor. Hand in hand we shall traverse it, and encourage and strengthen each other, until our spirits, O may be it together, shall rise to the eternal fountain of all peace." The married life of Fichte was very happy. His wife proved a true and high-minded helpmate. During the War of Liberation, she was assiduous in her attention to the wounded in the hospitals, where she caught a malignant fever, which nearly carried her off. Fichte himself caught the same disease and was for a time completely prostrated, but he lived for a few more years and died at the early age of 52, consumed by his own fire. What a contrast does the courtship and married life of the blunt and practical William Cobbett present to the aesthetical and sentimental love of these highly refined Germans! Not less honest, not less true, but, as some would think, comparatively coarse and vulgar. When he first set eyes upon the girl that was afterwards to become his wife, she was only 13 years old, and he was 21, a sergeant major in a foot regiment stationed at St. John's in New Brunswick. He was passing the door of her father's house one day in winter, and saw the girl out in the snow, scrubbing a washing tub. He said at once to himself, "That's the girl for me." He made her acquaintance, and resolved that she should be his wife so soon as he could get discharged from the army. On the eve of the girl's return to Woolwich with her father, who was a sergeant major in the artillery, Cobbett sent her 150 guineas which he had saved, in order that she might be able to live without hard work until his return to England. The girl departed, taking with her the money, and 5 years later Cobbett obtained his discharge. On reaching London, he made haste to call upon the sergeant major's daughter. "I found," he says, "my little girl a servant of all work," and hard work it was, at £5 a year, in the house of a Captain Brissac. And, without hardly saying a word about the matter, she put into my hands the whole of my 150 guineas, unbroken. Admiration of her conduct was now added to the love of her person, and Cobbett shortly after married the girl, who proved an excellent wife. He was, indeed, never tired of speaking her praises, and it was his pride to attribute to her all the comfort and much of the success of his after-life. Though Cobbett was regarded by many in his lifetime as a coarse, hard, practical man full of prejudices, there was yet a strong undercurrent of poetry in his nature, and, while he declaimed against sentiment, there were few men more thoroughly imbued with sentiment of the best kind. He had the tenderest regard for the character of woman. He respected her purity and her virtue, and in his advice to young men he has painted the true womanly woman, the helpful, cheerful, affectionate wife, with a vividness and brightness, and at the same time a force of good sense, that has never been surpassed by any English writer. Cobbett was anything but refined, in the conventional sense of the word, but he was pure, temperate, self-denying, industrious, vigorous, and energetic, in an eminent degree. Many of his views were, no doubt, wrong, but they were his own, for he insisted on thinking for himself in everything. Though few men took a firmer grasp of the real than he did, perhaps still fewer were more swayed by the ideal. In word pictures of his own emotions he is unsurpassed. Indeed, Cobbett might also be regarded as one of the greatest prose poets of English real life. End of section 42.
Section 43 of Character. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kristen Hand. Character by Samuel Smiles. Chapter 12, Part A. The Discipline of Experience. I would the great would grow like thee, who grewest not alone in power and knowledge, but by year and hour, in reverence and in charity. Tennyson. Not to be unhappy is unhappiness, and misery not to have known misery. For the best way unto discretion is the way that leads us by adversity. And men are better shewed what is amiss by the expert finger of calamity, than they can be with all that fortune brings, who never shews them the true face of things. Daniel. A lump of woe affliction is, yet thence I borrow lumps of bliss, though few can see a blessing in't, is my furnace and my mint. Erskine's Gospel Sonnets. Crosses grow anchors, bear as thou shouldst so thy cross, and that cross grows an anchor too. Dawn. Be the day weary, or be the day long, at length it ringeth to even song. Ancient Couplet. Practical wisdom is only to be learnt in the school of experience. Precepts and instructions are useful so far as they go, but without the discipline of real life, they remain of the nature of theory only. The hard facts of existence have to be faced to give that touch of truth to character which can never be imparted by reading or tuition, but only by contact with the broad instincts of common men and women. To be worth anything, character must be capable of standing firm upon its feet in the world of daily work, temptation, and trial, and able to bear the wear and tear of actual life. Cloistered virtues do not count for much. The life that rejoices in solitude may be only rejoicing in selfishness. Seclusion may indicate contempt for others, though more usually it means indolence, cowardice, or self-indulgence. To every human being belongs his fair share of manful toil and human duty, and it cannot be shirked without loss to the individual himself, as well as to the community to which he belongs. It is only by mixing in the daily life of the world and taking part in its affairs that practical knowledge can be acquired and wisdom learned. It is there that we find our chief sphere of duty, that we learn the discipline of work, and that we educate ourselves in that patience, diligence, and endurance which shape and consolidate the character. There we encounter the difficulties, trials, and temptations, which, according as we deal with them, give a color to our entire afterlife. And there, too, we become subject to the great discipline of suffering, from which we learn far more than from the safe seclusion of the study or the cloister. Contact with others is also requisite to enable a man to know himself. It is only by mixing freely in the world that one can form a proper estimate of his own capacity. Without such experience, one is apt to become conceited, puffed up, and arrogant. At all events, he will remain ignorant of himself, though he may heretofore have enjoyed no other company. Swift once said, "It is an uncontroverted truth that no man ever made an ill figure who understood his own talents, nor a good one who mistook them." Many persons, however, are readier to take measure of the capacity of others than of themselves. "Bring him to me," said a certain Dr. Tronchin of Geneva, speaking of Rousseau. "Bring him to me that I may see whether he has got anything in him." The probability being that Rousseau, who knew himself better, was much more likely to take a measure of Tronchin than Tronchin was to take measure of him. A due amount of self-knowledge is therefore necessary for those who would be anything or do anything in the world. It is also one of the first essentials to the formation of distinct personal convictions. Frederick Perths once said to a young friend, "You know only too well what you can do, but till you have learned what you cannot do, you will neither accomplish anything of moment nor know inward peace." Anyone who would profit by experience will never be above asking for help. He who thinks himself already too wise to learn of others will never succeed in doing anything either good or great. We have to keep our minds and hearts open and never be ashamed to learn, with the assistance of those who are wiser and more experienced than ourselves. The man made wise by experience endeavors to judge correctly of the thugs which come under his observation and form the subject of his daily life. What we call common sense is, for the most part, but the result of common experience wisely improved. Nor is great ability necessary to acquire it, so much as patience, accuracy, and watchfulness. Hazlitt thought the most sensible people to be met with are intelligent men of business and of the world, who argue from what they see and know, instead of spinning cobweb distinctions of what things ought to be. For the same reason, women often display more good sense than men, having fewer pretensions and judging of things naturally by the involuntary impression they make on the mind. Their intuitive powers are quicker, their perceptions more acute, their sympathies more lively, and their manners more adaptive to particular ends. Hence their greater tact, as displayed in the management of others, women of apparently slender intellectual powers, often contriving to control and regulate the conduct of men of even the most impracticable nature. Pope paid a high compliment to the tact and good sense of Mary, Queen of William III, when he described her as possessing not a science, but prudence. The whole of life may be regarded as a great school of experience, in which men and women are the pupils. As in a school, many of the lessons learnt there must needs be taken on trust. We may not understand them, and may possibly think it hard that we have to learn them, especially where the teachers are trials, sorrows, temptations, and difficulties. And yet we must not only accept their lessons, but recognize them as being divinely appointed. To what extent have the pupils profited by their experience in the school of life? What advantage have they taken of their opportunities for learning? What have they gained in the discipline of heart and mind? How much in growth of wisdom, courage, self-control? Have they preserved their integrity amidst prosperity and enjoyed life in temperance and moderation? Or has life been with them a mere feast of selfishness without care or thought for others? What have they learnt from trial and adversity? Have they learnt patience, submission, and trust in God, or have they learnt nothing but impatience, querulousness, and discontent? The results of experience are, of course, only to be achieved by living, and living is a question of time. The man of experience learns to rely upon time as his helper. Time and I against any two was a maxim of Cardinal Mazarin. Time has been described as a beautifier and as a consoler, but it is also a teacher. It is the food of experience, the soil of wisdom. It may be the friend or the enemy of youth, and time will sit beside the old as a consoler or as a tormentor, according as it has been used or misused, and the past life has been well or ill spent. Time, says George Hebert, is the rider that breaks youth. To the young, how bright the new world looks, how full of novelty, of enjoyment, of pleasure. But as years pass, we find the world to be a place of sorrow as well as of joy. As we proceed through life, many dark vistas open upon us, of toil, suffering, difficulty, perhaps misfortune and failure. Happy they who can pass through and amidst such trials with a firm mind and pure heart, encountering trials with cheerfulness, and standing erect beneath even the heaviest burden. A little youthful ardor is a great help in life, and is useful as an energetic motive power. It is gradually cooled down by time, no matter how glowing it has been, while it is trained and subdued by experience, but is a healthy and hopeful indication of character, to be encouraged in a right direction and not to be sneered down and repressed. It is a sign of a vigorous, unselfish nature, as egotism is of a narrow and selfish one, and to begin life with egotism and self-sufficiency is fatal to all breadth and vigor of character. Life in such a case would be like a year in which there was no spring. Without a generous seed time, there will be an unflowering summer and an unproductive harvest. And youth is the springtime of life, in which, if there be not a fair share of enthusiasm, little will be attempted, and still less done. It also considerably helps the working quality, inspiring confidence and hope, and carrying one through the dry details of business and duty with cheerfulness and joy. It is the due admixture of romance and reality, said Sir Henry Lawrence, that best carries a man through life. The quality of romance or enthusiasm is to be valued as an energy imparted to the human mind to prompt and sustain its noblest efforts. Sir Henry always urged upon young men, not that they should repress enthusiasm, but sedulously cultivate and direct the feeling as one implanted for wise and noble purposes. When the two faculties of romance and reality, he said, are duly blended, reality pursues a straight, rough path to a desirable and practicable result, while romance beguiles the road by pointing out its beauties, by bestowing a deep and practical conviction that even in this dark and material existence there may be found a joy with which a stranger intermeddleth not, a light that shineth more and more unto the perfect day. It was characteristic of Joseph Lancaster, when a boy of only 14 years of age, after reading Clarkson on the slave trade, to form the resolution of leaving his home and going out to the West Indies to teach the poor blacks to read the Bible. And he actually set out with a Bible and Pilgrim's Progress in his bundle, and only a few shillings in his purse. He even succeeded in reaching the West Indies, doubtless very much at a loss how to set about his proposed work. But in the meantime his distressed parents, having discovered whither he had gone, had him speedily brought back, yet with his enthusiasm unabated, and from that time forward he unceasingly devoted himself to the truly philanthropic work of educating the destitute poor. There needs all the force that enthusiasm can give to enable a man to succeed in any great enterprise of life. Without it, the obstruction and difficulty he has to encounter on every side might compel him to succumb. But with courage and perseverance, inspired by enthusiasm, a man feels strong enough to face any danger, to grapple with any difficulty. What an enthusiasm was that of Columbus, who, believing in the existence of a new world, braved the dangers of unknown seas, and when those about him despaired and rose up against him, threatening to cast him into the sea, still stood firm upon his hope and courage until the great new world at length rose upon the horizon. The brave man will not be baffled, but tries and tries again until he succeeds. The tree does not fall at the first stroke, but only by repeated strokes and after great labor. We may see the visible success at which a man has arrived, but forget the toil and suffering and peril through which it has been achieved. When a friend of Marshal Lefebvre was complimenting him on his possessions and good fortune, the marshal said, "You envy me, do you? Well, you shall have these things at a better bargain than I had. Come into the court. I'll fire at you with a gun 20 times at 30 paces, and if I don't kill you, all shall be your own." "What, you won't? Very well. Recollect, then, that I have been shot at more than 1,000 times, and much nearer, before I arrived at the state in which you now find me. End of section 43.
Section 44 of Character. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Henry. Character by Samuel Smiles. Chapter 12, Part B. The apprenticeship of difficulty is one which the greatest of men have had to serve. It is usually the best stimulus and discipline of character. It often evokes powers of action that, but for it, would have remained dormant. As comets are sometimes revealed by eclipses, so heroes are brought to light by sudden calamity. It seems as if, in certain cases, genius, like iron struck by the flint, needed the sharp and sudden blow of adversity to bring out the divine spark. There are natures which blossom and ripen amidst trials, which would only wither and decay in an atmosphere of ease and comfort. Thus it is good for men to be roused into action and stiffened into self-reliance by difficulty, rather than to slumber away their lives in useless apathy and indolence. It is the struggle that is the condition of victory. If there were no difficulties, there would be no need of efforts. If there were no temptations, there would be no training in self-control, and but little merit in virtue. If there were no trial and suffering, there would be no education in patience and resignation. Thus difficulty, adversity, and suffering are not all evil, but often the best source of strength, discipline, and virtue. For the same reason, it is often of advantage for a man to be under the necessity of having to struggle with poverty and conquer it. "He who has battled," says Carlyle, "were it only with poverty and hard toil, will be found stronger and more expert than he who could stay at home from the battle, concealed among the provision wagons, or even rest unwatchfully, abiding by the stuff." Scholars have found poverty tolerable compared with the privation of intellectual food. Riches weigh much more heavily upon the mind. "I cannot but choose say to poverty," said Richter, "be welcome, so that thou come not too late in life." Poverty, Horace tells us, drove him to poetry, and poetry introduced him to Varus and Virgil and Maecenas. Obstacles, says Michelet, are great incentives. I lived for whole years upon a Virgil, and found myself well off. An odd volume of Racine, purchased by chance at a stall on the quay, created the poet of Toulon. The Spaniards are even said to have meanly rejoiced the poverty of Cervantes, but for which they supposed the production of his great works might have been prevented. When the Archbishop of Toledo visited the French ambassador at Madrid, the gentlemen in the suite of the latter expressed their high admiration of the writings of the author of Don Quixote, and intimated their desire of becoming acquainted with one who had given them so much pleasure. The answer they received was that Cervantes had borne arms in the service of his country and was now old and poor. "What!" exclaimed one of the Frenchmen, "is not Señor Cervantes in good circumstances? Why is he not maintained, then, out of the public treasury?" "Heaven forbid," was the reply, "that his necessities should ever be relieved, if it is those which make him right, since it is his poverty that makes the world rich." It is not prosperity so much as adversity, not wealth so much as poverty, that stimulates the perseverance of strong and healthy natures, rouses their energy, and develops their character. Burke said of himself, "I was not rocked and swaddled and dandled into a legislator. Nitor in adversum is the motto for a man like you." Some men only require a great difficulty set in their way to exhibit the force of their character and genius, and that difficulty, once conquered, becomes one of the greatest incentives to their further progress. It is a mistake to suppose that men succeed through success. They much oftener succeed through failure. By far the best experience of men is made up of their remembered failures in dealing with others in the affairs of life. Such failures in sensible men incite to better self-management and greater tact and self-control as a means of avoiding them in the future. Ask the diplomatist and he will tell you that he has learned his art through being baffled, defeated, thwarted, and circumvented, far more than from having succeeded. Precept, study, advice, and example could never have taught them so well as failure has done. It has disciplined them experimentally, and taught them what to do as well as what not to do, which is often still more important in diplomacy. Many have to make up their minds to encounter failure again and again before they succeed. But if they have pluck, the failure will only serve to rouse their courage and stimulate them to renewed efforts. Talma, the greatest of actors, was hissed off the stage when he first appeared on it. Lacordaire, one of the greatest preachers of modern times, only acquired celebrity after repeated failures. Montalembert said of his first public appearance in the church of Saint Roch, "He failed completely, and on coming out everyone said, 'Though he may be a man of talent, he will never be a preacher.' Again and again he tried, until he succeeded, and only 2 years after his debut, Lacordaire was preaching in Notre Dame to audiences such as few French orators have addressed since the time of Bossuet and Mazarin. When Mr. Cobden first appeared as a speaker at a public meeting in Manchester, he completely broke down, and the chairman apologized for his failure. Sir James Graham and Mr. Disraeli failed and were derided at first, and only succeeded by dint of great labor and application. At one time, Sir James Graham had almost given up public speaking in despair. He said to his friend Sir Francis Baring, "I have tried it every way, extempore, from notes, and committing all to memory, and I can't do it. I don't know why it is, but I am afraid I shall never succeed." Yet, by dint of perseverance, Graham, like Disraeli, lived to become one of the most effective and impressive of parliamentary speakers. Failures in one direction have sometimes had the effect of forcing the far-seeing student to apply himself in another. Thus, Prideaux's failure as a candidate for the post of parish clerk of Ugborough in Devon led to his applying himself to learning and to his eventual elevation to the bishopric of Worcester. When Bouillot, educated for the bar, pleaded his first case, he broke down amidst shouts of laughter. He next tried the pulpit and failed there too, and then he tried poetry and succeeded. Fontenelle and Voltaire both failed at the bar. So Cowper, through his diffidence and shyness, broke down when pleading his first case, though he lived to revive the poetic art in England. Montesquieu and Bentham both failed as lawyers and forsook the bar for more congenial pursuits, the latter leaving behind him a treasury of legislative procedure for all time. Goldsmith failed in passing as a surgeon, but he wrote The Deserted Village and The Vicar of Wakefield, whilst Addison failed as a speaker, but succeeded in writing Sir Roger de Coverley and his many famous papers in The Spectator. Even the privation of some important bodily sense, such as sight or hearing, has not been sufficient to deter courageous men from zealously pursuing the struggle of life. Milton, when struck by blindness, still bore up and steered right onward. His greatest works were produced during that period of his life in which he suffered most, when he was poor, sick, old, blind, slandered, and persecuted. The lives of some of the greatest men have been a continuous struggle with difficulty and apparent defeat. Dante produced his greatest work in penury and exile. Banished from his native city by the local faction to which he was opposed, his house was given up to plunder, and he was sentenced in his absence to be burnt alive. When informed by a friend that he might return to Florence if he would consent to ask for pardon and absolution, he replied, "No, this is not the way that shall lead me back to my country. I will return with hasty steps if you or any other can open to me a way that shall not derogate from the fame or the honor of Dante. But if by no such way Florence can be entered, then to Florence I shall never return." His enemies remaining implacable, Dante, after a banishment of 20 years, died in exile. They even pursued him after death, when his book, De Monarchia, was publicly burnt at Bologna by order of the papal legate. Commons also wrote his great poems mostly in banishment. Tired of solitude at Santarem, he joined an expedition against the Moors, in which he distinguished himself by his bravery. He lost an eye when boarding an enemy's ship in a sea fight. At Goa, in the East Indies, he witnessed with indignation the cruelty practiced by the Portuguese on the natives, and expostulated with the governor against it. He was, in consequence, banished from the settlement and sent to China. In the course of his subsequent adventures and misfortunes, Cayman suffered shipwreck, escaping only with his life and the manuscript of his Lusiad. Persecution and hardship seemed everywhere to pursue him. At Macao he was thrown into prison. Escaping from it, he set sail for Lisbon, where he arrived after 16 years' absence, poor and friendless. His Lusiad, which was shortly after published, brought him much fame, but no money. But for his old Indian slave, Antonio, who begged for his master in the streets, Cayman must have perished. As it was, he died in a public almshouse, worn out by disease and hardship. An inscription was placed over his grave. "Here lies Luis de Caymans. He excelled all the poets of his time. He lived poor and miserable, and he died so, 1579. This record, disgraceful but truthful, has since been removed, and a lying and pompous epitaph in honor of the great national poet of Portugal has been substituted in its stead. Even Michelangelo was exposed during the greater part of his life to the persecutions of the envious, vulgar nobles, vulgar priests, and sordid men of every degree, who could neither sympathize with him nor comprehend his genius. When Paul IV condemned some of his work in The Last Judgment, the artist observed that the Pope would do better to occupy himself with correcting the disorders and indecencies which disgrace the world than with any such hypercriticisms upon his art. Tasso also was the victim of almost continual persecution and calumny. After lying in a madhouse for 7 years, he became a wanderer over Italy, and when on his deathbed he wrote, "I will not complain of the malignity of fortune, because I do not choose to speak of the ingratitude of men who have succeeded in dragging me to the tomb of a mendicant." But time brings about strange revenges. The persecutors and the persecuted often change places. It is the latter who are great, the former who are infamous. Even the names of the persecutors would probably long ago have been forgotten but for their connection with the history of the men whom they have persecuted. Thus, who would now have known of Duke Alfonso of Ferrara but for his imprisonment of Tasso? Or who would have heard of the existence of the Grand Duke of Württemberg of some 90 years back but for his petty persecution of Schiller? Science also has had its martyrs, who have fought their way to light through difficulty, persecution, and suffering. We need not refer again to the cases of Bruno, Galileo, and others persecuted because of the supposed heterodoxy of their views. But there have been other unfortunates amongst men of science, whose genius has been unable to save them from the fury of their enemies. Thus Bailly, the celebrated French astronomer who had been mayor of Paris, and Lavoisier, the great chemist, were both guillotined in the first French Revolution, when the latter, after being sentenced to death by the Commune, asked for a few days' respite to enable him to ascertain the result of some experiments he had made during his confinement. The tribunal refused his appeal and ordered him for immediate execution, one of the judges saying that the Republic had no need of philosophers. In England also, about the same time, Dr. Priestley, the father of modern chemistry, had his house burnt over his head and his library destroyed amidst shouts of "No philosophers!" and he fled from his native country to lay his bones in a foreign land. The work of some of the greatest discoverers has been done in the midst of persecution, difficulty, and suffering. Columbus, who discovered the New World and gave it as a heritage to the Old, was in his lifetime persecuted, maligned, and plundered by those whom he had enriched. Mungo Park's drowning agony in the African river he had discovered, but which he was not to live to describe. Clapperton's perishing of fever on the banks of the Great Lake in the heart of the same continent, which was afterwards to be rediscovered and described by other explorers. Franklin's perishing in the snow, it might be after he had solved the long-sought problem of the Northwest Passage, are among the most melancholy events in the history of enterprise and genius. End of section 44.
Section 45 of Character. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Character by Samuel Smiles. Chapter 12, Part C. The case of Flinders the Navigator, who suffered a 6 years' imprisonment in the Isle of France, was one of peculiar hardship. In 1801 he set sail from England in the Investigator, on a voyage of discovery and survey, provided with the French pass, requiring all French governors, notwithstanding that England and France were at war, to give him protection and secure in the sacred name of science. In the course of his voyage, he surveyed great part of Australia, Van Diemen's Land, and the neighbouring islands. The Investigator, being found leaky and rotten, was condemned, and the Navigator embarked as passenger in the Porpoise for England, to lay the results of his 3 years' labours before the Admiralty. On the voyage home, the Porpoise was wrecked on a reef in the South Seas, and Flinders, with part of the crew, in an open boat, made for Port Jackson, which they safely reached, though distant from the scene of the wreck not less than 750 miles. There he procured a small schooner, the Cumberland, no larger than a Gravesend sailing boat, and returned for the remainder of the crew, who had been left on the reef. Having rescued them, he set sail for England, making for the Isle of France, which the Cumberland reached in a sinking condition, being a wretched little craft badly found. To his surprise, he was made a prisoner with all his crew, and thrown into prison, where he was treated with brutal harshness, his French pass proving no protection to him. What aggravated the horrors of Flinders' confinement was, that he knew that Baudin, the French navigator, whom he had encountered while making a survey of the Australian coasts, would reach Europe first, and claim the merit of all of the discoveries he had made. It turned out as he had expected, and while Flinders was still imprisoned in the Isle of France, the French atlas of the new discoveries was published, all the points named by Flinders and his precursors being named afresh. Flinders was at length liberated, after 6 years' imprisonment, his health completely broken, but he continued correcting his maps and writing out his descriptions to the last. He only lived long enough to correct his final sheet for the press, and died on the very day that his work was published. Courageous men have often turned enforced solitude to account in executing works of great pith and moment. It is in solitude that the passion for spiritual perfection best nurses itself. The soul communes with itself in loneliness until its energy often becomes intense, but whether a man profits by solitude or not will mainly depend upon his own temperament, training, and character. While in a large-natured man, solitude will make the pure heart purer, in the small-natured man it will only serve to make the hard heart still harder. For though solitude may be the nurse of great spirits, it is the torment of small ones. It was in prison that Boetius wrote his Consolations of Philosophy, and Grotius his Commentary on St. Matthew, regarded as his masterwork in biblical criticism. Buchanan composed his beautiful paraphrases on the Psalms while imprisoned in the cell of a Portuguese monastery. Campanella, the Italian patriot monk, suspected of treason, was immured for 27 years in a Neapolitan dungeon, during which, deprived of the sun's light, he sought higher light, and there created his Civitas Solis, which has been so often reprinted and reproduced in translations in most European languages. During his 13 years' imprisonment in the Tower, Raleigh wrote his History of the World, a project of vast extent, of which he was only able to finish the first 5 books. Luther occupied his prison hours in the castle of Wartburg, in translating the Bible and in writing the famous tracts and treatises with which he inundated all Germany. It was to the circumstance of John Bunyan having been cast into gaol that we probably owe the Pilgrim's Progress. He was thus driven in upon himself, having no opportunity for action. His active mind found vent in earnest thinking and meditation, and indeed, after his enlargement, his life as an author ceased. His Grace Abounding and the Holy War were also written in prison. Bunyan lay in Bedford Gaol, with a few intervals of precarious liberty, during not less than 12 years, and it was most probably to his prolonged imprisonment that we owe what Macaulay has characterized as the finest allegory in the world. All the political parties in the times in which Bunyan lived imprisoned their opponents when they had the opportunity and the power. Bunyan's prison experiences were principally in the time of Charles II, but in the preceding reign of Charles I, as well as during the Commonwealth, illustrious prisoners were very numerous. The prisoners of the former included Sir John Eliot, Hampden, Selden, Prynne, the most voluminous prison writer, and many more. It was while under strict confinement in the Tower that Eliot composed his noble treatise, The Monarchy of Man. George Wither, the poet, was another prisoner of Charles I, and it was also while confined in Marshalsea that he wrote his famous satire to the king. At the Restoration he was again imprisoned in Newgate, from which he was transferred to the Tower, and he is supposed by some to have died there. The Commonwealth also had its prisoners. Sir William Devant, because of his loyalty, was from some time confined a prisoner in Cowes Castle, where he wrote the greater part of his poem of Gondelbert, and it is said that his life was saved principally through the generous intercession of Milton. He lived to repay the debt and to save Milton's life when Charles enjoyed his own again. Lovelace, the poet and cavalier, was also imprisoned by the Roundheads, and was only liberated from the Gatehouse on giving an enormous bail. Though he suffered and lost all for the Stuarts, he was forgotten by them at the Restoration, and died in extreme poverty. Besides Wither and Bunyan, Charles II imprisoned Baxter, Harrington, the author of Oceana, Penn, and many more. All these men solaced their prison hours with writing. Baxter wrote some of the most remarkable passages of his life and times while lying in the King's Bench prison, and Penn wrote his No Cross, No Crown while imprisoned in the Tower. In the reign of Queen Anne, Matthew Prior was in confinement on a vamped-up charge of treason for 2 years, during which he wrote his Alma or Progress of the Soul. Since then, political prisoners of eminence in England have been comparatively few in number. Among the most illustrious were Defoe, who, besides standing 3 times in the pillory, spent much of his time in prison writing Robinson Crusoe there and many of his best political pamphlets. There also he wrote his Hymn to the Pillory and corrected for the press a collection of his voluminous writings. Smollett wrote his Sir Lancelot Greaves in prison, while undergoing confinement for libel. Of recent prison writers in England, the best known are James Montgomery, who wrote his first volume of poems while a prisoner in York Castle, and Thomas Cooper, the Chartist, who wrote his Purgatory of Suicide in Stanford Gaol. Silvio Pellico was one of the latest and most illustrious of the prison writers of Italy. He lay confined in Austrian jails for 10 years, 8 of which he passed in the castle of Spielberg in Menorvia. It was there that he composed his charming memoirs, the only materials for which were furnished by his fresh living habit of observation, and out of even the transient visits of his scholars' daughters and the colorless events of his monotonous daily life, he contrived to make for himself a little world of thought and healthy human interest. Gazinski, the great reviver of Hungarian literature, spent 7 years of his life in the dungeons of Buda, Brunn, Kufstein, and Munkacs, during which he wrote a diary of his imprisonment, and amongst other things translated Sterno's Sentimental Journey, whilst Kuzoth beguiled his 2 years' imprisonment at Buda in studying English, so as to be able to read Shakespeare in the original. Men who, like these, suffer the penalty of the law, and seem to fail, at least for a time, do not really fail. Many, who have seemed to fail utterly, have often exercised a more potent and enduring influence upon their race than those whose career has been a course of uninterrupted success. The character of a man does not depend on whether his efforts are immediately followed by failure or by success. The martyr is not a failure if the truth for which he suffered acquires a fresh lustre through his sacrifice. The patriot who lays down his life for his cause may thereby hasten its triumph, and those who seem to throw their lives away in vain of a great movement often open a way for those who follow them and pass over their dead bodies to victory. The triumph of a great cause may just come late, but when it does come, it is due as much to those who failed in their first efforts as to those who succeeded in their last. The example of a great death may be an inspiration to others, as well as the example of a good life. A great act does not perish with the life of him who performs it, but lives and grows up into like acts in those who survive the door, therefore, and cherish his memory. Of some great men it might also be said They have not begun to live until they have died. The names of the men who have suffered in the cause of religion, of science, and of truth are the men of all others whose memory are held in the greatest esteem and reverence by mankind. They perished, but their truth survived. They seemed to fail, and yet they eventually succeeded. Prisons may have held them, but their thoughts were not to be confined by prison walls. They have burst through and defied the power of the persecutors. It was Lovelace, a prisoner, who wrote, "Stone walls do not a prison make, nor iron bars a cage. Minds innocent and quiet take that for hermitage." It was a saying of Milton that, "Who best can suffer, best can do." The work of many of the greatest men, inspired by duty, has been done amidst suffering and trial and difficulty. They have struggled against the tide and reached the shore exhausted, only to grasp the sand and expire. They have done their duty and have been content to die. Death hath no power for such men. Their hallowed memories still survive to soothe and purify and bless us. Life, said Goethe, to us all is suffering, who save God alone shall call us to our own reckoning. Let not reproaches fall on the departed, not what they have failed in, nor what they have suffered, but what they have done ought to occupy the survivors. Thus it is not ease and facility that tries men and brings out the good that is in them, so much as trial and difficulty. Adversity is the touchstone character, as some herbs need to be crushed to give forth their sweetest odor, so some natures need to be tried by suffering to evoke the excellence that is in them. Hence trials often unmask virtues, and bring to light hidden graces. Men apparently useless and purposeless, have placed in positions of difficulty and responsibility, have exhibited powers of character before unsuspected, and where we before saw only pliancy and self-indulgence, we now see strength, valor, and self-denial. As there are no blessings which may not be perverted into evils, so there are no trials which may not be converted into blessings. All depends on the manner in which we profit by them or otherwise. Perfect happiness is not to be looked for in this world. If it could be secured, it would be found profitless. The hollowest of all gospels is the gospel of ease and comfort. Difficulty and even failure are far better teachers. Sir Humphrey Davy said, even in private life, too much prosperity either injures the moral man and occasions conduct which ends in suffering, or it is accompanied by the workings of envy, calumny, and malevolence of others. End of section 45. Section 46 of Character. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Character by Samuel Smiles. Chapter 12, Part D. Failure improves tempers and strengthens the nature. Even sorrow is in some mysterious way linked with joy and associated with tenderness. John Bunyan once said how, if it were lawful, he could even pray for greater trouble, for the greater comfort's sake. When surprise was expressed at the patience of a poor Arabian woman under heavy affliction, she said, "When we look at God's face, we do not feel his hand." Suffering is doubtless as divinely appointed as joy. While it is much more influential as a discipline of character, it chastens and sweetens the nature, teaches patience and resignation, and promotes the deepest as well as the most exalted thought. The best of men that overwore earth about him was a sufferer, a soft, meek, patient, humble, tranquil spirit, the first true gentleman that ever breathed. Suffering may be appointed means by which the highest nature of man is to be disciplined and developed. Assuming happiness to be the end of being, sorrow may be the indispensable condition through which it is to be reached. Hence St. Paul's noble paradox, descriptive of the Christian life. As chastened and not killed, as sorrowful, yet always rejoicing, as poor, yet making many rich, as having nothing, and yet possessing all things. Even pain is not all painful. On one side, it is related to suffering, and on the other, to happiness. For pain is remedial as well as sorrowful. Suffering is a misfortune as viewed from one side, and a discipline as viewed from the other. But for suffering, the best part of many men's nature would sleep a deep sleep. Indeed, it might almost be said that pain and sorrow were the indispensable conditions of some men's success, and the necessary means to evoke the highest development of their genius. Shelley has said of poets, "Most wretched men are cradled into poetry by wrong. They learn in suffering what they teach in song." Does anyone suppose that Burns would have sung as he did, had he been rich, respectable, and kept a gig, or Byron, if he had been a prosperous, happily married Lord Privy Seal or Postmaster General? Sometimes a heartbreak rouses an impassive nature to life. "What does he know," said a sage, "who has not suffered?" When Dumas asked Rimbaud, "What made you a poet?" he answered, "Suffering." It was the death, first of his wife, and then of his child, that drove him into solitude for the indulgence of his grief, and eventually led him to seek and find relief in verse. It was also to a domestic affliction that we owe the beautiful writings of Mrs. Gaskell. It was as a recreation in the highest sense of the word, says a recent writer speaking from personal knowledge, as an escape from the great void of a life from which a cherished presence had been taken, that she begun that series of exquisite creations which has served to multiply the number of our acquaintances and to enlarge even the circle of our friendships. Much of the best and most useful work done by men and women has been done amidst affliction, sometimes as a relief from it, sometimes from a sense of duty overpowering personal sorrow. "If I had not been so great an invalid," said Dr. Darwin to a friend, "I should not have done nearly so much work as I have been able to accomplish." So Dr. Donne, speaking of his illnesses, once said, "This advantage you and my friends have by my frequent fevers is that I am so much the oftener at the gates of heaven, and by the solitude and close imprisonment they do reduce me to, I am so much the oftener at my prayers, in which you and my dear other friends are not forgotten." Schiller produced his greatest tragedies in the midst of physical suffering almost amounting to torture. Handel was never greater than when, warned by palsy of the approach of death, and struggling with distress and suffering, he sat down to compose the great works, which have made his name immortal in music. Mozart composed his great operas, and last of all, his Requiem, when oppressed by debt and struggling with a fatal disease. Beethoven produced his greatest works amidst gloomy sorrow, when oppressed by total deafness. And poor Schubert, after his short but brilliant life, laid it down at the early age of 32, his sole property at his death consisting of his manuscripts, the clothes he wore, and 63 florins in money. Some of Lamb's finest writings were produced amidst deep sorrow, and Hood's apparent gaiety often sprang from a suffering heart, as he himself wrote, "There's not a string attuned to mirth, but has its chord in melancholy." Again in science, we have the noble instance of the suffering Wollaston, even in the last stages of the mortal disease which afflicted him. Devoting his numbered hours to putting on record by dictation the various discoveries and improvements he had made, so that any knowledge he had acquired calculated to benefit his fellow creatures might not be lost. Afflictions often prove but blessings in disguise. "Fear not the darkness," said the Persian sage. "It conceals, perhaps, the springs of the waters of life." Experience is often bitter, but wholesome. Only by its teaching can we learn to suffer and be strong. Character in its highest forms is disciplined by trial and made perfect through suffering. Even from the deepest sorrow, the patient and thoughtful mind will gather richer wisdom than pleasure ever yielded. The soul's dark cottage, battered and decayed, lets in new light through chinks that time has made. Consider, said Jeremy Taylor, that sad accidents in a state of afflictions is a school of virtue. It reduces our spirits to somberness and our counsels to moderation. It corrects levity and interrupts the confidence of sinning. God, who in mercy and wisdom governs the world, would never have suffered so many sadnesses, and have sent them especially to the most virtuous and the wisest men, but that he intends they should be the seminary of comfort, the nursery of virtue, the exercise of wisdom, the trial of patience, the venturing of a crown, and the gate of glory. And again, no man is more miserable than he that hath no adversity. That man is not tried, whether he be good or bad, and God never crowns those virtues which are only faculties and dispositions, but every act of virtue is an ingredient unto reward. Prosperity and success in themselves do not confer happiness. Indeed, it not unfrequently happens that the least successful in life have the greatest share of true joy in it. No man could have been more successful than Goethe, possessed of splendid health, honor, power, and sufficiency of this world's goods, and yet he confessed that he had not, in the course of his life, enjoyed 5 weeks of genuine pleasure, so that the Caliph Abdul Rahman, in surveying his successful reign of 50 years, found that he had enjoyed only 14 days of pure and genuine happiness. After this, might it not be said that the pursuit of mere happiness is an illusion? Life all sunshine without shade, all happiness without sorrow, all pleasure without pain, were not a life at all, at least not human life. Take the lot of the happiness. It is a tangled yarn. It is made up of sorrows and joys, and the joys are all the sweeter because of the sorrows. Bereavements and blessings, one following another, making us sad and blessed by turns. Even death itself makes life more loving. It binds us more closely together while here. Dr. Thomas Brown has argued that death is one of the necessary conditions of human happiness. He supports his argument with great force and eloquence. But when death comes into a household, we do not philosophize. We only feel. The eyes that are full of tears do not see, though in course of time they come to see more clearly and brightly than those that have never known sorrow. The wise person gradually learns not to expect too much from life, while he strives for success by worthy methods. He will be prepared for failures. He will keep his mind open to enjoyment, but submit patiently to suffering. Wailings and complainings of life are never of any use. Only cheerful and continuous working in right paths are of real avail. Nor will the wise man expect too much from those about him, if he would live at peace with others. He will bear and forbear, and even the best have often foibles of character, which have to be endured, sympathized with, and perhaps pitied. Who is perfect? Who does not suffer from some thorn in the flesh? Who does not stand in need of toleration, of forbearance, of forgiveness? What the poor imprisoned Queen Caroline Matilda of Denmark wrote on her chapel window ought to be the prayer of all. "O keep me innocent, make others great." Then how much does the disposition of every human being depend upon their innate constitution and their early surroundings, the comfort or discomfort of the homes in which they have been brought up, their inherited characteristics, and the examples, good or bad, to which they have been exposed through life. Regard for such considerations should teach charity and forbearance to all men. At the same time, life will always be, to a large extent, what we ourselves make it. Each mind makes its own little world. The cheerful mind makes it pleasant, and the discontented mind makes it miserable. My mind to me a kingdom is, applies alike to the peasant as to the monarch. The one may be in his heart a king, as the other may be a slave. Life is, for the most part, but the mirror of our own individual selves. Our mind gives to all situations, to all fortunes, high or low, their real characters. To the good, the world is good. To the bad, it is bad. If our views of life be elevated, if we regard it as the sphere of useful effort, of high living and high thinking, of working for others' good as well as our own, it will be joyful, hopeful, and blessed. If, on the contrary, we regard it merely as affording opportunities for self-seeking, pleasure, and aggrandizement, it will be full of toil, anxiety, and disappointment. There is much in life that, while in this state we can never comprehend, there is indeed a great deal of mystery in life, much that we see as in a glass darkly. But though we may not apprehend the full meaning of the discipline of trial through which the best have to pass, we must have faith in the completeness of the design of which our little individual lives form a part. We have each to do our own duty in that sphere of life in which we have been placed. Duty alone is true. There is no true action but in its accomplishment. Duty is the end and aim of the highest life. The truest pleasure of all is that derived from the consciousness of its fulfillment. Of all others, it is the one that is most thoroughly satisfying, and the least accompanied by regret and disappointment. In the words of George Herbert, the consciousness of duty performed gives us music at midnight. And when we have done our work on earth, of necessity, of labor, of love, or of duty, like the silkworm that spins its little cocoon and dies, we too depart. But short though our stay in life may be, it is the appointed sphere in which each has to work out the great aim and end of his being to the best of his power. And when that is done, the accidents of the flesh will affect but little the immortality we shall at last put on. Therefore we can go die as sleep, and trust half that we have unto an honest, faithful grave, making our pillows either down or dust. End of section 46. End of Character by Samuel Smiles.